Hello, hello. Okay. Hmm. Yo, how is it going, you guys? I'm trying to set up a audio input capture for like a just chatting screen, and I'm special, so give me a second here because I want to make sure I get it right. So, okay, give me one second. I feel like, oh, okay, give me a second because I need to make sure. So, audio input capture. Hmm. I mean, we'll see. I feel like I'm just gonna end up screwing it up. Because right now, I don't think you guys can hear me. Unless you can. Which is really convenient for me. Um, okay. Well, let me know if you guys can hear me. I mean, yikes. I sure hope we can. We were having issues. So, like a couple weeks ago, we were having issues with the YouTube chat and whatnot. Now, I've got that all fixed. I now have all my chats combined. Just so you guys know, I got the multi chat going. So, YouTube and Twitch are all in the same spot. I will be able to see chats from either source. So, however you like to watch the stream or prefer to watch, we've got it going. You know, I've actually had it fixed for a while. I just haven't touched on it. So, thought I'd let you guys know. Also, we are going to start with the pro VOD reviews today. I'm feeling so much better than yesterday. I appreciate you guys just like chilling out and allowing me to do a quick stream yesterday. You know, we only did a couple pro VOD reviews and then we just kind of called it. We will get to do Division on Viscous today. Hopefully my pro VOD reviews are like a little bit better with me kind of locked in. I'm gonna see if I can find any more. Let me know if you guys have like specific heroes you want to take a look at. We've done McGinnis. We've done Pocket. We've done Viper, Warden, Wraith. And so I don't think we've done Victor, Venator, Sinclair, Silver. We have done Shiv. We've done... Wait, have we done 7? No, we didn't do 7 because I decided to go with a different hero that game, right? No, the only 7 game I was able to find, I couldn't get the match ID for it. So I'll have to find another one. We've done Paradox and we've done... No, we haven't done Page because I did a Eternus VOD review page. So I felt like it was overkill. We've done Mirage and we've done... Have we done Mina? I feel like we did Mina recently. Yeah, we did Mina. McGinnis. I don't think we've done Lash. Wait, maybe we have. Lash. We have not done Lash. We could probably find a Deathy Lash or a Deathy Victor. Maybe we do Deathy Victor today after Viscous. We've done a Lady Geist. Kelvin and Ivy we haven't done. We've done Infernus. Sorry, I have my dogs with me today, so you guys are probably going to hear them whining. Rafa. Rafa. Hey. No whining, buddy. Lay down. Sorry. I got one dog. His name is Rafa. He's like 6 years old, and he is a blue healer border collie mix. So the fact that I have him locked in here in my gaming room today and I'm taking care of him is hard for him. Okay. We've done Graves, so we still have Grey Talon, Haze, Holiday, Drifter, I think. Yeah. We've not done Dynamo either. We've done Celeste, Calico, Billy, and Bebop. And Abrams. We did Abrams too. So there's still a lot to cover, you know. We could try and find a Vindicta, although I feel like pros don't play Vindicta a whole lot. I watched low main player a while ago. Maybe I could try and find that match, but I feel like I just do a lot of low main. There's definitely a bias here. I need you guys to send me stuff. I need you guys to send me like, hey, I'm a Vindicta main and I love watching these pros play her because that's what I learned from, and then I can do a pro VOD review of those. That'll make it easier for me if you guys just do my job for me. So before we get started, let me see if I can find... We'll just kind of hang out for a minute. And let me see if I can find some Deathy Victor, maybe. And then from there, we can...
Right. Hello, everyone.
What is happening right now? Sorry, give me 1 second.
Board. Unsure what I'm going to play today. Maybe I'll play Victor again. Maybe I'll play...
Okay. So... let's see. This is Deathy's Victor game, but I want to make sure we get a good one. Like, I don't know how well we did in this game here. Let's see. I mean, this one's looking promising. I might just pick this one. It's like the first one I found, but then again, as long as he's playing well, you know, that's the dealio. Deathy's been doing so good on Victor lately. We've got, like the leaderboards. I think he's like top 3 now, right? Didn't we say that yesterday? Yeah, he's 2nd now. Well played. Good job, Deathy. Deathy learns a new hero, skyrockets to 2nd NA. What a Chad, you know? Okay, so this was a victory. I found a game where he won. I just don't know how strong his performance was, but maybe it would be good to find one where he's not just like owning the enemy team, you know? But give us more to review, more to learn from. You learn more from your mistakes, they say, right? Maybe I should do pro VOD reviews, but only games they lose. Because then it's like, we can learn more. Maybe I'll have a completely different section of pro VOD reviews that's like I don't know what we can name it. You guys have to come up with a name for me. Like let me know what name would be good, but it's like pro VOD review mistakes or pro VOD review like I don't know. Pro VOD reviews learn from their mistakes. I don't know. Something where like they're losing. See, he did like most objective damage in this game, but it wasn't like an insane performance. It's probably good. I mean, it's probably good to watch it anyway. Let's go ahead and get the match ID. Let me download it really fast. Maybe I'll find something better, but for now, we'll do it later in our world. Like after I've done all the heroes or something, we'll come back and do Victor again. Find a better game with him or something. I don't know. Whatever works. Um oh, okay, sorry. My alarm was going off crazy. Do, 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 do. I may have found us a silver game. We haven't done silver yet, right? I've done a silver VOD review of a student, but not a pro VOD review. This might be decent. 1 second, guys. All right, Mrs. Coach Blayton was just saying goodbye because she's headed out to a dentist appointment, I think. Rafa, buddy, come lay down, buddy. Come here. Come lay down. Yep. Lay down. I know. You're so nervous about being locked in here. He's such a weird dog, so I don't know if you guys have any pets or dogs in particular, but like this dog has such a personality issue where he hates being contained in a space, and he's had it ever since he was a puppy. Like we would try and lock him into a family room, which is like a pretty big space, but we would just like put gates up so that if he was like gonna go pee or something, like when we were potty training him, we could take him outside really fast or something like that. And he hated it the whole time. He would just try and get out of the gates. He hated being contained. And then as soon as we put the gates down and decided to give up on it, he would like chill in the family room with us, which is what we were trying to accomplish. So it was literally just the fact that we had contained him that he hated it. And then like most of our dogs have loved being in their kennel or whatever, like when they're scared or when they're tired, they just like it's like their cave, they love it. But he hated being in the kennel. It was like misery for him. So he's just such a weird dog. So whenever I lock him in here, he gets like super freaking nervous and he doesn't like it at all. And so I feel bad, but I don't have any other option. Like if I open the door and give him the freedom, he literally will just go upstairs. So I have to keep him in here with me. Sorry, I am trying to find the match ID for the silver game. I don't know if it's going to be a great silver Pro VOD review because the silver did well, but like the Viper seems to have carried this game. So we'll see. I also don't know which pro it is that played silver in this game. Ideally, I would like to find like who's the top silver right now in North America. I think Ido's up there. If not, it's Ido. Well, unless Ido changed his name, he's not up here anymore. It's actually crazy. I didn't think he dropped that far, but he was number 1 for a while. I don't know who these are. I feel like I recognize Grimlock though. I need to pay more attention to names in my Eternus lobbies and in Eternus 6 in general. But people are also always switching their names, so it's like hard to keep track of. And then they also have alt accounts, and so like I don't know. It's just like too hard for me to keep track of all that garbage. Um, let's see what the Silver's performance was in this last game. He was a key player. I mean, yeah, it was just like Viper carried. Viper did 80k player damage in this game, and the next highest was 59k on the other team, and the Silver did 46k. So like, I don't know. It was a strong performance, but like, do I really want to review a game where a Viper literally just like dominated the lobby? I don't think so. Let's keep going. Oh, we have a Deathy Gray Talon. How's he on the charts? I mean, I trust Deathy pretty much on any hero, but we haven't done a Great Talon VOD review. Oh, I might be able to find Incon playing Great Talon. I mean, we can definitely try. Let's see if I can find Incon playing Great Talon. He's literally live right now playing Great Talon, so it may not be difficult to find. Let's see if we can find an Incon Great Talon. That might be our third whatchamacallit? Our third Pro VOD review today. Let's see, what did we already get? We got Viscous and Victor lined up, and then Grey Talon. Having 3 should be good, and then we can start doing student VOD reviews. I am taking care of the dogs, so I'll need a break to like feed them dinner later this evening, and I'll probably have to let them out like several times. So I may be taking like really random breaks, but we should be good. Should be good. I do need to test my new scene I set up. I hope my YouTube stream is working right now. Let me check it on my phone because it seems to be weird. Like the stream key isn't working properly. Oh no, it's working on YouTube. We're good. All right. Okay, so this is Incon playing Lash. Then we have him playing McGinnis. Let me find another one. Did he play GT at all yesterday? It looks like yesterday's stream was like a lot of McGinnis and Lash. He does play Kelvin. We haven't done Kelvin either. Maybe we could do Kelvin? Unless you guys have really strong feelings. Deathy's also second on Kelvin. I would actually like to do a division Kelvin match. We're doing Viscous today, but I might try and find division playing Kelvin. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait on the Kelvin play here. I'm trying to find Incon GT ideally. Let me find a video. I'm just gonna keep looking for a minute, and then we'll start hopping into these games. Got him playing Lady Geist. We've already done a Geist review though, so we'll hold off on that. Lots of Lady Geist actually yesterday or 2 days ago, a couple days ago. Sensing a theme here. Okay, I think we finally have a GT game from Incon, which could be good. Could be very good. I played Bebop yesterday off stream, and I actually had a grand old time, but I didn't use the triple hook strat. I played more of a regular like gun Bebop game. I just found a match ID, so let me take a look at this. This should be Incon's Grey Talon. It's only Eternus 4, but I'll take it. I mean, I think that's just because it's a lower lobby, not necessarily him. So we'll take it. Anyway, I was playing Bebop, and I was like super tempted to use the triple hook that we had talked about. Can you coach a pregnant viper? What the heck does pregnant mean? Yeah, I'd be more than happy to coach a viper. I've got a few pro VOD reviews that we're doing. Are you on some sort of time frame? Because we're gonna do a few pro VOD reviews at the beginning of the stream here, but I'd be happy to weave you in. Like, I may be able to do your VOD review in like a couple of hours after we do these. Okay, so Grey Talon. This is Incon. We're actually hopping in. You came just in time. I'm gonna go ahead and start with the Division Viscous VOD review, and then I should be able to do yours in a little bit if you don't mind. But yes, more than happy to coach you. Not a problem at all. And if for whatever reason you do have to leave and we can't do it today or whatever happens, you can go into the Discord and there's a request to coach section and you can just kind of fill out that little template and request that I do the VOD review there. And then on the next stream, I can make it a higher priority. I'll have time to get to it today. I just don't know if I'll have time to get to it like in the next hour or two. It'll probably be in a couple of hours. Because we are starting the stream off with a few pro VOD reviews. So we got that downloaded. Let's go ahead and start with Division's Viscous carry. Look at this guy. Jeez. Division is just him. Spirit Viscous is also just mega strong. I need to play this garbage. The splatter build right now is just goated. And then Rescue Beam Cube. Like, and Divine Barrier. Jeez. Love it. Alright, I'm super excited for this. I also got this drink at, I'll actually have to tell you guys this because I feel like people outside of Utah just don't have this experience. But so in Utah, people don't really drink coffee. And so we have a bunch of like soda bars where you can get like a bunch of different sodas and they make like these combinations. So they'll add like blackberry and raspberry and huckleberry to a Mountain Dew and it's like a soda bar thing. Dirty soda. Exactly. Yeah. So like, anyway, there's this place like literally right across the street from my neighborhood and they sell cookies. Almost all of the soda bars sell cookies too, which is like, dude, whatever's going on in Utah, man, they're doing something right. Because like fancy soda and cookies is like literally right up my alley because coffee's disgusting. So I got this soda at this place and I am just guzzling it. So I have a feeling I'm gonna have to take a gazillion breaks today to use the bathroom because I'm just like going so hard on this thing. I can only eat 1,200 to 1,500 calories a day. I can only have zero sugar soda. So I only drink zero sugar soda too, but mine is mainly because I don't need the sugar. And zero sugar soda is like 99.9% water. It just tastes better because water's like low-key gross in my opinion. So I only drink zero sugar soda too, but it's not because I have a calorie like max that I can hit. Why can you only eat 1,200 to 1,500 calories? Division here has a really strong positioning. He is staying on this left side, making it as hard as possible for them to hit him and the wave at the same time. So playing around this left side of the map, given that he is on strong side, he's just making sure that they have to choose between hitting him or the minions. This allows his minions, because they have pressure, him and Venator are clearing this wave way quicker than Lash and Wraith are, so they just shove the wave super fast, and then they're applying pressure to the enemy team on their tower, on the Guardian, through positioning, and then making it so they have to clear the minions, or they have to take damage from the minions, or the Guardian does, because they're focusing on the heroes who are playing away from their own minions. So good positioning here from Division. Like to see the way that he's playing this. He is starting with Splatter. We're probably going to put some AP into Splatter too. Yep, he already got the damage and radius increase. He might even get 2 points in here for the reduced cooldown. And then starting with Mystic Burst, he's just going to make sure he can use that to poke the enemy team. I have an eating disorder. Oh, okay, understood. Oh, Division does get parried here. Really unfortunate. Venator is able to finish the kill though. Well played. Good cube. He does cube a little bit late on the Death Slam, but, or not Death Slam, what's it called? Ground Strike. But he does get it for the Flog, so helping his Venator not take too much damage there with the cube in lane. And then high velocity rounds is going to help. Now, it's my understanding from my Viscous mains that high velocity rounds isn't just to help secure orbs with your left click, but it's also for your right click, because your alt fire moves really slow, but it hits pretty heavy. So like you can just get more damage off your alt fire. It makes it easier to, at least. So you actually get more value on Viscous for your alt fire than your regular fire. So really like seeing that by. Viscous is going to be getting healing right as well. So you'll see, since he's playing more of a support hero with that spirit damage, like as a sidebar. Rafa, come here. Come lay down, buddy. Because the spirit damage is more of a, look at him wait on that heal minion for his teammate if possible. He's just like making sure his teammate can get as much value as possible out of the minion wave. Anyway, sorry, what I was saying is that because he's playing more of a support hero and the spirit damage is like icing on the cake, so to speak, he isn't worried about rushing any particular... Oh my gosh, that was actually super risky. He could have been parried there, but very well played. He's not rushing the 4.8k investment spike in any one category, because he recognizes he's actually going to get more value out of very specific 800 items in lane phase. So he doesn't really care about the spikes. So he's getting Mystic Burst. This adds a lot of damage to his one. He's getting high velocity rounds to more easily secure damage on his right clicks and secure orbs with his left clicks, obviously. And then he's getting healing right to further support his Venator and make sure they don't have to full reset and miss any waves or any box routing or, you know, whatever it is. So he understands his role is not so much about hitting some sort of 4.8k spike in spirit like as fast as possible to do more damage. It's more so to be getting very specific items to help him in his lane phase. So this is one of those times where you'll notice that getting your 4.8k spike is actually not the top priority. So very well played from Division. Now he's trying to help with the bridge buff denial. He's trying to make sure that if we can't get it, that they can't. But unfortunately, Lash did get it. But he was able to deny Wraith getting up there. Gives his teammate a cube for some healing here. However, Lash is going to try and get some damage. We'll see. It looks like Lash is moving away. Trying to see if there's any way. So we are playing against League. And I actually feel like this is Poshi Pop. I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure this is Poshi Pop. And I don't know if it's because he changed his name or this isn't all. Because like I said, I can't keep track of that garbage. But trying to get that Mystic Shot damage. Saving that ammo. Trying to make sure he can secure orbs. Drifter comes in for the gank. They're doing a lot of damage to Lash here. Lash actually burns ults. We do get a Wraith ult as well. Oh, we do hit the jump pad, get hyper lines, but because we're in the 3v2, because we got the kill on Lash, even with the Yamato rotate, we're doing pretty well. He does end up using ult, trying to get over to the Wraith, and then he's able to use his splatter inside of the ult. Oh, he goes for that light melee again. So Division actually very aggressive with these light melees. I would actually like to see him play those a little bit differently. I feel like he's a little bit two-dimensional with his light melees. He weaves them in very, very often, and the enemy team is catching on to that. He's already been parried once, could have been parried 2 other times, but it just so happened to miss. So try to break your patterns when you're playing the game. Try not to do the same thing over and over again. He is working on Express Shot. He's going to hit that 4.8k gun spike. So we're looking to do some box routing in between our waves, just trying to get a little bit of money so we can hit that 4.8k gun spike. And then, does anybody know, does Express Shot still work on his alt fire? I can't remember if they fixed that or not. I remember reading something about it. I just don't remember the details. But I thought it did. It just isn't doing the one-shot thing. Because for a while they had like split shot and express shot would work on alt fires, and then people could just one-shot you. Like certain alt fire heroes like Yamato or Viscus could literally just one-shot you with express shot, split shot on the alt fire. And I thought they fixed something about it, but maybe it was split shot that they fixed on it. Somebody's going to have to let me know because I can't remember now. Very good damage with the splatter there, waiting to line up that punch to deny him as much space as possible, making it difficult to get up those stairs, and his team is able to capitalize on the kill there. Very well played. Healing right off in 4 seconds. He's probably going to be able to play for that. He's got cube. He's waiting for that damage. He knows that Lash might send some damage on him, and so he's waiting for the cube. Constantly paying attention to his teammates. That's like the key to being a good support, is looking at the enemy and looking at the teammates. Don't worry so much about your ability usage, and don't worry about so much about, you know, what's happening in terms of the minion wave or whatever. You know, sometimes you have to prioritize your teammates and just make sure that you are using your support abilities to their maximum potential. We do get express shot. That's our 4.8k gun spike. We're in a very strong spot to fight. This is one of those times. So look, he's going to go in and start fighting. This is one of those times where you want to calm to your teammates. Hey, I just hit a spike. I'm looking to fight, you know? Now, Lash is really, really aggressively positioned here in a 3v1. Nice bounce pattern there. He understands Lash is going to constantly be using verticality, so he bounces it off the wall there to try and get it against him. So very good usage of Viscous abilities. He is going to rotate over to blue to cover his walker, because waves shoving walkers is absolutely unacceptable. Pushing waves is your #1 objective in Deadlock, and so he's going to cover his team's blue. And we already have 3 in left, so we don't need 3 there. He can go to blue and cover that. Using the puddle punch for the mobility. Viscous is the most mobile hero in the game because of puddle punch. He's probably the only rival to Holiday at this time. Positioning for that bridge buff right at 10 minutes. As I've said before, we want to make sure we are always paying attention to the 5, 10, and 15-minute bridge buffs. Now, at 10 minutes, the most important objective, pop quiz. Does anybody know the most important objective at 10 minutes? It's the urn. Mid boss is completely out of the question this early in the game. Death timers are too low and damage is too low to finish it in a reasonable amount of time. Unfortunately, we're completely outnumbered in this urn fight, so the enemy team might actually be able to grab it. Yeah, they are going to get away. That's very unfortunate, but we want to make sure we are fighting the urn as a team. So Division's team is actually making a big mistake here. We want more people around this urn pickup. We want to make sure not only do we guarantee the urn pickup, but that we move as a team and make sure that we have good urn depot as well. Just short for deposit, because we are dropping off that urn. So it is the most important objective. Unfortunately, we are able to create some space near the depot, and Pocket is able to get the urn. So we were able to turn that fight around over in left, and now we have the urn. We have lane prio. So we talked about this before. Pact Fan and I talked about it in his VOD review. Gonna give you a little bit of pause luck because there's a lot happening right here. So not only did we win the fight on the most important objective in the game right now, but generally speaking, whenever you're making a play on the map, you have to make sure your waves are ready for that play, right? Because if we don't have blue prio, it's going to crash our walker. It's going to make it very hard to do a mid boss. So likewise with the urn depot, we have to make sure we're shoving that wave up and giving ourselves more zipline for teammates to come in and less zipline for them to contest it. And it gives us more space to fight this urn as a team so that when we can deposit it. So they are prepping this wave by shoving it up. They just so happen to catch Warden in a 2v1 and get the kill. That's icing on the cake. Doesn't always happen. It's more important to just be shoving this wave up, cutting off their zip, and giving us more zip, and giving us an opportunity to fight as a team with more space. So we've prepped our wave. Graves is going to make sure we're not catching a blue wave crashing into our walker. And now we get the Urn Depot. Most important objective complete at 10 minutes. Very well played. Okay, sorry. I am taking care of my dogs. Give me just a second. I'm going to go let them outside because one of my dogs is freaking out. So I will be right back. Give me just a second. I appreciate your guys' patience today. All right. I am going to have to go let the dogs back in, obviously, in a few minutes, but we'll just kind of keep doing the rod review until then. Stealing their farm. Very good play from a support. It's very good as a support to try not to steal your team's farm as much. You want to make sure your teammates are getting as much farm as possible, and that as a support, you don't need near as much farm as like your M1, for example. So you want to make sure that camps and centers on your side of the map are readily available to your M1. Pick heroes and supports generally, as much as they can, want to be stealing farm on the enemy side of the map. And so Division here recognizes that, and he recognizes that stealing farm on the enemy's side of the map is twice as valuable. 100%. It's a minus 100% for the enemy team, and plus 100% for us in that way, and then plus X% of how much we're able to complete of the camp. So usually it's like 85% because we're leaving a minion, but sometimes it's 100% if it's like a single sinners or something or whatever. And so you end up getting, you know, 180 to 200% value out of that camp versus just getting 100% value on your side of the map. So very good for him to be stealing farm. Gets cube, gets out of that fight. Well played, good positioning. Uses his ult for the resistances in that fight. Now, I do want to be clear, as you see, Viscous is going to be getting some farm on his side of the map. I'm not saying you can't get farms on your side of the map, especially when you're low like he was, or just, you know, it's readily available, nobody's getting it, etc. Obviously, get farm. It's just best to get farm on their side of the map, so whenever you can. He does try to punch the Yamato off of his Venator. Unfortunately, he misses. He uses the cube on the power slash, very well timed, and he's able to get the assist on that kill. So really love that. We're trying to get as many assists as possible because we are trying to get that trophy collector going. Trophy collector is built around assists to get more souls, ability range, sprint speed, etc. He's going to steal sinners. Now he's not going to be able to finish the sinners because he's getting challenged by Lash, unless he feels confident that he can win this fight, but I don't think he's going to. Yeah. He got what he could, so this is an example of like he got, you know, maybe 40% value out of stealing that sinners for himself, but he also got rid of 40% of it for the enemy team, so 80% value, you know, better than getting 50% on his own sinners or something. Fortunately, we did lose this fight, but it happens. Let's go ahead and fast forward through the death. We'll take a look. We're going to go over and see if we can help our teammate fend off this Warden on the Walker. Drifter's also here, so we're going to see if we can pressure him or maybe even kill him. We missed the Puddle Punch. That's unfortunate. Look at that splatter damage. Jeez. trying to get as much kill participation as possible as a support, making sure he's there to help his teammate. I don't think he realized what the clock was at, so he went up for the bridge buff a little bit late after that kill. He's here for the objective. 15 minutes earn is still the most important objective, so instantly goes to pick it up and start pushing across the map for depot. Gonna have the comms are probably asking his team to start making space here because we want to prep this wave. Look, they have the zip priority, wave priority. We want to make sure we reverse that. Now, our team is split pushing here because then they have to choose. Do we want to fight the urn? Do we want to fight the walker? And a lot of times saving your walker is more important than the urn, almost every time actually, until really late in the game. Because the later the game goes, the less that souls matter because you're already like at full build. But the more that slots matter. So it depends on how slot locked you are, but in general, they are going to be defending that, so that's why we get the urn. Taking advantage of that splatter damage. He's ready to use cube at any moment. I want you guys to keep that in mind. He's not going to react to anything that could happen, to a ground strike or a flog. He's not just going to hope that, you know, his reaction time is fast enough. He is ready for it at any moment. He is aware of what can happen, and he's ready to use it so that he doesn't have to have that extra 100 milliseconds or whatever for his brain to process what's actually happening and how to react to it. He's ready to react to it as quickly as possible. That's my alarm. Let me go get my dogs inside. I do apologize for all the pausing here, so give me just a minute and I will be right back. Appreciate it. Hey, good boy. Hey, go party outside. Good boy. Okay. Good boy, lay down. That's a good boy, yeah. Oh, sweetest boy. All right. Appreciate your patience here. We are back. Let's go ahead and hop right into it. We do lose our walker and right, which is really unfortunate. Looks like we're able to get a counter kill off of it. We do have blue prio. This is really important so we don't lose any sort of mid boss or something. If we were to lose a fight, you know, it's going to make it a little bit easier for us to contest a mid boss or get back into the fight, make it harder for them to feel comfortable completing it because we have prio on that wave. So we're trying to make sure we maintain blue prio. He's close to his teammate, hovering his teammate, making sure he can help him if he needs to get out, like the drifter there. All right. Very common to see supports getting at least 4.8k in every single category, so we are at that point in the game where we're feeling very balanced in our ability to do some damage and apply pressure in these fights, as well as help our teammates to the best of our ability and having good survivability so we don't die as the support. Making sure we get that express shot on the right click, I believe is what he's using it on. Can we go back and take a look? I think that's what he does. Yeah, so express shot on the right click is what he's taking advantage of. So secondary fire weapon damage is not quite as high as your left click, but that's just the scaling. Your right click still does so much more damage. And the mystic shot to combine with it. Very, very strong little burst of damage with his splatter, and then he's able to use his cube and his rescue beam and everything for his teammates. The punch can both disrupt the enemy and help his team with mobility. Oh, unfortunately we do get caught. He instantly pops ult to try and get out. This is going to give him a lot of mobility and resistances. We get 35% of each resistance and then the mobility. So he instantly recognizes the danger and tries to get out with his ultimate, and it does work out very well. Good reaction time there. Again, he's anticipating it. He knows if he's ever to hit danger this far in the map, he's going to have to press ult to get out. So as soon as he sees that danger, which is Wraith, who's 25k, 7k ahead of him, definitely a dangerous spot where we want to get out of instantly. So good work.
I'll protect the team.
Headed to York. York needs help.
Might be going to try and... Oh, okay, I thought he was going to try and steal doubles, but he is going to go over and help his team here. Gives his Pocket some healing since Pocket was very, very low. Pocket may not have to reset now. Very big kill from our teammate here. Fortunately, we are missing the Puddle Punch there. Can't hit every ability perfectly. But look, my Pocket's going back into the fight. He's like 1 HP, unfortunately, so he's going to die to Apollo ult. But he wouldn't have been able to even go in and try and get off that damage and help kill the Walker without the support that we gave him. So maybe not the best engage. I think Pocket was like a little bit inting there. Could have played back a little bit more, but we gave him the opportunity, which is our job as a support. I would have preferred to see him playing around bridge buff at 20 minutes there instead of going for this camp. Again, maybe we missed the clock. I'm not sure. I think our team got the bridge buff anyway, but still would like to see him as a support hovering that bridge buff, making sure that his team gets it. Enemy team does have the urn. This is going to be a very, very big fight. 20-minute urn is incredibly game turning because this is a point where if we were to have a significant victory in the urn fight with blue prio, we can get mid boss. So if we can get one or, well, probably 2 kills will be necessary, but if we could get 2 big kills, like, you know, Rem and Lash, for example, because their mid-boss contest is the best. Or at least make them use ult in this urn fight so they won't have ult for mid. And then 2 other kills. So, like, if Rem and Lash use ult and we were to kill Wraith and Yamato, because Yamato has another really good mid-boss contest, then we would be able to get mid-boss as long as we have this lane very healthy. So we're trying to keep this lane as healthy as possible and prep ourselves for the urn and mid-boss fight. And then we're also trying to group up around the urn, make sure Lash can't deposit, and push this wave to make sure it's as hard as possible for them to drop it. It looks like Lash is going to get it. It looks like we maybe missed our timing barely. So now it's just going to be a fight for mid-boss, essentially. And it looks like we're going to disengage as quickly as possible. We do get out of that fight. Unfortunately, they got the urn. We get a kill on Warden and maybe even Apollo. Apollo's super low. Shiv might be able to come in and finish that kill. And we got the Rem ult out of the way. Unfortunately, they still have Lash and Yamato ult, so we're not going to be able to get mid-boss because Warden's still up. Oh my gosh, we're going to go for it, though. Okay, we must be confident enough in, like, Rescue Beam, Cube, and Pocket Briefcase that we're willing to take this fight. That or the fact that Lash is just 1 HP. But with Yamato ult, this is a very scary mid-boss. There's the Yamato ult to try and contest mid-boss. But they don't get in here in time, so the enemy team is unable to contest properly. And we're able to get all 3 rejuves. Very well played as a team, and the only way that this is possible is when your whole team commits. You need everybody in this pit together for this fight, because they had some very strong ults for mid-boss contest, and we still felt confident to go in. So very scary mid-boss, in my opinion. High risk, high reward play, but it does work out. I think we lost our Walker for that. Let me go back. Oh, we lost our Walker a while ago. Okay, never mind.
Cubes are for healing. Balls are for...
taking a look at the enemy's builds. I just want to be aware of what they're building. Lash has got a lot of gun damage going on. Wraith already has Ricochet and Mercumec, and then nice rescue beam on the Lashol and the cube on the ground strike. He's just saved Shiv from so much damage, allowing him to continue using bloodletting to stay alive for any other damage, any follow-up damage. But the damage prevention and the healing that he just provided is insane. He just saved a rejuve and baited Lash into a fight that got him killed. So great support from Division there. We are able to get Blue Walker. This creates a lot of pressure on the map. We've just opened up the most amount of map space that we possibly can from any single objective. Hey Heather, welcome back. Good to see you. I feel like I've missed you the last couple of days. You know, 2 days ago you came right as the stream was ending, and then yesterday my stream was like 4 seconds long, so good to see you. Hope everything's going well. We are trying to make sure this Warden dies because he's so low. We're using our Puddle Punch for that mobility and denying him the jump pad. We're able to finish that kill. Yamato goes down on the other side of the map as well. Pocket and Drifter putting in the work there. Apollo unable to save her. That's one of their strongest players going down with the Warden kill, and then one of the strongest nukes on their team right now. Yamato just does very, very well at all stages of the game. We do miss the 25-minute bridge buff. Division has not been on top of the bridge buffs this game. In fact, if I was coaching him, this would be something that I would want him to work on. He has been in very important fights, but it is also like, if, for example, if we go back and look at this Warden kill, we just killed Warden. We should be looking at our minimap and clock right here. Yes, I've been busy planning my solo vacay and school. Yeah, I get it, Heather. Life gets busy. Don't even worry about it. It's just good to see you when you're here. I would have liked to see Viscous look at the minimap and clock here and recognize that he should be moving to contest the bridge buff right here. So a little bit of a oversight, in my opinion. Now, I don't know what the comms were like, but maybe his team felt like they needed help here because they were in a 2v2 before they got that Yamato kill. So maybe he was moving over to help them, but I would have liked to see him go for bridge buff. So this is an oversight, not checking the clock or being unaware of the clock, because we do miss a caster bridge buff. If we go forward, we do see the caster bridge buff here that would have been available to him. And we could have caught the wave after. So waves are very important, but you can, if it's this far back, you can always just go catch it after the bridge buff because they're not going to be shoving back here. So you can let your wave delay until you can get back and correct it, and you can get the bridge buff. The enemy team is going for the retake urn. This is the #1 objective on the map right now because mid boss is down, and retake urn is the best way to narrow a gap. So this is going to be a very, very important fight for this team. So our job is to deny them this urn as best as we possibly can. There's nothing more important than this urn. Not the walker, not their base, not kills, not sinners, nothing. And there's no mid boss. So like this urn is incredibly important. Division's using some abilities to try and give his wave an advantage so they can slowly push it. He gets over here as quickly as he possibly can. He does get the rescue beam and the cube out, denies all of that damage from Lash, denies Lash ult, denies ground strike, and then we're applying so much pressure because he's denying all of this damage from the enemy team that we now have a health advantage. We're so much healthier than they are because Lash is taking so much damage by coming in and not getting any damage out because of the denial. So now they have to take urn away so that we can't get the urn. So they're denying their own retake urn because of the support that we just applied here. So very, very well played by Division here. And he does get disarming hex, recognizing that Warden and Wraith are their hyper carry and off carry that are also very, very strong, even compared to our team. So we're ahead of them by 30k souls as a team, but Wraith is also the highest net worth in the game, and Warden is on par or ahead of most of our team. So he's looking to counter those two. It's the best form of support that he can give his team right now.
The urn has been dropped.
Now, usually with Viscous, I do want to outline this really quick just because I'm thinking about it. So for my lower rated players who are playing support Viscous, or this hybrid where you're like mostly support Viscous, but you're building a lot of spirit damage too because you want to have impact and have fun. since this is by far the best way to be playing it. We're working on Echo Shard for Cube. Insane by the way. But generally speaking, if two teammates are Lash ulted, the ideal scenario is that you cube one, rescue beam the other. So you'll see here, Division is using both on one teammate, and that's because Lash is only getting one teammate. So the last few Lash ults we've seen, it's been a solo ult. So he sees one teammate go up, so he just cubes them so they don't take damage from the slam, and then he rescue beams them out of the stun and the poor positioning, like Lash chucking them deep into his team. So he's using both on one teammate. Generally speaking, I just want to throw this out there for my Viscous players. If multiple teammates are getting pulled, you want to rescue beam the lowest health one, ideally, but you have to cube one person first. So cube any one of your teammates, and then the lowest health one, rescue beam that target, because you want to get them out of dodge. Because the other two teammates are going to get checked. So the teammates that Lash does successfully throw towards his team are who he's going to focus. So you want to get the lowest health target out to safety and heal them a little bit. And then let Lash focus on the people he does successfully grab and throw, and have one of those teammates be completely cubed and immune of the damage that's coming their way. That is the best form of support. You do not want to double up your abilities on the same target. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
The dead demand justice.
Looking to play around his hyper carry, who happens to be very low health, but playing around his Venator here. And then now that we have pressure, we're pushing up. Look at him watch his Venator. So he's using abilities, but look at him watch that Venator. Cube, rescue beam instantly, trying to give him as much healing as possible and get him back into the fight. We are forced to leave this fight because even if we win, there's not a whole lot that we can get done. I mean, we would have to completely wipe them basically to start taking base, and mid boss is up in a minute, so we just can't lose anybody else. So we decide to back out. Steal farm on your way out when they're weak and resetting. So look, we're probably going to get some damage on these camps. Yep, just want to steal some farm. Would love to see him leave that tier 2 minion so that it doesn't respawn, but it's not the worst thing in the world. It's just something I would prefer. Maybe grab this Sinners. He is staying quite a long time, so usually if you get a camp that takes you a while, just get out. Like if he were to get this Sinners, it would be high risk. He would have to ask somebody to hover him, but we do have ult to get out, so you know, you just kind of weigh the risk there. You do have your own Sinners that you can get, your own tier 3s, etc. He's just trying to get that last little bit of farm so he can get that Echo Shard by, so he can have double cube. That's going to provide his team a lot of support. Looks like we're going to do a quick reset and grab double cube, and then we're going to boost so we can get to blue most likely. Yep. So he's looking at the minimap while he's on the way back to base. He notices that Drifter might be in trouble, so he decides to boost back so he can get the buy quicker and then head up. Looks like we decide to get Curse instead of the double cube. Not a bad buy at all, considering the fact that we're trying to shut down Wraith and Warden. So very, very well played. I think he's also paying attention to the fact that Lash doesn't have Unstop yet, so he would be able to just completely curse the Lash ult and save his cube and rescue beam for other scenarios. So well played from him. We do max the cube. This is going to get rid of cage. If Warden cages somebody, we can just cube them. Not out of the stun necessarily, but just it will cleanse the cage off of the person before the cage even hits. So these max the cube. That's going to get rid of debuffs that they're going to be putting on us, including Spirit Burn and things like that. And then now we've maxed Punch, which I find very interesting because usually I see them max ults in a Spirit and support build, but for some reason he wanted the lower cooldown on Punch. Maybe that's for the mobility, not really sure. Graves does go down, unfortunately. That does risk mid boss. Now the enemy team is opting for Urn here instead of mid boss, but they might be bringing Urn into mid boss because they have that 1-man advantage, but I think they're trying to even out the souls before they go for a mid boss. But this late in the game, if you get a kill, you can try and go for mid boss depending on who the kill is and what ults we have available. Nice kill on the rim. So we do get the counter kill, and now we have the mid boss pressure. We're going to keep going for kills here because we have so much pressure. We get the second one. It's almost certainly going to be a mid boss. Let's see. Maybe we can get more kills. I think we wanted the Apollo, but he ends up getting out. Wraith as well was hurting, but now we're going to go for mid boss. We realize there's no more kill potential. And we don't want to waste any more time on the death timers. We are going to have to deal with Lashel and Yamato ult for the mid boss contest because Yamato was able to depot the urn and the souls have evened out a little bit, but we're willing to take that risk because we have the man advantage. And Graves is going to be able to come in. Oh, Graves is probably... Okay, I thought Graves was going to ult this to shove the wave, but she's just coming in to help if she can. Looks like they may steal a crystal. Yeah, they do get one crystal because of Yamato ult. We do get the curse on the Wraith. We're completely taking her out of the fight. Their strongest hero is unable to help in this team fight because of that curse, the puddle punch, and the splatter damage. So the movement speeds and from both of these just slowing her down, and then the curse just making her completely useless for a minute, completely took her out of the fight. So very well played. Good support to recognize who the strongest player is and to find them and incapacitate them, essentially. Very well played from Division here.
Bingo ball.
Okay, we're gonna be getting farm while we wait for teammates to come back because numbers are like fairly even right now, and we lost all our rejuves and got their rejuve, etc. So we're just looking to farm, take advantage of our soul lead, keep farming. You know, looks like we're stealing a little bit of farm on their side of the map. Most of the really safe farm is taken, so as long as we can maintain this midline pressure, like start pushing our waves past this point and be able to steal some of this farm that's just past the equator on their side, then we may be able to widen this gap a little bit, and then our next team fight we're going to have even more of an advantage than we currently do. We have 3 actives, so this buy is incredibly important. This now gives us 25 CDR on 25% cooldown reduction on the 3 abilities that we have. My rule as a support is depending on which 2 you have, 2 or more, you're going to want to prioritize Transcendent cooldown next, because having these actives up more often is going to be literally game changing as a support. Now, sometimes I wait until I have a 3rd, depending on the 2. Like Rescue Beam and Disarming Hex, I probably wouldn't prioritize it, but as soon as I had Curse, for sure. If I have like Curse and Divine Barrier, for example, those 2 are really, really huge impact, in my opinion, and long cooldown. So getting Transcendent, if I have those 2, is really important. So 2 to 3 or more, depending on which 2 you have, really, really big to focus Transcendent cooldown. So I like that build order from Viscous here as a support. Okay, just hovering his Venator here, making sure that if he's getting pressured, we're here to help. So look at him, just look at this minimap and recognize that his Venator might be in trouble. He came over to potentially cube, and we get a Disarming Hex on the Wraith. She cleansed it. We insta-cube him and get some healing off, and now we're probably going to look to curse the Wraith if we can, trying to help our Drifter, but unfortunately we're not able to get line of sight for the curse. So we're playing near our Venator again. Maybe moving over towards Pocket. We'll see. He's just watching his teammates so diligently, both on the minimap and on his screen. He's making sure we don't give up this urn if at all possible, but unfortunately we're outnumbered, so I imagine we're gonna have to give it. I imagine they're backing up. We use cube and healing on Venator, I'm sure. We have a bug. I'm sorry, I'm gonna go back because we have cooldown bug. I don't see what's on cooldown, and I don't like that. Okay. Now we have the health bug, but it is what it is. So we use cube on Venator, keep him alive. We are able to kill Yamato there. We're using the punch. This is mostly to disrupt them, but it is also helping Graves get a little bit of some movement around. We use our curse. Our disarming hex is back up. We are trying to get our teammate out of there. Unfortunately, it's going to be very, very tough. We use ult to start stunning teammate, or start stunning enemies, sorry, and give the enemy team another body in this fight, something else to shoot at other than his teammates. We have disarming hex. We're going to throw that on Wraith. Yep. Using our mobility to maintain a verticality that's going to make us a hard target to hit. And now we're going to try and get this urn now that we're winning this fight. Nice kills all around from the team. We're going to try and depot this urn while our team is finishing up the last of these kills. Because we won the team fight, we're definitely going to be the person that needs to be running the urn so our teammates can play together. And then mid boss is up in just over a minute. We may see them going mid boss right as it spawns, but we will see because Wraith will... Oh, actually, no, Wraith will be alive. So they probably won't go for mid boss right as it spawns, but we'll see. If they're able to get more staggered deaths, like if they're able to get Lash and maybe Warden, and those deaths are staggered and we have numbers advantage, then we will go for mid boss right as it spawns. But as it stands right now, we probably won't be able to. They don't know Lash is right here, which is really sad. He is not visible on their minimap, only ours. So they don't know. So he gets out. Nice splatter direction to make sure it's hitting all 4 minions on that map. He's going to heal himself up a little bit. We did get Boundless. This is a very, very big power spike to both our cube healing, because that is spirit scaling. And then it's also going to help a lot with our damage on splatter and goo ball.
Headed to blue. Let's go blue.
So mid boss up any second. We're probably looking for a team fight so that we can get at least 1 kill. Oh, we try to puddle punch to stop that Apollo from getting away, but unfortunately he does riposte. We're looking to help our teammates. He throws a disarming hex on Wraith. She's probably going to dispel that. And we get a kill, looking to help our teammates, but we don't have cube or rescue beam. Cube up, instantly pops cube. He gets our Venator in a different position, heals him up. Now we're throwing ult because we have no support available right now. So we're going to throw ult, and the only support that we can give is stun. So very good timing to be using ult. We're also trying to get into a better position because we were pushed up very far. We want to play behind our team as the support. Look at him, watch that enemy, watch where he's going, make sure he's not killing our teammates. We have cube readily available. We're going to use it on Venator if we have to. Look at him hover that Venator, keeping his eye on him like a hawk. He needs to keep his M1 alive. We do lose 2 people so far. And our Shiv is so deep, we don't know if we're going to be able to help. He's watching his Venator because Venator could get 1 shot here this late in the game. So we're making sure that we'll cube him instantly. And we are going to use the cube and the rescue beam for healing. Basically full heals Venator. And in a 4v4, we're going to go for this because they have no ults to contest us. So we're just going to take advantage of our soul lead. So we're about to play a 4v4 mid-boss simply because they have no ultimates for the fight. Almost, now they have 1. But we're going to play this because we have 2 ults, a 3rd coming in soon. Very well positioned. So unfortunately we do lose crystals, but even while asleep he's letting momentum move him back and forth. So he positioned himself in ult to make sure he's able to stun even through the REM sleep. Absolutely beautifully played from Division here. So constantly bouncing between the 2 on the crystals. Unfortunately we do lose 2 crystals, but I believe we're going to get both of those rejuves out of them very, very quickly, and then maybe even some permanent kills. Let's see how this goes, but really well played. Now that we're not asleep, we can start moving that goo ball and stunning targets more effectively. We curse that Yamato. She does go down. He cursed her so she couldn't ult, and now we're going to disarm Warden. He goes down. We got rid of both their rejuves and got 2 permanent kills, and they're staggered too. So Wraith is going to come up, but we're still 6v4 with 1 rejuve. So we're getting these constantly staggered deaths, constantly having numbers advantage in these fights. And we've just raised our soul lead from 30k to 40k because of the mid-boss kill and then the kills after. So very, very well played here. Good awareness for them to take advantage of the fact that even if we don't have numbers advantage, we had ult advantage, so we can still go for mid-boss in a 4v4 because ult advantage is what gave us the win in that fight. We didn't even use Pocket Affliction, I don't think, which is crazy. Oh, unfortunately, we get caught in the lash ult, so he is trying to heal his teammates, but unfortunately, Venator does go down. I'm gonna go back so we can see cooldowns here. We had 7 seconds on Rescue Beam, and he's unable to... He cubes one target, but he's unable to help his other two. Graves takes the rejuve, so Venator does die for real. He does have Rescue Beam, so he's watching his team like a hawk, and disarms that Wraith, reducing as much damage as possible.
It's fun to roll.
We're going to use ult so that we can get out. We're also going to maybe stun some targets. He's going to Rescue Beam while in Goo Ball to get his teammate out. He has cube in 3 seconds. Playing behind his team. Supporting as best he can. Watching that Graves, because she's the first one that they would target. And our waves are so strong that the enemy team does have to back up. They almost lose a shrine here. We're going to deny the retaker in that, or we're going to fight it as a team. So we're going to pick it up, and then we'll probably hold it until pockets back up, and we may fight it as a team because we have such a big lead. But we definitely don't want to let the enemy team deposit it. So we're going to deny it for now. We may end up turning it into a team fight or forcing a team fight, because them giving us the retaker is going to be very, very scary for them. They want that retaker really, really bad. They're actually fighting the retaker in, so we use our mobility to get over here as quickly as possible. Curse on the Warden, making sure he can't pop that ult and can't use his gun, because that ult will give him a lot of life still, and it will give him a lot of resistances. We're trying to save our Graves here with Cube against that Wraith. We are able to punch the Wraith. We're trying to make it so that she's as slow as possible. He throws the splatter on the bounce pad, thinks she's going bounce pad. We should have disarming hex here. I'm surprised he didn't use it on her, but well played. We're now picking their own backup. I don't think we know Rem is here. I don't think we can see that. Somebody did ping him, I think.
Time to roll.
But now we're going to do their earn because we have numbers advantage, and so it's going to be essentially free for us to depot. Good stun on the Apollo, gonna use healing and pretty much top our Venator to 100. We're gonna be able to down their base here, so we'll get both shrines, start getting super minions, and we're gonna down the patron. Whether we can end here or not depends on the types of kills that we can get here, because the death timers are so long. Even after downing patron, I think Apollo will still be dead, maybe even Wraith for a little bit. But if we can get a kill in between then, while we have 6v2, 6v3, then we'll be able to end the game in a 6v3 because we were able to stagger the deaths. So we'll see how they close it out. Looks like enemy team didn't give us any opportunity for kills, so we're just going to have to back out. We're not going to be able to stay. Had they given us the opportunity for kills, we would have been able to end the game. Good awareness for them to realize, like, we can't win this. We have no kill potential. We can't get any staggered kills. Let's just leave. Let's just back out. Mid boss is going to be up soon. There's a lot of farm on the map. Let's get our next buy. A lot of us are sitting on a lot of souls. Like, if I were to pause the game and just bounce around, 8.5k, 9k, he just hit a buy, so only 2,700, 4k, 11k, and 2.6k, not bad. But I mean, we're sitting on a lot of buys, so the comm here is probably, yo, we have a lot of souls to spend. Graves is probably yelling, yo, I can almost buy 2 tier 4s. We need to back out of this. Let's buy. Let's, you know, re-engage in a minute and get another team fight when we have a significant amount of souls. Because, I mean, if we add this up, we have a 60k soul lead, but effectively we only have, what, 14k, 18k, 20k, 29k. Okay, so like 35, 38k plus of this 60k soul lead is sitting in our bags. It's not even spent yet. So we want to make sure we have an effective 60k soul lead by spending our money. So that was probably the comm. Let's get out, let's buy, let's get some more farm, buy again. And our next team fight, we will have an effective 60k plus lead, which will make it really, really easy to win the team fight and end the game. So they're playing very, very strong around that. Let's see how they close out this game. I'm surprised he's not selling Mystic Shot and getting another like 3200 item. But I'm also trying to think like what 3200 item would he get, because we're full of actives. So like you can't get Silence Wave for Yamato ult prevention. You only have Curse for that. Maybe Counterspell? Like maybe I would be selling this for Counterspell right now. so I could avoid the lash ult myself, and it helps me help my team, or REM sleep or whatever, and it helps me avoid the lash ult and then be able to cube and save my teammates from lash ult, like right here. Like, he cubes himself, but had he just counterspelled it, he could have cubed a teammate, rescue beamed another, you know? That would have been my pick, personally. Maybe he wasn't thinking about it, but maybe it's an oversight. I mean, we can't really have oversights in pro gameplay, right? I have to be really, really hard on this player because he's one of the best in North America. That's a mistake we can't be seeing, you know? Alright, so we may be baiting mid-boss here because it is 6v6, but they don't have Lash or Remel, so we may just send it. But I think we're baiting it. I think we want to just get audio queue and start a team fight. Because we don't need mid-boss. We just need to kill, like, at least 3 of them, and then we can just push their base and win. We don't need mid-boss to win here, but we do need kills. And mid-boss is a really good bait, because they'll be forced to contest it. They can't give us mid-boss, otherwise we can take their base pretty much without kills. We do lose Venator. We killed Warden, but we lose Venator. We'll see how we play this, but it is not looking good. Another thing we could have counterspelled, REM sleep right here. Let's see if we can save Pocket. We do get a Lash kill. Playing around our teammates that are hurt, so that's going to be mainly Pocket and Graves right now. We're trying to get over to our Pocket. We do get the cube off. Very well played. He's able to heal Pocket a little bit. There's the rescue beam for additional healing. Trying to keep Pocket in this fight. Ooh, gets that Spirit Burn proc on the race. She's not going to have any healing. She's so low. We're able to get 2 kills and the 3rd kill. I think she died to Spirit Burn proc, actually. And that's game. That's how we close it out. We're playing around our Pocket, making sure we're keeping him healthy so he can stay in the fight. We're getting those Spirit Burn procs on the splatter on Wraith. Very, very well played. Love to see him close it out that way. Okay, what a great game to watch from Division. Great build order, getting that, taking advantage of the early game gun buffs. The gun scaling early game is a lot stronger. So he's taking advantage of that Mystic Shot and Express Shot. Mystic Shot just gets better and better the more he builds Spirit too, so he can hold on to it for quite a long time. We can actually look at the damage breakdown here, and sorry, that's souls by source. Oh, we can see his trophy collector giving him a good amount of souls. Sorry. Here we go. Trophy Collector gives him 6,600. Really, really good use of Trophy Collector early. But what I meant to look at was damage dealt by type. You're going to see Mystic Shot did 4,200 damage. 7% of his damage from a 1,600 item. Very, very high impact here. Express Shot is the other 8%. So he's taking advantage of this combo on his right click with Express Shot and the Mystic Shot proc off that right click as well. Very, very big damage. Both of these did more than his goo ball and his gun. In fact, Express Shot did as much as his ult and his gun combined. Very, very high value out of the 4.8k spike that he chose. So it's not always about the 4.8k spike necessarily. It's also about which items you're using for that 4.8k spike. Obviously, this combination for gun on Viscous is very, very potent, and he knows that. So very well played, being as effective as possible with your souls, because as a support, you're not using as many souls as like your M1. So when you don't have as much souls, you have to be very selective. So making sure that his 4.8k spike is as high value as possible. Very, very strong performance from him. And then getting that value out of Cube and Rescue Beam all the time. Constantly watching his teammates like a hawk. Counter building the enemy team with Curse and Disarming Hex to shut down their strongest players. And then he's also getting Divine Barrier to, help his team with bigger shields, giving them a little bit more absorb, offensive pressure, etc. And then Spirit Burn for that anti-heal, and it gives him a lot more damage, but he can pretty much proc Spirit Burn off of one splatter because it does over that 500 damage threshold. So he can pretty much, unless they have a lot of Spirit Resist, off of one ability get 70% anti-heal. So another counter to them, because we've got Wraith with Leech and we got Warden. Actually, he's not building a ton of life still, is he? Well, normally they are, but anyways, still the anti-heal is just going to apply a lot of pressure to any healing that they have. I mean, I guess Last Stand is a lot of lifesteal, so that's a good way of countering him as well. And then Yamato has a lot of healing with Crimson Slash, etc. So just all around. Oh, and Rem in general. I'm sorry, I missed the most obvious one. Their support, countering the other support with Spirit Burn. So overall, very well played. He's got, 3, 4 actives, and at 3 actives, he got Transcendent cooldown. He's making sure he can use them as much as possible. And, just a very strong build order from him. Good positioning, constantly trying to position himself behind his team so he gets maximum value out of that cube and rescue beam to get his teammates out of fights, out of bad positions, out of lash ults. Constantly making sure that he can maintain his support, constantly continue throwing out these cubes and rescue beams because they're going to come off cooldown quicker, and he's not getting killed early in the fight, so he can continue allowing his team to maintain that offensive pressure because he's the one that is supporting them and supplying that defense and healing, that anything that the enemy team throws at them, he can either negate or undo with either healing or cube preventing the damage, etc. So really, really strong from Division playing Viscous. Hopefully you guys like that, and my play-by-play or what I think he should be doing or why he's doing it is helpful. So hope you enjoyed that. But very, very great game to watch from Division playing Viscous. I really enjoyed it. All right. Now we're gonna do Deathy playing Victor, because we haven't done a Victor game yet. But before we get into this game, I am going to take a super small break. I'm gonna run to the restroom because, like I told you guys, I got this massive drink and I just absolutely chugged it because it's delicious. So let me run to the restroom like I'm gonna be doing every hour for pretty much the whole stream probably. But we're gonna watch this Deathy clip, and we'll do a pro VOD review of him playing Victor because he's now the #2 Victor in North America. He's been playing really well. Now this game in particular is going to be interesting because he doesn't have like a crazy KD or anything. His damage is like decent considering that it's only a 28-minute game. He did 34k. He outdamaged everybody on their team. He was 3rd damage on his team, or 4th, I guess. So not crazy on his team necessarily, but this is the new meta with Victor right here. So we watched it in a Pluto VOD review I did not too long ago. Pluto had me watch one of his games, and we were watching Rusty take advantage of the new meta with Victor, which is just constantly shoving objectives and pushing into their base and getting a shrine super early. So we're going to see if Deathy takes advantage of that or how he's playing this when I get back. So give me just a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. And I think I just missed a subscription. I don't know if they're actually in the live stream right now, but mcasa123 alt. You subscribed to the YouTube channel like an hour ago. I'm sorry I missed that. If you were in the stream or are in the stream, I appreciate it. If not, then hey, fantastic. We got another subscription to the YouTube channel. So anyway, I will be right back. Thank you guys for your patience, and see you in a minute for this Pro VOD review. All right, you guys. Thank you for waiting. We are back. Let's take a look at this. I'm just gonna jump right in. This is Deathy Victor review, Pro VOD review. We're gonna see if he's taking advantage of the new Victor meta to be shoving objectives all the time, shoving into their base fairly early. And we're seeing this new gun Victor build that is playing really, really well, actually. So let's jump into it. Hopefully you guys appreciate an Eternus Coach's perspective on pro gameplay. Let's hit it, Deathy. Let's see what you got. Number 2 NA.
You could only run from your past for so long. It's time to accept your destiny, Pocket.
So we're playing Victor weak sides. We're on right lane. Laning into Wraith Abrams. Look at him positioning around cover. Love this positioning in lane. Now he's going to get aggressive with that pain battery. Love to see it. They're going to kill heal minion next to make sure they're healing their wave. He's going to try and play around cover as much as possible. Look at him making it as hard as possible for them to get any damage on him. Huge positive trade on the Abrams. Him and Viscus are able to get a lot of damage on this Abrams. Very good trade. Deadlock is just a game of trades, and in lane, a lot of the times it is damage on minion waves and heroes. And so right now, playing around cover, denying them a lot of damage, and getting a lot of that poke on Abrams, using that healing minion to keep ourselves and our wave healthy so we can maintain that offensive pressure. Love to see that. He is trying to get as many autos as possible off so he can charge that pain battery. Oh wait, no. Pain battery's only taking damage? Never mind. He's just trying to poke. I thought it was when you dealt damage. Is that old Victor? Or am I just actually completely crazy? I might be crazy. I'm only Eternus. Give me a break. We've shoved our waves so hard that we are actually in position to steal their minicamp on weak side, which is a really big deal. We want to make sure we're stealing farm whenever we can, and when it comes to lane minis on weak side, stealing those is a really big deal. So very, very good. Getting that poke, trying to maintain those positive trades on the enemy heroes. He's got pain battery, he's looking to use it. There we go. He's also got Aura of Suffering, trying to poke out that enemy team. Viscus giving him that healing. It's going to be very annoying for the enemy team to play against this. We have enough for opening rounds. This is actually a pretty big power spike because of the weapon damage increase and the spirit power. So, pretty big power spike here. Now, I did a VOD review of a lower rank Victor. I think he was an Archon, and he was playing this build or something very similar to it. I actually don't know what build he was using. I think we talked about it, and now I can't remember. But it is a very difficult build to be consistent with at lower levels. So Victor is actually in a spot where Gun Victor is stronger than Spirit Victor, it seems. And Gun Victor is just much harder to be consistent with, and so he's not an easy hero to play right now, in my opinion. When he's Spirit Victor, he's like super easy to play. But for lower elo players or mid elo players, Victor's going to be tough to be consistent with for sure. No, it's always been taking damage 40% of your health, I believe. Thanks, Glowstone. I must be crazy. For some reason, I thought it was charging, but I think I was just actually combining Pain Battery with Wraith's cards in my brain.
Let's go blue. Looks ready.
I've been playing this other game off stream so much that I feel like my Deadlock brain has been going down a little bit here. Need to pay more attention. I'd like to see him using Pain Battery a little bit earlier there. Not sure why we held on to it so long. I'm like trying to make sure it wasn't... Oh, it wasn't available yet. I either missed that or we had the bug, but that makes sense. I was like, it looked available on my screen, didn't it? Did we have the bug before? I swear it looked available. That's why I was like, what is happening? Why isn't Deathy popping that? But that's why he went into the Guardian and parried. He was looking to take a little bit more damage for Pain Battery, but not enough to get beams by the tower and then pop it. And I don't think it was up until he used it. Oh, it definitely wasn't. We just checked when I went back. But when I originally said that, I think we had the bug where it was showing available. But maybe it wasn't, and I just thought it was available. Anyway. It makes sense. Need to go for the... So, minimap and clock. We just killed the wave, and he knows that bridge buffs are up after that wave. We're looking at the other jump pad, making sure if an enemy is coming up that we're going to knock him down, just like they did to poor Apollo. Apollo got knocked down. And a gun buff. That's actually really big for us early game. Okay, we're on our way back to lane. We'll do a minimap and clock check, see what's going on, and we're also going to check the enemy's buys. So Wraith also has opening rounds, and then both of them have extra regen. And Abram's trying to get some sort of lane pressure by getting monster rounds, and it looks like we are going to lose our ult there, unfortunately. We got kinetic dash, so we've got a little bit more mobility, we've got more fire rate and ammo capacity when we do our dash jump. Really pairs well with that gun buff we just got, so look at that attack speed. Really nice. Surprised he didn't chuck a pain battery at the Abrams so we can start recharging a second one, unless we got the bug again, but I'm pretty sure that's available. There it goes. Pops that. Oh, big cube from Viscous. And the ult is able to get the kill. Very well played from his Viscous here, so nice cube to save him from a lot of damage there, and then the ult to finish the Abrams and take advantage of the resistances so he can get the kill and get out. So very, very well played. They also took advantage of the fact that they have ults way before the enemy laners, and so they're pressing their advantage while they have that ult advantage. It's one of the biggest advantages you get in lane, so definitely taking advantage of that. We're probably going to get our gun 4.8k spike. There it is. And then, oh, he even got monster runs, so we went above and beyond on that. Maybe going for a cultist sacrifice angle so he can get more weapon damage, more health, and easier farming capacity. It's actually interesting that he gets monster rounds. It's like fairly late for monster rounds, but interesting build order. Although, like I've said in past VOD reviews, I don't really care about build order because there's more than one way to skin a cat, and you could literally hit Eternus off of off-meta builds alone. It usually just comes down to personal preference. He is able to steal some farm from the enemy team. Gets a lot of value off of stealing farm. Twice the value as your camps. Love that. Just doing a little bit of jungling in between laning. He's probably going to be solo laning from here on out. Viscous is in the other lane, so Victor's usually a side laner. He wants that solo farm, so is Wraith. So him and Wraith are just going to be going at it for a while. So in between waves, he's probably going to be doing farm. Like he's going to go for this tier 2 up here probably. Yep, here he goes. And then maybe even doing like some box route in between the camps and whatnot. He's mainly just going to grab like really convenient boxes near camps because most of the time as an M1, you're just clearing camps. I'd like to see him get like a battle vest. Yeah, so I'd like to see him get battle vest because he's playing against Wraith, so he wants to get that little bit of bullet resistance, and it's also going to increase his gun damage, so really, really strong when you're a side laner, because you're almost always playing against another side laner that does weapon damage and has bullet resist. He's going to steal the enemy Sinners. He checked the clock in the minimap, and he knew 8-minute Sinners was coming, and he steals the enemy Sinners first, because if she were to fight, he would win that. He has the soul lead, so he's able to play aggressively here and steal her Sinners. After clearing the wave, he's probably going to get his Sinners. Let's take a look at the minimap and the clock while we're getting our Sinners. Our team seems to be outnumbering the enemy team in this team fight. Very, very nice. Okay, we just got Sinners. Let's take a look at what Wraith's buying, because we're buying, and then let's also take a look at the minimap and clock. Return Fire is another really, really strong buy against Wraith. I meant to mention that when I was talking about Battle Vest, but I didn't. I think Gun Victor goes monster rounds early, but he probably delayed it because they were getting shoved without it. I agree. I think that's the only reason he got it late. And yes, normally you would get monster rounds much earlier because it gives you more lane pressure, but because we're winning lane so much, he just went for damage, which is a very good play. So Glow has a really good take there. I completely agree with it. We're probably looking to get just another 800 souls so we can get a tier 2 green item. We're probably going to hit our vitality investment spike next because we're so far ahead. Even with 4.8k vitality, we're almost exact same throughput as Wraith in terms of offensive power. We're that far ahead. We want to make sure that we're as hard as possible to kill, so Wraith doesn't get the comeback souls from getting a solo kill on us. We are worth a lot of souls if they were to kill us. So definitely want to be building a little bit more green here. He could go like healing booster. That would be really helpful. That's a tier 2 green that could hit this spike. We killed a wave, minimap and clock, bridge buffs. 10-minute bridge buff. We want to make sure we're there for 5, 10, and 15 minute. Deathy knows that. He's going to pressure this Yamato back. Probably a little unnecessary. Chased her a little too long, so now he's late to the bridge buff. Looks like he'll get it anyway, but be careful. Is this the wall breaker build? Wall breaker Victor with ult max first? It looks that way. He is building for objective damage for sure. He's definitely looking to just constantly shove objectives this game. But I actually don't know. Deathy's, you know, he's probably doing his own thing, to be honest. I don't know that he's copying any one person like 1-to-1, but it's probably going to be a combination of that and whatever he's doing or whatever he prefers to build. But he's ult maxing first for sure, yeah. I would have liked to see him buy his vitality spike before pushing this. I don't think we get punished for it, even with the Mirage ulting over. He's trying to deny the enemy vision here. Now we're going to back up and buy. With the vitality spike, that push would have been a little bit easier. I mean, it's not going to make a huge difference in a 1v2 necessarily, but I would like to see him get the vitality spike. I think he's saving for a specific 3.2k. Yeah, I think he just pre-bought it now with Warpstone. Did he have that? When did he have that queued? Like just now. Okay. Yeah, I figured he's saving for a 3.2k because we haven't been buying. And then he just put up Warpstone here. Yep. So that's why he hasn't been buying the vitality spike earlier. It's because he's saving for a very specific item that was a little bit more expensive. Now we hit the vitality spike. We have more mobility, which is a good amount of survivability against anybody. Warpstone is also very, very strong against Wraith because of the resist it gives you. The bullet resist. Interesting. He like purposefully wanted to proc ult on that stomp, I guess, and stun the walker. Interesting choice. Using that kinetic dash for more ammo capacity so he can keep killing this walker. And look at him shred that objective. Beautifully done. So he's purposely using kinetic dash and then sliding for the infinite ammo, just trying to get as much out of one clip as possible. Really well played from him. He's continuing to push here because he's so far ahead. Now he's taking a lot of damage here. Would like to see him heal. Unless we have a bug and it's not available. Pretty sure that's available. There we go. We're probably going to start building like a little bit into spirit for our 4.8k spike, like BRS or something, so we get more bullet resist shred. And that's just so easy to proc on Victor with the pain bat or the Aura of Suffering and pain battery, I suppose. QSR is also very, very good to use, usually used on pain battery, so you can just chuck it at somebody when you're low on ammo, completely refill your clip, and heal at the same time. So QSR is a really strong build. I would have liked to see a BRS, bullet resist shredder. It's very strong on Victor early game. Actually, all game, really, but just very strong on this build. I wonder why he didn't buy it. Maybe he wants something else instead. Anyway, I don't want to touch too much on the build. He is fighting this retake urn. We do not want to give the enemy team their retake urn. We want to deny it as much as possible because that is going to be the quickest way for them to get back into this game. He tries to use a parry around that urn, but unfortunately the enemy team does deposit it, which is unfortunate. It's not the end of the world, but denying that urn is definitely the most important objective on the game. So being here for the fight was definitely the right play, even though it looks like we lose this fight. And we're probably going to die. I don't see how he could live here. Oh, he barely misses the heavy melee. Now, he does still get up, but unfortunately, he missed the heavy melee. I do like this routing, though. Okay, I'm going to go back and kind of break this down. His pathing here. So, he uses a side dash to maintain his verticality so he can get up, and he doesn't miss it. He goes around here so that they don't know whether he's dropping down here or going to this roof, but he actually pads up and back around. So he's basically just making it as hard for them to anticipate where he's going. Then he drops down here. It looks like he's going to drop, comes back up, completely jukes the enemy team. That was bad. That was really bad. Deathy would agree. That jump pad was not the play. But the padding there is really, really smart. The way he's going around these buildings, making it as difficult as possible for the enemy team to anticipate where he's going and track his movement so he can avoid as much damage as possible. So very strong movement. Really liked that. Looks like we're saving AP to max out our Aura of Suffering so we can have enemies take more damage from us. And we'll see what he ends up buying. I'm curious to see what this... I think he's saving up for a 3.2k spirit for that 4.8k spike, but I don't know what he's saving for yet because we haven't seen a pre-buy. Could be cooldown, although I doubt it because he would have bought the 2-2 by now. Could be... I'm trying to think. There's a lot of spirit items that it could be that he would have just bought the 800 item for. You know, like, it could be Tank Buster or something, but he would have already bought Mystic Burst. It could be Greater Expansion, but we would have seen Mystic Expansion by now. You know, things like that. Oh, we're saving up for Berserker, so we care more about the gun damage than the Spirit Spike. Okay, I like it. We should be able to max Aura of Mastery. Maybe that's just... we're not paying attention. Sorry, I should probably cover this last death really quick, because I've been focusing so much on the build order. Dang, how far back did I go? Okay. Where do you know we died here? This death. I want to review this death again. I'm sorry. We come in, we help our Bebop, we kill the Yamato. Use R1 for the QSR, keep fighting. Okay, we just took too much damage and we didn't have ult, and so the Aura of Suffering plus the Yamato ult, and then Abrams coming in and finish us off, so we just died. Okay, so they traded. That's all that happened, and our ult wasn't quite off cooldown yet. Okay, let's fast forward through this death again. Let's take a look at the minimap. The enemy team's trying to go for the urn, because it's the most important objective at 15 minutes and 10 minutes.
Headed to Greenwich.
We're doing a very good job at maintaining a lead through this mid game, and we've also been able to shove objectives like really well. We got both sidewalkers and their midwalker to less than half already. Now, right now, the meta, as we talked about with Pluto in our stream 2 days ago, I think, is the meta is for players such as Victor who have such high survivability or I want to call it like uptime on life because of the ult that's like specific to this. You're able to push past the Guardians, the base Guardians, and start killing a shrine for super minions. And I wonder if he's going to do that. Yep. This is the meta right now, especially for Victor players, since the first shrine is significantly easier to kill than the second one. And they're fighting it so hard, so they are able to use 3 people to shut it down, but look how much space it gives for blue. So we went over this in a Pluto VOD like a couple days ago, and sometimes I think Victors are so focused on the meta that they actually are kind of trolling by going for Shrine. But in Pluto's VOD review the first time, I said Victor was trolling by pushing, but I didn't realize how much space he had created, and his team got the Urn Depot. So that's one way that it's very, very good. So Victor pulls half their team onto the Shrine to defend, and he still almost gets it, but he pulls half their team away so that we get an Urn Depot. Now, right now, enemy team has the Urn, so that's not the case. In this game, in Pluto's game, that was the case. In this game, it's created so much space that we're now going to get our third and final walker and open up the entire map up to base Guardians. So this is going to give us a lot of prio for mid-boss fights. It's going to make it almost impossible for them to depot this urn, so they're going to have to drop it and either continue denying it or run the risk of us picking it up and depositing it because it is a neutral urn. But look how much space Deathy has just provided for his team. So this is map presence. So this death is actually completely warranted. Very, very smart play. almost got super minions out of it, but we definitely get a walker out of it. So just wanted to break that down for you a little bit in that pause lock. Let's fast forward and see what we do here with this death. So enemy team is re-picking up the urn. They're trying to deny it, making sure we don't pick it up. We're trying to steal as much farm on their side of the map on our way out of the blue walker, and then now we're on our side of the map where it's safer. Yamato's actually like mega pushed up on our Viscus, so we're probably headed over there to help out. We're shoving blue wave first because we want to make sure our waves are clean. We want to make sure we constantly have prio, especially blue prio right now, because mid boss is now turning into a threat this late into the game. You know, 17-18 minutes. We want blue prio so that anytime we go for mid boss, they have very little zip to work with to come contest us, and that we have a lot of zip so that our teammates, if they're dead or coming back or just reset or just push their side lane, that they can come help us with mid boss as fast as possible. Oh, unfortunately we do miss the pain battery, so we don't get the heal, but we do get the QSR reload. We're pushed up. I'd like to see him leave here. I feel like this is unnecessary. I think he's banking on the fact that he has ult soon, so he's going to try and finish this shrine. And that does appear to be the case. He's just going to finish the shrine. He's going to get cursed like instantly. So he's going to die here. We already lost ult. There's almost no way he gets out of this. If he does, it's absolutely criminal. We'll see if he can make it happen, but I just don't see how that's going to work. Look at him juking them with movement, and there he goes down. Okay. So we do die. We get the shrine, so we get super minions. We're able to kill Mirage, but let's see. Are we able to get Yamato too? Looks like we do. So we get Yamato and Mirage. I don't think we're going to be able to get mid-boss. We do have lane prio, so our lanes are really, really healthy, but we should be able to get Urn. Yeah. There's the BRS we were looking for, and the suppressor trying to play against that Mirage and Wraith. And enemies get 15% souls. Sorry, and enemies get 15% less souls from 2 lanes. So crazy. Yeah, there's a reason it's current meta. However, I would warn my lower rated players from doing this. Your teams are most likely not coordinated enough to make this work. The reason this is meta in Eternus is because his entire team is communicating clearly. Hey, Deathy's probably telling them. We could probably go back to his stream and watch this game, and I guarantee you this is what's happening, is he's telling his team, hey, I'm going to push this shrine, and the whole team's like, okay, well, if he's in shrine, let's get the mid-boss, or let's get the mid-walker, or let's get the urn, right? Like, they're working so well together, and lower ranks have such a hard time coordinating this or committing to these types of plays that 4 or 5 seconds that they take debating over it is literally the difference between a play being good and a play turning sour. So I would warn you, be very careful about making these sort of plays outside of Eternus, but you are seeing how Eternus players play. If you can properly IGL your team and you actually get them to gel together, or you get a team that just has really good synergy. Every once in a while, we've all had matchmaking where a team just works really well together. If you have one of those, you can go for these types of plays, but be very, very careful, because Deathy, the only reason this isn't inting is because his team is taking advantage of the space he's creating. If they're not taking advantage of the space he's creating, it's actually just feeding. Right? Like there's a very thin line here as to why this is meta in very, very high elo. So we are going to get Urn off this because we just created space. We just got super minions. And the last time we did it, we got the last walker that is allowing us to have all this map pressure, but just be very, very wary of that. So I wanted to give you a little bit of pause lock and break that down. So yes, it is an absolutely crazy play. There's a reason why it's turning into meta and is very, very popular right now, especially on, it's really only good on like Victor, I feel like. Very few other heroes get a lot of value because you don't get 2 tries at it. You know, Victor, when he has ult up, he can go in there and get 2 lives. Makes it much easier for him. But yeah, be careful. Instantly backs up to start protecting his walker, has to make sure we maintain this lane pressure across the map. We need lane prio. We don't ever want to let waves crash into our walkers, and he understands that's more important than any other camp. So as soon as he can, he gets over there. I'm actually really surprised he got monster rounds this late, but then didn't get cultist sacrifice. So I'm like, I don't know if that's a misplay, but it feels like it. We got monster rounds late and didn't turn it into cultist sacrifice. I feel like that is a big misplay here. I think if Deathy was reviewing this, he would say that's either a mistake or he really just feels like he needed that to help him kill the objectives. Like maybe he just wanted this simply for walker pressure and camps.
Yellow needs help.
Like because he gets so much bullet resist from NPCs, which I believe that works towards objectives. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the reason he's getting it. But I'm surprised to see him not upgrade it into cultist because it would help him farm tier 3s so much more. Like, I don't know. That's just my take on it. If I'm coaching Deathy here, I would say I would commit just a little bit more souls and turn that into cultist sacrifice. I don't see any downside from doing that. I love Deathy using his movement and his spatial awareness of the map to constantly make it as difficult as possible for the enemy team to catch him or do damage to him. He just got away from that, what was a 2v1 at the time, without taking like any damage because of that. And now he's able to come in and fight the retake urn. Make sure we're denying the retake urn. The enemy's comeback urn, I should say. Nice, he's able to help his team get that Yamato. I think we... Oh no, we didn't deliver the urn. Apollo's still gatekeeping it. And it looks like we're now going to be able to deposit it. So Deathy is going to go for the urn depot here. Unfortunately, Mirage is now gatekeeping us from taking his urn. Apollo's going to try and depot the urn, and so Victor's just pushing him off. Apollo's chasing it. I think it's on timeout right now, so he's just chasing it, and then he's going to try and turn it in. Ideally, we should be going for a mid-boss here, so maybe that's the call after urn. We'll see how they play this, but I would like to depot this urn and go for mid-boss. Because we're in a 6v4. They do have a lash ult.
The right item will tip the scales.
I guess we don't feel comfortable with the mid-boss play yet. Maybe we do. I feel like we should. Like, I don't know why we're not going mid-boss. I mean, we just lost pocket, so now it's not great, but I'm not sure why we didn't before. Okay, we trade, get Yamato. Not bad.
Will sit on a throne of your broken bodies.
Let's go to Broadway.
I think it was a missed opportunity to not go for mid-boss there. I think given our soul lead, we would have had the advantage even if they did contest with like Lash ult, for example. Losing Pocket is the only reason it turned into a bad fight later. But before Pocket died, had we just grouped on mid-boss, I think that would have been the play. So I think we missed an opportunity here, and that's okay. I mean, not every game goes perfectly, and not every call is perfect. But that's the one difference I would have had them make. Look at this attack speed with Spellslinger, it's insane. Such a good item. Such a unique item. I love it. Now that Lash ult is down, we're going mid-boss. I like the call. We are still going to have to deal with bunnies. And Sinclair will most likely get an affliction on us. We'll see how he plays it, but we don't have Mina here, so this is a 5v5 but with no Lash ult. And Yamato ult, they get 2. They get all 3. Oh, so unfortunate. Now we have such a big soul lead, they're probably all just gonna die here. There goes all 3 rejuves. We lost Pocket. And we are 1 HP. Our ult is already down. Ooh, we do go down. We may be able to trade Yamato. Wraith is dying to Bebop. Maybe. Nice. Okay, she goes down. Mina does get traded. We're now in a 3v3, and we are much lower health than they are. We've got a lot of fire on Abrams. Apollo trying to get that kill, but he's got Mirage on him as well. Let's kind of fast forward through this. Let's see what happens. So Mirage is able to get out. Looks like he ults over to our Bebop, trying to deny the urn. Since it is a retake urn, they want this really bad. They're looking to pressure that retake urn. Apollo fighting tooth and nail to not give them that retake earn. Viscous helping him out, and they're actually able to kill Abrams. Ooh, Pocket barely gets out there. Very, very scary.
Let's go yellow.
We have ult, so we're playing aggressive, trying to maintain as much offensive pressure as possible so we can make space for this earn. I would like to see this wave pushed up as well, but not the end of the world. We're going to be able to get earn, and we get that 5th kill, so we are going to be able to down base. They only have 1 shrine left, so we're just going to focus that and down the base while everybody's dead. Lash may ult to try and delay for his team to come up, so here comes the ult. No? Okay, so Lash is playing to defend the Patron. I think his team calmed that we want to just wait for Patron to go down. Everybody will be alive after the Patron goes down because of the timer reset. Nope, he is going to delay. A little later than I anticipated. Because now he dies. I thought the comm was going to be wait for Patron to go down and then we'll try and ult as they're trying to get out, like before they're able to leave, and we can try and wipe them as a team since we'll pretty much all be alive at that point. But because we're getting staggered deaths, we may be able to actually end here, and it looks like we will. This is cheating a little bit, but because we got these 2 kills and now we get a 3rd, we're now in a 6v3, and we're going to be able to end the game. GG. They are playing in the pit, so we are going to have a resistant Patron here, but not much they can do. GG.
Beautiful.
So really well played. We're seeing Victor played in the meta as an objective farmer. He's basically just solo laning for solo farm, building to be able to take as little damage as possible from objectives and be able to do as much damage as possible to objectives so he can get an early walker, make sure he's unlocking a slot early for his team, and then after he's gotten that walker and gotten that pressure in that lane, he's able to move in and create space for his team by pressuring shrines to get super minions. He's reducing the souls that the enemy team can get, making the gap wider in their soul lead, and then it also creates space for his team to be getting some other major objective on the map. So sometimes that's going to be earned, sometimes it's going to be a walker, but pulling the enemy team back into their base because they have to defend the shrine, and taking advantage of his ult availability to maintain uptime on that map pressure. So it takes them twice as long to clear him off that shrine than any other hero in the game because of that ult bringing him back to full life. So he's ult maxing so that he can maintain that pressure for as long as possible, guaranteeing his team the walker kill or the earned deposit. So really, really good. Really well played by Deathy. Love the build order as well. Very interesting. I think his BRS came out a little late. I also am a little surprised he's not full committing to a cultist sacrifice there. I think we could have gotten a lot of souls out of it, a lot more weapon damage and health, etc. So something I probably would have improved upon. And then I feel like BRS came out a little late as well. That bullet resist shred is going to help a lot with those walkers and just with killing enemy players. So very interesting build order, but overall very, very strong gameplay from Deathy, playing the Victor meta like almost perfectly and still doing a significant amount of damage for his team, just not super high kill participation. You know, he is playing the game like a MOBA. He's playing a true objective-based gameplay. He's not, you know, getting a ton of kills. He's not getting a ton of assists. And he's really just making sure he's creating as much space on the map and as much pressure on the enemy team to allow his team to get map pressure and be able to clear really big objectives. And overall, we end the game with a 50k soul lead because of that, just constantly widening that soul gap. So 28-minute victory, really, really strong. Love to see that from him. Very well played. Awesome. Hope you guys enjoyed the Eternus Coach play-by-play here, and hopefully I was able to say something that helped you and something that you can apply into your games. And who did we say was our last one today? We were going to do, let me see, Grey Talon. Incon playing Grey Talon, huh? Rafa, what's up, buddy? Relax. You're fine. You're fine, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, buddy. Okay. Lay down, buddy. My dog is going crazy. Alright, we're gonna end the day with Grey Talon. This will be sick. This is Incon playing Grey Talon. I think he's top 20 NA right now on Grey Talon. And obviously a very strong performance from him. We get a 14 kill streak with 20 kills, most player damage, most souls, and a decent amount of objective damage too. So we're going to see how he plays this. And this is Eternus 4 gameplay. But make no mistake, this is very high level. And it's going to be very fun to see how he plays this. I'm excited. Let's hop into it. Oh, actually, hold up. Sorry, before I hop into it, I need to step away from the computer. I'm sorry, I'm going to be doing this all day. Like, we're just going to be taking, like, these 2-3 minute breaks while I'm taking care of these dogs, and they're going crazy, driving me crazy. So let's do this. We're going to hop into the replay, and then I'll pause it. I'm going to run away really quick, and I'll be right back. So give me just a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Thanks so much, guys. I appreciate your patience today. Stay. You're fine. I said stay. Go on. Go lay down. Go lay down. Lay down. Good boy. Stay. 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 Good boy. Good boy to stay. Good job, buddy. Yeah, good boy to stay. All right, you guys. Thanks so much for waiting. I appreciate it. Let me open this drink really fast. I finally got my fridge situation figured out. I think I was talking to Heather about it last week, but like I turned my mini fridge settings got all screwed up, so it was just like freezing every drink I had in there. And then I had to turn it down, but then turning it down wasn't enough to unfreeze everything, so I had to like unplug my fridge and open the door so I could let the cold air out while it got to the lower temperature. I finally got it figured out. We finally have the fridge turned on and the setting figured out so that it's keeping stuff cold without freezing every single liquid in there into a block of ice. It's very convenient. Okay. I'm getting so many things figured out, you know? It was YouTube chat. Then it was my fridge. Then it was my UI or my HUD on the stream. Then it was, you know, being a good coach. All right, let's head into this. Incom playing Grey Talon. Pro VOD review. Going for that early poke. Love it. Constantly trying to take those positive trades. Now, we most likely won't have a ton of lane pressure here. Sinclair and Mina have a much stronger early game than Grey Talon and Warden. So I imagine we're going to be on the back foot here. Yep. Sinclair with that aggressive assistant, maintaining that pressure on us. Good positioning, trying to avoid the love bites, avoid the assistant. We do somehow steal an orb, so we're actually ahead in souls despite the lane pressure being definitely on their end, but We'll see. Generally in this position, you want to be killing the heal minion earlier so that you can try to keep lane pressure by keeping your minions healed, you know? But we're not doing that. That's a misplay if you ask me. We should be getting healing minion first when we're losing lane to try and maintain any pressure we possibly can. And when you're constantly under pressure, you're usually low like this. So killing heal minion first isn't a bad thing because you will get full value. Patient with the arrow, trying to take positive trades and even it out a little bit. Killing that heal minion for his teammate who's low and trying to get out. Well played. So you'll notice even in these high elo games like Eternus 4 through 6, which is, you know, the best that we have available. Maybe not the best players we'll ever see. Like I said, the player base is too small that we're going to be seeing much better players when this game, you know, goes 10x or 100x its current player base. And we see like millions of people playing or tens of millions like Valorant or whatever instead of, you know, 100,000 or whatever. But for right now, you're going to see these players make mistakes, even though they're very high rated. Like not killing the healing minion first when you're playing from behind or, you know, things like that. So that's what we're here to review. We can learn from their mistakes and we can learn from the things that they're doing significantly better than us as well.
Headed to blue.
And it makes us feel better when we see pros making mistakes because it's like, hey, it's not just me, you know? Let that love bites fall off down over here. You can see on the HUD. She builds it up, but if you wait long enough, it'll just drain back down. So if you get hit by Mina a few times or Haze, you want to let those stacks fall off. You don't want to just let it build up and have them proc that big damage on you. With Haze, it's just like letting the fixation stacks drop. Nice job activating that curse. Trying to get as much poke on that Mina as possible. Fortunately, we do take a lot of damage in return from Sinclair. Do a quick box route in between minion waves. While we're box routing or after a wave, we check the minimap at the clock. Take a look, see what's happening next. Got a minute until bridge buffs, so 2 more waves. Gonna catch our wave. Good use of the arrow penetration to get through as many minions as possible, clear that wave quicker. He's letting that extra regen tick. That's part of the reason he's doing a box route in between waves. He's trying to get a little bit of healing back up and not give them a kill in lane. Make sure they don't get ults, you know, significantly earlier because we don't want that Mina ult to just shred us. Ooh, direct impact from the double bolt almost gets us killed. We are going to be forced to reset here, unfortunately. And we're going to miss bridge buff pressure, it looks like. Now, Warden may go down because he's in a 2v1. And he's pushed up pretty aggressively, actually. He's trying to kill that Sinclair, but unfortunately, it looks like he was unable to. Sinclair now forced to reset as well.
Ivy's missing.
Mina's going to have pressure on bridge buff. We want to make sure we're communicating that to our team. Hey, we will not be able to get the bridge buff on our side of the map. Maybe mid can try and grab ours as a priority if we think that right lane will be able to get theirs. That sort of a thing. Because we are not going to be there. Looks like Ivy and Mina are there and they get the bridge buff, so that is unfortunate. Our right lane is able to get bridge buff on that side. It looks like Haze is going to get that movement buff, so each team has 1 bridge buff, and it looks like I don't think mid lane had pressure on their lane enough to get a bridge buff either, so that's why even had we communicated it, it looks like we simply just were in a bad position for bridge buffs, and so the enemy team was able to get the one on our side of the map. But just killed a wave. We'll look at minimap on the clock. We're buying. Let's take a look at the enemy's buys. We want to make sure we know what we're up against. So a little bit of spirit damage, a little bit of survivability and mobility, and good amount of spirit power and damage from his gun with that Spectral Assistant. So he uses that cage for, or sorry, the snare for the curse, and then he uses his charge shot on the snare to proc it, because that is the way to detonate it early without having to wait for it to like arm itself, then stay in it, run into it, and curse. So he instantly activates the curse with that and makes sure she can't use her bats, and then that cage collapses on her and they're able to secure more damage than having just hit the charge shot on her. Ooh, okay, so Sinclair is very, very low. Already used both of his teleports, so we do get the free trade with our ult. Start building the spirit power stacks on that. We're able to trade Warden. It's unfortunate that Warden does go down. He took a lot of damage from the tower, but we are able to get the trade kill there. Good positioning. He knows he can't possibly outclear Mina on the wave, so he's just waiting for the wave. He doesn't want to take too much damage unnecessarily by fighting her. So he knows his strengths and his weaknesses here against that Mina. Plays back, clears the wave under his Guardian. He's also waiting for his lane partner to get back for the wave too. He doesn't want to steal from him. So accomplishing 2 goals at one time by positioning correctly and knowing when to apply pressure and when to put on the brakes. We do get Trophy Collector. This is going to be very, very good on Great Talon to get early because you can bird across the map and be getting assists from literally across the globe and stacking that. So very, very strong pick here. Unfortunately, we do take a very, very negative trade there. We take way more damage than the Mina took. Now, Warden does try and even that a little bit by giving damage to both Mina and Sinclair, but they hadn't gotten the healing minion yet, so we did take a negative trade in damage there. We're trying to play back here. We'll clear the wave as safely as possible. Would like to see them getting that healing minion a little bit earlier, so we are misplaying on when we should be killing the healing minion, and we do need to be positioning for our sinners here. We cleared wave. We're looking at the minimap and clock. We know sinners are up in 5 seconds. We need to be there. We are going to be a little bit late to sinners, not super late, but a little bit late. Would like to have already seen it, taken 2 punches or 3 by now, but the reason why it's important to time sinners properly is because we want to get it done as quickly as possible. The later we are, the more time we give the enemy team to react to it. And if Mina had pushed us there while we're taking damage from sinners and then we take love bites and rake damage, she could potentially get a kill on us because we're late. So the earlier we get it, the less damage we'll take from the enemy team, or the less pressure we can allow them to apply to us. Because if she gets that damage on us, she's going to get us very, very low, even if it's not a kill. And getting us very, very low means that she now has lane pressure, can start stealing boxes, can maybe even steal... Oh, I'm actually surprised that didn't detonate. No bats, so he is able to go for the ult. Very, very well played on his part to make sure that she has nothing to stop his ult. So making sure he's using his ult at a time when he feels like he can guarantee the damage, which is after he baits bats. So very, very good awareness of how his abilities interact with his enemies so he can get as much value as possible. We are very, very close. He was looking for poke there, but wasn't able to hit Sinclair, so we're just going to kill that healing minion and start to pressure the wave. Unfortunately... Oh, look at this defensive trap. Very well played. If Mina were to push into him there to try and get some burst damage, she would take damage from that trap. And I think that's 4.8k. So we just saved up enough for 4.8k in spirit. Our arrows and our ult are going to be doing significantly more damage. It's at this point in the game. Now, we know bridge buffs are in 30 seconds, so we're going to wait for that and our ult cooldown to come off. But it's at this point in the game when we really want to look for aggressive ults on the other side of the map. We don't want to simply be waiting for somebody to be low and that we can execute them, which is a very, very common mistake that Great Talons make. If somebody's low across the map and our teammate comes it, then we use our ult and we send it across the map for the kill. Instead, we want to start trying to help our team set up kills as much as possible. So this means if somebody's even 3/4 HP, your ult damage is going to do a lot, and it's also going to give that stun. Your enemy team may be able to get a kill off of it. He's using it in his own lane here, actually. So he uses that ult not only to stun, but give a lot of damage on that Bebop. Now look, Bebop goes down because of the ult. So not just waiting for the execute, but using it for assists as well. It's going to start building his trophy collector. It's going to give his team map presence and pressure in their lane. In this case, it was our lane because we were the team that was 3v3. And then we're able to take advantage of the numbers of advantage that we got from the kill on Bebop and get another kill. It's a very good use of the Great Talon ult. We want to be using it as often as we possibly can and looking for targets where our team feels like they may have kill potential on them if they were to get, a 300 damage burst on that target and a stun. And you can apply that from across the map. So we are going to want to look for Urn. Unfortunately, we let the enemy team grab it. So after winning that fight, this is a misplay here. So another misplay we want to look at. I'm just going to go back really quick and show you. We were forced into a fight, so we don't get the bridge buff, but our Mo does. Oh, yeah. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Sorry, Mrs. Blayton got home, so we had to say hello. Okay, so back to what I was saying. Unfortunately, we're forced into this fight and we're trying to help our teammate. So our warden is being nuked by Bebop and had to pop ult semi-defensively, etc. So we weren't able to get to the bridge buff. Sorry, I showed Mo, but this is the bridge buff closer to us. I was just like confused on which lane we were at. But it does look like our team is going to be able to get this bridge buff, so Apollo and Pocket are positioned for it. So as long as our teammates are getting the bridge buff, we don't have to be there. We're helping our teammate anyway, which is more important than the bridge buff right now. So we do miss the bridge buffs. However, we'll fast forward through this because we already saw it. Right here, after Guardian and the Mina kill, right here, the most important objective on the map is the urn. So we need to be positioning our team or anything that we can to get this urn, and the other team is getting the urn right now. So we're not in the lane where urn spawns, but we do need to be calming or positioning for that urn. So whether that's teleporting over to help our team with the urn fight or what have you, but we are not, you know, we're going for a buy, we're going for, you know, whatever, and we're staying in this lane. I don't know what the comms are like, but we should definitely be, you know, looking to prioritize that urn. See, Sinclair was in our lane and he went back over there because he knows the urn's important. But maybe our comm is that we're just going to create space for the urn so that we can fight it as a team. But I think this is a misplay in positioning, but I don't hear the comms, so.
I see Sinclair.
Sorry, didn't mean to pause. Yeah, unfortunately, we're just not in a position to contest the urn there. We didn't have the numbers or the pressure, so they do get the urn, which is going to now give them a lead. So that is unfortunate. It does happen, but this is why it's important to try and maintain pressure in this lane. If we're not going to help pick up the urn, we have to maintain pressure to help with the urn depot, like denying it or stealing it. So one of the two, and we didn't do either. I'm also a little perplexed that we're getting solo farm. Now, nobody really needs solo farm that bad. I guess it depends on how they're building Haze. Warden is getting solo farm over here. That's really good. But I feel like Grey Talon getting solo farm is like kind of troll. Unless you're building like Gun Grey Talon or something as like off carry, but we will see. I guess Haze isn't building in a way that she's asked for solo farm. Unfortunately, Ivy does go down before we get the ult stack, so it ends up being a waste because we just killed him so fast. Ooh, and Yamato does get the kill there. So unfortunately, they are able to trade Ivy by killing us, but then we get a kill in Sinclair across the map. So overall, good for the team. Just unfortunate series of events. That Mina ult really chonked us down. We'll fast forward through this death. We do lose our Guardian, but we got blue Guardian, so we traded Guardians. We get this one, they got this one. We're going to make sure that wave gets off our walker. We want to make sure we're pushing our waves. It's the #1 objective. And then after we clear this next wave, we're going to check minimap and clock, as we always do after any sort of soul source. Okay. Nothing on the minimap necessarily needs our attention. We could look to ult over here. We'll see if he does. Yep, looks like we're sending it a little late. I would have liked to see him stop killing the camp and then send the ults earlier. Nice kill on Bebop. Now we want to clear this wave, make sure we're shoving past our walker, not giving them any pressure on objectives. Our team is getting pressure in blue, and we won this fight over here, so very, very good.
It might be time to use these swords.
We actually have so much pressure here that we forced Mina off of this lane. This will give us a chance to look at the minimap and the clock. And we understand that bridge buffs are up in 20 seconds. So we're going to want to clear this wave as soon as possible and then head over to bridge buff. And then we may have to look to give up bridge buff to ult blue lane and help our team get out of that. But it looks like we got out, so we won't have to worry about it. We need to be heading for bridge buff. So big mistake if Incon doesn't go for it here. Yep, he knows. We're going for bridge buff. Well done. We're a little bit late to it, I'm not going to lie. We want to be here a few seconds earlier than that because we want to be able to stop them from using jump pad to get up. Because if they were there on time, he would have been knocked off that jump pad and would have been denied bridge buff. So we were a little bit late on paying attention to the minimap and clock. He doesn't know the Blatant special, so Coach Blatan's minimap and clock after any source of souls. But if he did, he probably would have been there on time. Just saying. Okay. Keeping the wave off of our walker, looking at the minimap and clock, we see on the minimap that they are doing earn. So we're going to want to shove one more wave, if possible. And then we're going to want to rush our bums over here, because we do not want them getting the walker while we're helping with earn. So we have to make sure it's pushed up enough. I think he's opting, instead of teleporting over and trying to help with his body, he's just going to send his ult, which is a good way of playing Grey Talon. You have those two options. Generally, I like to do both. Like teleport over, because then I'm ulting from this teleporter instead of over here. So Bird only has to travel this far. And then I also, after the urn is deposited or before, I can then fight with my body as well. So there's a couple ways you can play that. It looks like we're opting to just fight the walker instead. And since we're 2v1, we're able to get the kill, and it looks like we'll get the walker. Did enemy team get the urn? I didn't see. Sorry, let's go back because I'm a noob. Ivy does get the urn. So enemy team does deposit urn. We're trading walker for urn. This is a positive trade for us here. We do want this walker over the urn. And we get a kill. So any kills we get, it looks like we're going to get traded here though. That's a lot of damage from Sinclair and Yamato. Good. Ooh, okay, so he does go for the parry and misses it, unfortunately. But it was a good jump verticality, avoiding the damage from the Sinclair bolts. So unfortunately, we go 3 for 3 in kills and earn for Walker. So souls are very, very even. I think we are barely ahead. I think they just ticked to 97. So we're barely ahead. It was overall a positive trade for us, but very, very close. So yeah, we barely have a soul lead. So good job getting the Walker to trade for earn since we couldn't be there. And we traded 3 for 3 on kills. So overall, not bad. Few optimizations we could have made probably. Now, we want to look at the minimap and the clock here, trying to see where our team's at, if they need any help. Everything seems pretty stable. We're going to just push another wave here. Make sure we have blue prio. Look at minimap and clock as we kill the wave. Warden's in a lot of trouble. Would like to see him throwing an ult over there to try and peel. We're a little bit late. I think he's going to move over there with his body instead, but he's going to be too late. Oh, he gets the bug with the freaking jump pad. That's super annoying. Would have liked to see him. So had he thrown ult when I told him to, you know, if he could hear me, I think we maybe could have saved Warden because of the stun on multiple targets. They were so grouped that whole time. If we go back, you'll see. Rafa, relax, buddy. Lay down. Sorry, we're gonna have to. For some reason, when I go back 10 seconds, it's like feels like it's way longer than 10 seconds. Okay. If we recognize after clearing wave that we look at minimap and clock because of Coach Blatan's coaching, we would recognize that Warden is under a lot of pressure here and they're fairly grouped. If we ult over, we can create enough space for him to get under Walker, get the resistances at a higher level, higher health than he does, and he may be able to survive or use ultimate to get even more resistances and delay for team to get over there. Unfortunately, we decide to fill the gap in the macro. Well, actually, we go for a camp. This is a huge misplay, but we fill the gap in our macro with our body, which is much slower than our bird. So
We should already be ulting and helping out our warden. And he would have been getting help right about here. And then he would have made it under Walker at about half HP and could have ulted. Unfortunately, he goes down. He's unable to even ult. He just goes down. Because we're unable to get over there in time. And now the best thing that we can do is trade kills. And we only traded walkers here. So we traded blue. They're gonna get this walker though. And I don't even think we're gonna be able to trade kills. Maybe we can. Maybe we get Sinclair. We do get Sinclair. Okay, so we trade 1 kill. Not bad. Not terrible. If Mo can get an ult here, that's a big pocket affliction here. I think we only hit Bebop, but it's still really big. So we get a few kills. We are able to protect our other walkers. We trade walkers. 1 second, my dog's going crazy, guys. Give me just a second. All right, I'm so sorry, you guys. My dog is just freaking out because now that my wife's home, he's like, now I really want to get out of this room because there's another human outside of this room that I could be with, and I don't even want to be in this room to begin with. So he's just like, he's having a hard time. So I appreciate your patience. Let's go ahead and run into this. We already covered that this was a mistake, and we could have played that better with our ult and our map awareness, making sure we're paying attention to the minimap and the clock. Let's see how we play the rest of this. Now that we have numbers advantage, we got 3 kills. Unfortunately, they do trade 1 kill, so we get pocket. We need to be playing on this blue walker. Oh, we realized it way too late. I mean, we needed to like rush over here. Now our team does kill 7, but our blue walker took more damage than it needed to. We could have helped kill 7 earlier, could have helped clear the wave. Just not enough paying attention to the minimap and the clock here. So we're going to shove 1 more wave. We want blue prio because we're now in mid-boss territory. So you want to make sure blue lane is always shoved when mid-boss is ever a potential. Unfortunately, we're going to die. There's like no way we get out. Yeah. And we'll see how this plays out. Okay, Tank Buster and cooldown. Big power spike for us. We do lose our blue walker, and we're going to lose bridge buffs. It looks like Ivy's going to get gun. Yamato got casting. We're going to send ult in. Unfortunately, we do miss the Sinclair, so we're going to come in with our body and our arrows now to try and help the team. If we can get 1 more kill here, we can go mid-boss. So we do get Yamato. Bebop is another big kill. We should instantly go mid-boss. The call instantly here is we go mid-boss. Now, Ivy is so low that we're probably going to get that kill too, but we need to be heading to mid-boss so fast here. The comm should be made before Ivy even dies. Head to mid-boss after Ivy. Like, we need to pre-comm that. Our team needs to know what we're doing next right after this kill. We all need to back up and go mid-boss. Hayes is going to come in, and we're all heading in. Huge call, huge reaction. We have lane prio in blue, so it's a very strong mid-boss call because they don't have a zip to contest, and our side lanes are healthy. Our walker's protected by a wave that's fairly shoved. We have numbers advantage. Very strong here. Now, Sinclair has bunnies, but because he has no zip, he's not going to get here in time. We're going to get all 3 crystals. He's not even able to contest. This is why you need blue prio when you are trying to get a mid-boss here. Now we're trying to shove our waves again so that any team fight we make, we can get there quickly. We really need Urn. This is a massive Urn because it's still neutral. And we have rejuves, so they literally can't contest. Unfortunately, we're getting owns while we're in ult, so he cancels ult because he knows that we're getting destroyed by the enemy team. Yeah, there goes a rejuve, unfortunately, because we're alone in mid. But we are going to be able to get Urn. We're protecting this walker and pressuring this walker at the same time, taking advantage of our rejuves. Urn Depot should be free. Like, surely you guys are going to help Moan Krill. We're trying to shove a wave, and then we should be getting over to the Urn fight. Okay, we're able to get the urn. Hopefully we're able to get some kills now on the urn fight and punish them. Good usage of his verticality and mobility to get that kill. Now we're going to send ult onto the other side of the map and help there. Since we won this side of the map, we need to help here. It looks like we are going to lose this fight significantly here, but... Ooh, if we were just like a little bit more patient with that, we may have been able to hit Mina too. There's no way we get Warden out of that, unfortunately, but it is the best play. We need to be trying to help any way we can. That is Grey Talon's strength.
Aiming. Laying the trap.
Places the trap underneath him as protection if anybody comes and tries to hurt him or kill him in the doubles.
Let's go to York.
We need to make sure this wave starts getting pushed. Hayes is going to go cover that wave. Looking at the minimap and the clock, there's no fight in particular that we need to be using our ult for or that we need to be heading to. So we're just going to keep farming. No bridge buffs coming up, no urn, no mid boss. So farming is going to be the best way to start to snowball our lead. Oh, I feel like that was a misclick. Happens. At least he didn't misclick an ult, because I've done that on page and it lost me the game. Literally the only time I can remember that it lost me the game. You know, misusing an ult, but it lives rent free in my head.
Headed to green.
You need to be ulting this mid fight like yesterday. That, or we need to ult this wave to protect the walker and then use our body on this fight. We are in a very bad spot. We're using our body and our ult in this fight, and we are taking a lot of damage on our walker because of it. Wow, taking so much damage from this wave over here. That is very unfortunate. We could have pretty much gotten rid of that entire thing if we just used our ult over here.
Trap is set. Engaging.
Lots of damage here. Very, very good. Trying to get that kill on Bebop.
Another body.
Okay, we are able to get 3 kills for R2. Still losing so much damage. This wave is just literally chonking down our walker. We finally get over there. It's a good thing that the last walker is super hard to kill, but I mean, we could have avoided a lot of damage over there if we'd simply killed the wave with our ult. The ult cooldown is so low, you can afford to do that, and it's totally worth it. Since we sent our body into this fight, we could just ult this and then use all of our arrows and our curse and everything in this fight. It definitely would have been a better play. Another moment where I feel like we're just not quite paying attention to the minimap. Now, this is a retake earn for them. We're going to want to make sure we're denying this or that we're getting it instead of them since we have the numbers advantage. Definitely don't want them to get this earn deposit because that is going to narrow our soul gap pretty effectively. And it is the #1 priority on the map right now. Retake earn is more important than our walker even. We're gonna send our ults over to help our team. Huge triple hit with the bird. Good awareness on the minimap to help our team with that. After we've shoved this, we have 2 options. We can either help our team with the earn fight, or we can help Warden secure a kill on 7 and the walker. If it's me, since I sent my ult here, I'm sending my body here. We want to make sure we're creating as much map pressure as possible, but since we lost our haze over here, I mean, this fight's looking a little bit scarier. In my opinion, we want to get pressure here because then we can potentially fight the earn after we get this kill. We can start pressuring over here, but that's just my opinion. I would, since I sent ult here, I now send my body here, give us the advantage. That way, even if we do lose the retake earn, at least we're taking their walker and trading as many kills as possible to nullify the retake earn souls. We're gonna fast forward through this now that I've got off my little soapbox. Now we opt to take our body over to this fight.
Action begins now.
No one will stand between me and my revenge.
Good curse. Nice. Nice kills. Very strong. Now, Warden has a good enough soul lead on 7 that he's able to basically win this fight and get the Walker anyway. He's probably just going to ult the 7 because 7 might ult to defend the Walker. We'll see how that goes down. They're both so low. Unfortunately, he does go down. Either play was good, whether he sends his body here or here. I mean, either one was good. I would have preferred he gone over here and helped his Warden get that Walker and kill the 7, since his ult had already helped here. That's just my preference. There's probably good arguments for either one being the strong play, especially because Mo DC'd in this fight. That may have altered his decision. Hard to say, but I do like that our Apollo is denying this urn. We may even try and deposit it since we have numbers advantage. We have ult for the urn if they do try and fight it. We should be trying to clear this wave a little bit more aggressively. I think it's because we don't have a whole lot of vision on the map. Like, I don't think he sees these 4 players. We only see Bebop. Now we see Bebop and Ivy. Maybe we see 7 now. Maybe we see Yamato now. But I think the lack of vision is why he didn't clear it as fast. But we need to be sending ults over to Apollo or over here like yesterday. So again, be staring at this minimap. We need to be using our ult with how low of a cooldown it is and how much pressure it gives our team. We don't have Mo, unfortunately, again. Ult just should have been here first. I mean, this is another misplay. Such a great talent player, but we're still missing these things. We can still learn from these things. We need to be paying very, very close attention to this minimap here. Now, we are going to be able to get mid-boss because we have... Well, I mean, ideally we have numbers advantage, but we actually don't. So we may not be able to get mid-boss, but Yamato ult is one of their strongest mid-boss contests. And so now that she's dead, if we can get one more kill... I'm not sure what we're doing here. We lose pocket. Now we decide to send ult. He's very, very patient on using that bird on 7 to when he feels like he can get the most value. And he does play that well. Now, in my opinion, he's simply not using bird enough, and he's not using it... there are times when he could have been using it quicker or in better, with better timing, as we've gone over with this. And these are things that I would have helped him with. This is really unfortunate, and this is only happening because we have failed to clear this wave with our ult several times. So that Walker might die right now. Yep, it dies to a wave. This should never happen, especially in Eternus 4 and above. I mean, this is just a macro failure across the board. So we need to be very, very careful about letting this happen, and it could have been avoided had we been paying more attention to using our ults. We had counterspell there. No reason to be taking that damage. Another thing we need to pay attention. Don't forget the items that you bought, you know. We need to be able to reduce the damage we're taking and maintain pressure across the map overall. There's always a lot that you can improve on. Obviously, I'm focusing on the things that he needs to improve on. I'm not necessarily focusing on the things that he does well. His micro is, you know, very, very impeccable outside of, you know, some improvements on the ult. He's using these curses incredibly well, maintaining that offensive pressure, you know, making sure that he's taking advantage. Curse is the strongest, what's the word I'm looking for? It's the strongest... I want to say ability, but it's not what I'm... Mechanic. That's what I'm thinking of. It's the strongest mechanic in the game. It is the most disruptive, and Grey Talon gets it for free every 11 seconds. So he is using this very well, triggering it with his charge shot, recognizing that the damage from charge shot is not as good as the curse mechanic from his 3. So he is making sure to use that properly. He uses his verticality on his 2 very well. He uses it for better ults. He uses it for arrows. He uses it to reduce the damage he takes. He's able to hit a lot of these arrows. His tracking is so good on these arrows, making sure he's getting these rejuves out, even using the ult in the fight. So a lot of this is played very, very well. I'm just focusing on what he can improve. Even his positioning in these fights. Look how little damage he takes in these fights because of his positioning. His trap placements are impeccable, covering as much area as possible, denying as many choke points as possible with these spirit snares. using them defensively in lane when he throws it in front of him on the bridge, so that if Mina were to push up, she'd get cursed trying to get those love bites and the rake on him. Using it when he's taking doubles as a precautionary method. You know, he's doing a lot of things right. Very, very strong performance from him overall. That's why he is the MVP of an Eternus 4 match and top 20 North America. But even then, you can see how much we could have improved, you know, based on my comments here and what we're seeing. Good Dispel Magic allows him to maintain so much pressure. Unfortunately, that Silence Wave is going to give this Bebop a lot of damage on us. And this ult should finish him off if we're able to find him. Nice movement with that ult. That's another thing he's doing impeccably. I mean, his patience with this ult, not exploding it too quickly, his maneuverability around buildings comes from a lot of practice, which you can do in Explore New York if you want to practice that. But he's, you know, doing so many things right. Very, very strong. I also really like his build and build order. I prefer Spirit Grey Talon over Gun Talon every day of the week. That's my personal preference, but more than one way to skin a cat. He probably plays it both ways. He's played Grey Talon so much, but yeah, a lot to learn from this. Again, taking advantage of these really strong gun items to still hit that 4.8k. He gets so much value out of opening rounds because it's going to amplify his 2 damage. It's going to give him spirit power, and the recharging rush allows him to do a lot of gun damage paired with that opening rounds, which has now been replaced by Spiritual Overflow. Obviously much better than a tier 2 item, but recharging rush giving him more arrows, and then that mystic shot scaling with all of this spirit damage we're building so that it's doing, you know, 400 damage if he hits that auto, that spirit the mystic shot auto. So pairing really well. We're getting, you know, mystic reverb on our arrows, getting some lifesteal and much more damage on those arrows. Look at that damage. Procking Spirit Burn instantly every single arrow he hits. Boundless Spirit making that ult and the owl and the arrows doing so much damage against this enemy team. Just constant pressure. And the CDR from both Enchanters and Superior allowing him to just throw arrows out every 0.7 seconds, 4 charges, and then replacing 1 charge every, you know, 24 seconds or so. Just so much pressure. Very well played. Good builds. Love it. Very, very common build, you know, getting that extra spirit damage on the arrows from rapid recharge as well. But for my newer players or lower rated players that are looking to play Grey Talon, this is an absolute masterclass on how to play it. Look at that damage on Mina. A fourth of her HP in 1 arrow. That means he could literally 100 to 0 her with about 3 to 4 arrows. A third of her damage after the Spirit Burn proc. She does heal up a little bit, but now we're looking for an ult. Probably going to try and... Oh, I was thinking he was going to try and stop the Ivy ult as soon as Ivy went in the air, just stun her out of it, but unfortunately we don't get any value out of that ult. It is going to happen. He hit a wall, but he's very patient. He's looking around, circling, making sure maybe the first pass, it wasn't a great opportunity. Maybe on the second pass, we'll do a little bit more damage. Maybe they'll use an ability that we can stop, like a Bebop ult or something, you know. Just very patient with his ults, getting as much value out of it as possible, even with how short of a cooldown it is. And with it being maxed, it is an execute, but just being patient with it. Very high level play to not rush your ult and get, you know, no value out of it.
The hunter strikes.
Hitting these arrows from long range, very good use of micro. There's just a few things on macro that if he had done better, he would have had an even bigger impact on this game. I mean, it is the difference between a good and a great player to just optimize those little things, but very, very good performance here. I love doing these pro VOD reviews because it helps me play the game too. I mean, I hope it helps you guys, but like when I did my pro VOD review on Geo, or I think his name is AdoFan now or whatever, but one of the top Bebops in North America, when we did that yesterday, even though the stream was super short, off stream I ended up playing Bebop. And I was utilizing a lot of the things that we saw him use in his gameplay, and it was probably one of the strongest Bebop games I've ever had, because I'm not like a great Bebop player, I just enjoy his kit, I think it's fun, and I was able to utilize some of the things we learned in that Pro VOD review to make my performance on Bebop just so much stronger. So I hope you guys are able to do that too, because it's certainly helping me. I mean, I hope it's helping more than just me, you know? Good ult here, we're going to pair it with the Mo and Krill ult. We're also peeling for Mo and Krill, so we're getting 3-dimensional value here, not just the damage and stun, but also for peel. So good positioning for that ult and good timing. Throws in that curse into the chokehold and ends up hitting 3 people with it. Incredible value. He is able to come in and get that kill on the Bebop, and then we're able to finish the Ivy. We should be finishing mid-boss. Not sure what we're doing up here. I think he's maybe looking to just fix the blue wave so we can get Prio on the zip line and make sure that they can't contest, but we have no contest problem. We should be just killing the mid-boss faster. If I'm doing anything, it's grabbing the urn. I wouldn't have been doing the wave push. I would have grabbed the urn. I would have depoted the urn for my team as Grey Talon. As soon as I depot the urn, I can just ult over, help my team. But they're going to be able to do mid-boss or get their base without me. I mean, we're going to have numbers advantage for a very long time. And if 7 doesn't play this right, we may be able to even stagger deaths and maintain our numbers advantage with these rejuvs. So I think that's another misplay. We may not need urn this late, and that may have been the calm. You know, maybe he asked his team, do you want me to grab urn? And they said, no, let's just end the game. Because if we can stagger deaths or, you know, play this right with the 3 rejuvs, we just end the game here. And I'm going to cheat a little bit and say that we probably do. We probably get another team fight going and we just end the game. We'll see. But denying them the urn ability, like they wouldn't have the urn right now if we had run it instead of pushing base. Our team didn't need help getting the base. So it was kind of like a, what's the word I'm looking for? Opportunity cost is the phrase. So it was an opportunity cost. Was it more value to deny the enemy team their best way back into this game and give our team a few more souls, even if we don't need it, the enemy team does? You know, would it have been better to do that or to help the team kill the base when only one person was alive? You know, I think it's opportunity cost there. Would have been better for him to have run the urn for his team, in my opinion. Also interesting, he's not running Stamina Mastery. We usually see that on Grey Talon to get that extra mobility in the air with your Rain of Arrows. But it seems like he's opting for Counterspell and Dispel Magic in this game because he finds it's going to be a little bit better for him. Interesting that he's using these for survivability instead of Stamina Mastery, or all 3, which is also common. Something to think about. Because had he gotten a third 3.2k Stamina Mastery, he would have hit the 9.6k Vitality Spike, which is also fairly significant.
They need to stay out of my way if they don't want to be hurt.
Alright, we got a little bit of foreign communication going on. What do they call it in Top Gun when they do that maneuver where they are on top of the plane, they're inverted, and Goose flips them off? They call it like foreign communications or something when they're asked about it. The first Top Gun movie. You guys know what I'm talking about? Anyway, that's what that was, I think. Except that wasn't the middle finger, that was vibing. But you know what I mean. It's the enemy team. See, now we get the urn. Could have done that earlier. And then been team fighting earlier. Because there wouldn't have been an urn to distract us or whatever. You know? Just very little optimizations that we can always make and learn from. We do get 2 kills. Use 1 rejuve. Looks like Ivy's going to go down really soon here. We are going to ult that 7 and stop that because he doesn't have unstop. Nice work. Dispel Magic on the 7 stun. 7 goes down. Ivy goes down. We get a refresher and use our bird. I think we hit Mina with the bird on accident. I'm not 100% sure there. At this point, we're just stat padding, and that's game. Well played. Really strong Grey Talon performance. Really liked watching that. Learned a lot from the usage of map denial with the curse, the defensive capability of the curse. You know, when you're getting doubles, might as well throw it down if somebody's going to come contest you. Might as well throw it against the bridge when you're playing against somebody that might rush you for damage in lane phase. You know, using your arrows to proc it because the curse mechanic is better than the damage from your arrow unless they're like literally 1 HP. Just little things like that. You know, we're learning a lot from him playing this. Obviously, we get a really strong performance out of him. Top souls, top kills, top damage. He's using that ult across map very, very well. Obviously, there were a few times when he could have used it earlier. Could have been used a little bit better. Maybe his positioning could have been slightly better in some fights. But most of the time in these fights, he's playing, you know, at a high angle or a far angle so that he's taking as little damage as possible. And he's able to get as many arrows off and his ult off in these fights. As many curses off as possible. So that he's helping his team maintain pressure and overall just win those team fights as best as he can. So really strong performance from Grey Talon. Hopefully you guys learned something from watching this gameplay and it helps you improve your gameplay. I really enjoyed watching him. Let's see what his Souls by Source was with that trophy collector. Only 3,600. I don't think we held on to it for all that long though. He sold it like fairly early on, so maybe that's part of it, but yeah, really great game. Loved watching that. All right, guys, it's time for that huge drink I gulped down to run its way through me again. I'm going to take a really small break, and I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll be right back. And then we don't have any more Pro VOD reviews that I'm planning on doing. So if we want to hop into some student reviews, if you guys have something you want me to take a look at, Viper pregnancy, I don't know if you're still here. If you want to throw in like the match ID or something into chat that you wanted to do coaching of, or if you wanted to do live coaching, let me know if that's what you're planning on doing. We can do that when I get back. So give me a few minutes and I will be back with you guys shortly. Thanks so much. I also think he's no problem hanging out with me all day upstairs. How was your appointment? Yeah, I love you. Oh, I need my live in action on my door. I don't have it on my door. Yep. All right, you guys. How is it going? You guys enjoy the Pro VOD reviews? Because I really enjoy doing them. I hope they're helpful. Awesome. Well, we can do some VOD reviews of students or live coaching or whatever. I usually think I'd like to avoid live coaching today. Live coaching sessions we'll probably do another stream. So if you wanted to do live coaching, probably just drop it in the Discord and we'll do it another day. But if you have any VODs you'd like me to review, I am more than happy to do those. If I don't have any students that have VOD reviews, I know Viper Pregnancy wanted to do some VODs earlier. Now would be the time. Now that we're done with the Pro VOD reviews, I'd be happy to do it anytime between now and the end of stream. I'll probably be on for 4 more hours or so. So let me know. If I don't have any students or anybody that has any VODs they want me to review right now, we can definitely just hop into some random VOD reviews, which means we'll just go ahead and look at some live matches, some live players, and see how they're playing and improve on their gameplay, make some comments on how they could be playing differently. It's basically Pro VOD reviews, but we don't know the rank of the person because it's just a random live match going on. Or we can do more Pro VOD reviews if you guys prefer. I can find more Pro VOD reviews, so that's up to you guys. Let me know. I just feel like I talk so much during Pro VOD reviews because I can. I'm not actually talking to somebody that needs to be like taking mental notes on how they can improve. Because if I do what I do in Pro VOD reviews to a student, I feel like I would just be overwhelming you with the amount of stuff you need to improve on. Whereas a Pro VOD review is just like you can kind of intake whatever you want to from the Pro VOD review. So I end up like covering as much as I possibly can, going over what they're doing well and what they're doing wrong. That way you can watch it, rewatch it, that sort of a thing. But for coaching, I want to make Deadlock as simple as possible. So it's like the opposite. I'm trying to focus on what is going to help you improve the most, the quickest, and the simplest way that I can deliver that information to you or fully explain things, that sort of a thing. So coaching is usually easier on my voice and my energy level. So I don't know that I have it in me to do a whole lot more Pro VOD reviews today. Usually 2 or 3 is enough, and then my voice is like, stop talking. And student VOD reviews are easier. Live coaching, I also feel like I do a lot of talking, so happy to do some regular VOD reviews if anybody has any that they want me to do. Go ahead and drop them in the chat. I think since I don't have any match ideas right this second, that I'll just go ahead and do random VOD review, a live match, like random live match, and we'll just watch somebody play the game and treat it like a student. Like just do a VOD review, something we can learn from. And then while we're watching that game, if I get any match IDs in the chat that you guys want me to take a look at, I can do that. Okay. Let's see. Let's do somebody we haven't done before. If we can. Did we not watch a Venator game? Maybe we did a Venator, but it was like... Oh, I can actually see who it is by hovering over it. I didn't know this until just now. That's funny.
You learn something new every day. I want a match that's like kind of just started. We done Doorman. He was actually a really good Doorman. It was an Ascendant game, but he was playing it like it was Eternus. I feel like we've watched a Kelvin play, but these were like random players. We never watched a pro VOD review of them. Maybe we see if we can connect to this game. I feel like when they've just started, the game takes so long or just like literally never loads. I feel like if it's sub 5 minutes, you just can't get in. I'll have to see it to believe it. I don't think I've ever connected to a game that was like not 5 minutes long at least. See, it's like giving me such a hard time connecting. But then if I go to one that's been on for a while, I'll insta connect. See? What the heck? I don't actually want to watch this one, so we're gonna just drop out. But there's got to be like a threshold to insta connecting, and I think it's like somewhere in the 5 to 6 minute range. Let's try and find one as close to 5 minutes as possible. Like here, you think you insta connect here? Nope. We could probably just wait for this one to hit 5 minutes and then try again. Like 8 minutes, do we insta connect? No. Maybe it's not 5 minutes. Even 8 minutes, we're having a hard time insta connecting. Maybe it's longer. Maybe it's like after the 10, 11 minute mark. I don't know. Hopefully this connects here shortly. How's your guys' week been? I feel like mine's been so freaking busy. Nice. We did connect fairly quickly on the 9 minute one. 7 minutes. Oh wait, 7 minutes and 30 seconds. I thought it was over 8 minutes on this one. Okay, let's take a look. Who do we want to watch? Maybe Calico? My Calico VOD's view is like forever ago, so since we're watching a random game that's probably Eternus-ish or Ascendant, we'll just go ahead and watch Calico. Let's see what she does here. My week has been so crazy. There's not like, we're not looking at DLNS, right? Hold up, my other monitor is like, chill out. Wait, there is DLNS coming up, or playing right now, isn't there? Let's take a look at this. Hold up, let me look at, because maybe we just watch DLNS if they're playing right now, or we watch like the games that were going yesterday. Didn't we have games yesterday? Somebody educate me here. Nice shit. It's Deadlock.
And this base still getting raided. Now.
Yo, there's a night shift game going on right now. Hold up, let's switch over. Guys. This would be so sick to watch. Yeah? Are we down for that? Does anybody have any qualms? We'll just go ahead and jump into night shift. Let's go ahead and pull it up here. I think we can just do it this way. Yeah? We'll just do
what abilities are even up to
kind
do
of a
that.
watch party on
through, but
the
again,
Twitch game.
entanglement.
I don't know if this is the easiest way to do it.
Landing, but again,
This is like mega laggy.
That's now down. The singularity is still up for Task if he can somehow get the distance. But Empty Dreams has fallen, and that's a big person that they need alive here to have success in this fight.
Yeah, it does feel a little dangerous right now. Abraham's W knocking at the door in front of the base guardians.
If you guys have a better way of watching this, I feel like this is mega laggy, but I mean it's laggy for me too, like not just you guys. Maybe it's just their stream that kind of sucks right now.
Back to the fountain. In the meantime, you got Overkim causing problems on the left lane and just claiming all this space. And
I'm using the Twitch browser to try and watch DLNS, but let's see. Okay, so we're watching Abrahams versus Loki W.
I don't think you can.
Loki W is a very, very strong team. Listic is like a
they have nothing.
top player in all of EU across
go for it.
several different heroes.
Technically have enough players here, but
So
it's
we're gonna
cost
see
difference.
them
Not
do
being
very,
able
very
to
well.
play.
Zergy also very strong.
Can they make
Hoots.
the timing work?
I mean, obviously these are all pros. We're, you know, Abrahams has Together. It has Sonya Sniper, it has Taz. You know, these are really, really strong players that we're watching play. But
And they're gonna just run through Abrahams here as they try to get into that
this
one, but
EU
maybe
game
the
is gonna be.
timing's
So
a
this is a
little off
finals
to
match,
make
best of
that
3. So
work
they've
out.
each
So, I
won
mean, like you
one
said,
game. I can't
very
tell.
rightly, Jason, the danger, but if your timing is absolutely perfect,
But Loki W in a really strong
Loki
spot.
W just
30k ahead.
it's fine.
Viper and
And
Pocket
Zergy is
just
he's
very,
bossing
very
this game
strong
up. I
compared to
think
the enemy team. We just got
almost
mid boss.
single-handedly,
35k soul lead with
I
3
wouldn't say winning the
rejuves.
game, but the utilities being
And
thrown out with the petrifying bullets have been
we
so
only have
good.
one more
Like, the
walker to
instant
down, which is
immediate
very
stop
weak,
on
and we have
top
blue
Singular and
prio.
Warpstone in. Zergy keeping his distance,
It's gonna be a
making
good-
sure to be able to use that.
good
He's done
game.
Empty Dreams before. He's done it multiple times to Empty Dreams. I think, you know, I
Zergy already
you
got
know, like,
Unstop
maybe
and
an
Merc
MVP, but
Mag,
sorry,
so
Cash
he's
before,
just
but I
going to be
think
doing a
OW's got
ton of
high, and it
damage
has to
and
be
be
Zergy
very,
with
very
how
hard to
he's
shut
playing.
down in
He's
these
really making,
fights.
like, Viper look
It's just going to
really
pop
successful.
split
I
shot,
thought it'd be a little bit
and
more difficult to
dagger
do
is
so
probably where
against
his Merc
teams that
Mag
have a
is.
lot
It's
of
very common, so you
consistency,
just split shot and use dagger, and then all your bullets
definitely.
are
I agree. I think it's,
empowered
the
by
composition
Spirit, and you
overall
get that
from
infinite ammo
AEW
from
is very
Slither,
high,
so it
and
makes it so
what
that
it's
Merc
been
Mag
played
lasts
by the
even
team
longer,
is
because you
really
rarely
good
have to
because
reload, and then when you do,
they
you
have
just
so
chuck another
much
dagger,
damage and pick threat,
and
so much
Unstop
tempo
makes it
and
so that they
objective,
can't stop it. They can't throw a
threat as
disarming
well,
hex, they
and
can't
just
throw a
like
curse,
I
they
suppose
can't throw a
dominance.
Lashel, and just start
That it doesn't
7 to
really
8
feel like
seconds
there's any
of
space for Abrahams to fit in with an advantage.
super, super big damage.
Nice,
Viper in a
steal
very
finally
strong
about
spot right
Walker.
now.
Falling back, Loki W, and only to pull.
Okay, the game's like way less laggy with this ad on the side, which is like crazy. No? Like now the stream is like way smoother.
Of the stick as he takes the fight.
Hopefully it just stays smooth. If not, I legit would rather have the ad playing on the side and smoother stream than laggy stream full screen. You know what I mean?
Zergy has teleported over towards the side of the map.
Call me crazy.
Abrahams, I think they're just
Ooh,
falling
Panda
apart
Express
at this
looking
point,
good,
up
you
against
guys.
the three, now two rejuves.
Dude, now it goes back to laggy stream. Like, what is actually happening here?
Big death set has landed, but again,
Come on.
there's no follow-up here out of Abrahams.
Lock in, you
Just
guys.
take down and to use the advantage Empty Dreams just gave them to confirm it into kills. And they have to worry about Obikim, who's just popping that bullet dance right in front of them. Maybe they, or sorry, that's
What did I just do?
You're really bad. Oh man, Siphon bullets keeping
Wait.
Empty Dreams alive.
Okay, I started
Siphon
casting
isn't
it, I
that
think,
great of an item.
and I think it's like
was watching as they're
way
talking about,
smoother.
A streamer or like a pro player streaming. A Zergy, I mean, it does kind of like shred the HP pools.
Hopefully
and
this
make it a
helps.
lot easier to kill for
Hopefully
other
it's
players
better
on the
now.
team as well.
Sorry, I don't think I've ever like
Yeah, like,
streamed another stream. So maybe simply watching it on Twitch is like just by default mega laggy, and I have to be casting it to make it cleaner? I'm not sure.
Abrahams and in their shoes, where do you feel this game went wrong? Because it was neck and neck for the first 20 minutes.
I didn't even think about DLNS. We probably should have done DLNS first and Pro VOD reviews later, but DLNS is probably going to take a lot out of my voice too if I want to do proper casting of it and like
They got multiple
pay
kills
really
and
close
turn it.
attention to what's
And
happening.
then, they also got like
So I'll do my best, but with my voice this tired, we're probably mostly just having a watch party. Should we change the title? The stream title? Are we just doing a DLNS watch party now? We'll do more coaching tomorrow?
I think it
I don't
mostly
know.
came down to, I would kind of have to say, like Obikim getting the initial start, keeping him in the game until he got shut down. Then Zergy kind of came online when they started to get to these team fights, not allowing Empty Dreams or Task to get these successful wombo combos off.
Yeah, at this point now, I mean, like the late game's already come on.
Interesting that Listic is opting for like, I want to say more of a Spirit Victor build because he's going with the expansion and Scourge and Refresher for ult. He's not building into like Spellslinger for extra gun and whatnot. He's still starting with that early game gun Victor, but he's doing more spirit damage.
Abraham's kind of realized this one's not going to be a dub for them, and low-key W going to be living up to their name, hitting that W here in this first map.
Alright, Loki W takes the win. Kind of saw that coming. They scaled into like a 60k soul lead.
I don't know, Jason. I think you hit
Okay, so we just finished the first match, so we still have 2 more games to watch, which will be good. We'll be able to kind of watch the picks and bans and whatnot.
Them losing 2 players on the other side whilst they're challenging for the urn, and then that snowballs into mid boss as well, Jason. I think that was a huge key moment there for Loki W, who, as you say,
Let me know if you guys have trouble hearing it. I've turned it way down, like in between games and during picks and bans and stuff, so that we can just kind of chill out, you know?
They kind of like bounced back from an initial not great start. I think if Obi Kim wasn't like 6-1 or in the early game here, I don't know if actually Loki W would have been able to bounce.
Let's change the stream so we know we're looking at night shift.
The weak early stage of their comp, even though they have a good comp to tempo with, and just bought them time for them to find.
I should add, hold up, I've got an idea. I got an idea.
without that 6-1, without kind of, it's not even just the kills that Hayes is able to put on as we take a look at the highlights from this game. It's also the fact that the Hayes is not only doing those kills, but then also kind of deterring you from moving into more comfortable spots where you want to go, moving into the jungle if you know that there's a potential threat there that's lurking around every corner, right?
Yeah, and I think especially, you know, at this level of play, Obikim's going to have such a good read on the game itself. So really will have good game sense to know where to find those opportunities against who.
Wait, let me take a look at something. Is this where I want to provide a view?
Really early, as we always see
Compared to this?
it really makes it very difficult. And again, there's a lot of very squishy heroes. We called it out in the draft, which is, I think, was one of the weaker points for Abrahams. Or it's just you know, it's an unfortunate aspect of the roster overall. That's one of the weaknesses, and that's something that I think a Hayes is very good at exploiting, especially in the early to mid game, like Obikim was able to do. And it also, you know, the other thing too is it's a really big benefit to having information, especially around the objective times and knowing how to position.
I'm working on, instead of it saying Provography in the top left hand corner, to say like watch party, because we're looking at
Lose the silver, they lose Dynamo as they're pushing on, the urns being carried, everything's just not going their way here. You can see the other side of this fight as well as this does go down, and they've just got no answer to it. It feels like Jason Loki W's playing a complete package right now. They're playing the fast style with Oberkim and Zergi looking amazing as he does, and then also you got this Victor kind of front line eventually that's also just super stalwart to be able to go up against in that team fight. It's really a strong style.
It kind of felt like
let's see that.
I don't know if they
No, that's not what we want.
they intended to play Victor like mid-game, realizing that Listic wasn't having a strong start, or if they intended for him to just be this front line.
Oh, awkward.
K-Dash early on, he had slowing bullets, kind of typical of what you'll
I
see.
didn't change the words yet. My bad.
But he was just soaking up as much damage as possible and just kind of creating space for the rest of his team. I think, I mean, the thing is, like, who didn't really hit many impactful hooks, I would say. I think there of course has to be like 1 or 2 in there. But the bebops we've seen in the past and how impactful they could be was nowhere to be seen in this game. It was just a couple of other
Okay, hopefully this works now. We got it saying watch party in the top left. We got the night shift symbol. We're ready. We're good to go. We're no longer doing Pro VOD reviews in Eternus. We're now doing the LNS watch party night shift.
Fights were totally okay for them in this game, completely. They felt super comfortable in those split fights, and I think if Abrahams is going to make this work, I mean, it's what Jason was saying, right, about all of the interruptions on things like Death Slam. It's not just that; it's that Pocket can go into his briefcase. Celeste is going to drop a ult on you if you actually get into a big team fight as well. So this was scary to go up against.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think there's a lot of different directions that Abrahams can go in a draft that they could look at, just like each individual pick, and maybe think of something that would deal a little bit better with that. Like I felt like we didn't talk about Mirage at all, but I felt like Mirage kind of came online like way too late against a roster that tempos
Nice.
really fast. Just didn't feel like he had the impact that they maybe would have wanted. But that's just like one of many considerations that Abrahams could be going into the next draft with. And also, with respect to that, there's perhaps some ways they can cancel out this strategy a little bit. You know, with the Victor Bebop. Like Bebop's interesting because he's both kind of like the front, like a pseudo front line, with the fact that how, you know, he's very tanky, has really good HP scaling, and actually has pick as well on top of that, and space control, like the hyper beam and everything else. So Bebop's kind of like a complete package there. So there's a lot of different bans that you could go with that could.
I'm excited to see how picks and bans go for this game too.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, if I think back to
Do we think Loki W goes 2-0, or do we think that
if you're getting into those scraps within the
Abrahams comes in with the win here?
healing, you've forgotten us how much. It's a real problem to
I think Loki W might be able to 2-0. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how picks and bans change things, but
The thing is, like Dan, I think brought up the question of like,
I don't know.
honestly, I could probably talk a couple minutes about this, but I don't know if we have the time yet. But
It's gonna be crazy.
because Doorman was banned away initially,
I loved, so like I always talk about my Valorant, we'll call it a career if you want to be that forward with it, but like my time playing Valorant at a very, very high level, or the highest level we might say, when I was learning how to get to that highest level and playing Valorant for the first time, like my road to Radiant, it was watching professional gameplay that was my favorite way to learn. So like pro VOD reviews or pro games like this, like actual 5v5, how it's played differently than matchmaking. Because I'm like an IGL type player, like I like to be the IGL, I like to be the shot caller, and I like to understand macro at a very, very high level so that I'm an effective IGL and so that I know what I should be doing. So even on those days when I don't feel like being an IGL or making comms or calling shots, I definitely know what we should be doing as a team or where I should be as an individual to help the team the best because I understand that micro and whatnot. I've always really enjoyed that role. And so seeing how teams play at the highest level has always been my favorite way of reviewing the game so that I could improve myself, like my individual gameplay, and it also just has helped me be able to rank up quicker. Like it's helped me get to those highest levels of these games, like in Valorant or in Deadlock, you know. So I really enjoy doing this sort of stuff. I hope you guys enjoyed as well, but I mean, if you don't, you can always tune into some other stream or something, I guess, but it is something that I love doing, so definitely gonna enjoy doing this more. Hey, bud. Good. Hi, boy. Yeah, that's my boy. Yeah, you've been such a butthead today, being so crazy in here. So that soda I was talking about earlier that I drank, I also bought cookies when I got it because, like I said, the soda shops here in Utah also all sell like amazing cookies. I'm about to dig into one of these cookies for my watch party, man. I ate half of it earlier. I'm just gonna eat the other half because, like, geez, it's a lemon raspberry sugar cookie. It's fantastic.
Probably GG go next is my guess. Especially if they have Reju, right? That's 3 times you have to kill Listic, and I don't see a world you kill him 3 times without losing anyone else in your team to the rest of the squad that LoKW has. Especially if an affliction goes off.
OMG, that sounds so good. It is, Heather. It's to die for. I was actually thinking, like, so because I don't want to use a webcam, I actually don't have a webcam, but even if I did, I wouldn't want to use one. Like, I much prefer this style of streaming. But I was thinking about getting a snack cam. So this would be a webcam set up to only see a very specific portion of my desk where I usually keep my food. And then I would only turn it on when I was like eating lunch or eating a snack. So I could show you guys like my snacks that I'm eating or my like what I get for lunch or whatever. Because my wife usually makes like really delicious stuff. Or like right now I'm eating a delicious cookie. So I have thought about in the future I will probably have a snack cam. We'll see about it. It probably won't happen for a few months, but we may get there. Okay, so we missed the beat like the majority of last game, so now we get like a quick highlight reel. This will be fun. Of game 1.
would take so many notes, and I would get home and I would just like kind of because I had it and then I didn't. So I used AI mode to create an interactive study guide. Not only did it show me the answers, but it showed me actually how I can get there. You can just put in all your info, and then it's like boom.
Okay, never mind. Instead of a highlight reel, we're gonna get ads. That's okay. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Hold up, I want to check something. Okay. Let me check something. I'm fidgeting with my UI, so I apologize if I'm not talking or if I'm late to like something that you chat. Give me just a second here. I think I want this. Yeah, that feels a little bit better. Okay, hold up. Now we need to copy and paste this over here. So right now we have a current it says watch party in the top left hand corner, but I want one when we're doing a review. So like if we're reviewing DLNS and it's not like an actual watch party, I want text that I can switch to that like, you know, covers that as well. We'll call it like Pro Scrims Review or something. Pro Scrims Review. And that's for when we're reviewing DLNS like in the past. We're not like watching it in real time, if that makes sense. Let's see how that works or how that looks if I were to turn it on compared to watch party. Oh, it clearly doesn't have the whole thing. So let's do this. We're gonna... Okay, this is a struggle. Let's see that. Pro Scrims Review? Not bad. Okay, I like that having it in the UI. So if we're ever doing a DLNS review, so like past DLNS that we didn't do a watch party for, I can have it say Pro Scrims Review. Right now it's a watch party though, so we'll switch that back over. Ayo. I feel like I should block that out with white, like I have the Twitch Prime in the top left-hand corner, so it's easier to see. I feel like right now there's so much freaking clutter on the left side. Dang, we're gonna have to watch the FPSL versus Bird with Clock. Oh wait, no, did we already watch that? Hold up. No, I think that was yesterday, right? I'm gonna have to review that 2-0. Because I love watching FPSL play the game. FPS Lounge is so good. Okay, give me a second. I think there's just so much noise on the left side when we're doing these reviews. Like when I have my chat on the left side and the watch party and the symbol. I don't know. We may have to play with that so there's not too much noise on the left side of the screen when we're doing these night shift reviews. I want it to be a little bit cleaner for you guys, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. That's a pretty sick Billy cosplay. Nice work. Mootkins. Hey, love it. That's pretty sick. I would like to get to a point someday when we have merch for Coach Blayton. I want Coach Blayton merch. I'd be wearing that all the time. I feel like anytime you... Merch is such a hard thing to do, though, because I feel like you run the risk of, like, you either make it too expensive because you got nice materials and you want your materials to be nice because you're wearing your own merch, or because you want it to be affordable and accessible to a lot of people, you have to reduce the quality, and then when people buy your merch, like they're like, this sucks, you know? But it was cheap. It's like, I don't know, clothing industry is difficult for that reason, you know? You, like, get what you pay for, but then people will, like, blame you for making it expensive, even though you made it nice. You know? I don't know. I'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it as well. But I would think merch would be so sick. I'd be wearing we'll have it be Kentucky Wildcats blue with Coach Blayton. That's got to be it. And white maybe, because Coach. Oh, it would be blue and white, like Wildcats blue and white. We'll have Coach Blayton on it. I don't know. We'll add a little something there, because we gotta have Deadlock in it too, right? So like, the colors would be based around Kentucky probably, because blue and white are my favorite colors anyway, and that combination. And then we'll have Coach Blayton on there. We'll have Deadlock symbols. Maybe an Eternus badge. I don't know. We'll see. We'll probably not get to merch for like a long time, probably years. But if we do get there, that would be cool. And it'll be cooler when the game is like fully released, because like, what if the Eternus badge changes and we already made merch? Like, that'd be awkward. So what is this? Oh, thanks to our patrons. I was like, I'm recognizing these names, you know, but like, I didn't know what I was looking at. But it's like, these people are supporting DLNS. So I'd want to see this, like, because I have a Patreon too. Let's take a look at it. Patreon.com/ was it Night Shift? Dang it, guys. Or was it Deadlock Night Shift? It's not Night Shift. Patreon.com/ Deadlock Night Shift. That's what it is. It's huge. This is awesome. Let me take a look at like become a member. Like, what are their... Dang, people really be paying $250 a month to support them. That's so sick. That's crazy. My Patreon is like mega cheap compared to this. My most expensive one is like cheaper than their third tier, I think, which is wild. And I may change that in the future, but like, I just set up the Patreon like really simply, because I'd rather have more people supporting me like in an affordable way than have like a few people supporting me in like a massive way. Like $250 a month, that's pretty huge. Also, my Patreon doesn't unlock literally anything, because I don't want to gatekeep any of my content whatsoever. Like, I don't want to gatekeep my coaching. I don't want to gatekeep like pro VOD reviews and stuff like that. I want everybody to have access to everything. And I don't want to like monetarily limit you. I basically just want any form of support, like through Patreon or tips or subs or whatever. I want it to be like of your own free will and within your budget. So, but that is cool. I mean, that's like way sick. I think based on what I just said, Deadlock Night Shift has like off their Patreon like over $2,000 a month. Like, good for them. I'm so glad the community's getting that sort of support, and I hope it 100x's that. You know what I mean? Like, I would love for us to have, when this game gets massive, to have like a massive professional scene with large prize pools incentivizing high level gameplay, because that's going to make my job like way fun to constantly be reviewing this stuff and coaching this. I think it would be really cool. The only time I think I would ever charge for my coaching is if I was coaching a professional team at a professional level. It's like if I took my coaching, not necessarily removes myself from what I'm currently doing, because I don't ever want to do that. Like, I love coaching players of Deadlock and helping individual players improve, but I think it would be really sick to be a professional coach. I just think that would take up so much time that I wouldn't be able to do it. Like, I don't think I would want to commit to that, because it would take away from my streaming and coaching you guys and stuff. But I feel like that's the only scenario I see myself ever actually charging for my service, is if a professional team was like, hey, do you want to coach us? We'll pay you X amount of dollars. I feel like I'd have to say no, depending on how much time it consumes, you know, which is sad. I don't know how we got on this topic. Total tangent, but yeah, here we are. Hopefully we're getting into picks and bans soon here. Oh, this is like the ad, I guess. I was like, what? Why are we on like this small screen? This is cool. They have these little tabs open so you can take a look at like the store or take a look at heroes. It even has their backstory. Whoa! Yo, somebody teach me how to do this. This is sick. That's crazy work.
you really can actually do what you need to do. And
Is this something they've set up on the stream, or is it because I'm casting it? Guys, wait, maybe I'm not casting. It says start casting. Maybe the stream just stopped being dumb then.
I think it was Fathom. You could was it Fathom? There was one that can stick to walls.
This is crazy.
I think it was Slog.
I want this garbage on my streams. That's so sick. You could individually, like, you guys could choose to look at Heroes Shop, etc. Dude. Somebody ask AI. I don't even know where to start on learning how to do this on my stream, but that would be so freaking dope. They've got something right. They're doing something right for sure. Deadlock info. An overlay extension for Deadlock to let viewers inspect all shop items and hero info over the stream to reveal a sidebar menu. Add to my channel. Absolutely. You guys. We're installing this extension right now. You must configure this third-party section before you go live. Okay, I don't even care. We'll do it later. Set as... Wait, no. What does this mean? I don't activate. Set as overlay 1? I don't even know what that means. We are definitely setting this up. I don't know where to put it yet, because we have so much garbage on the left side of the screen already. Maybe we'll put it like up here in the top right. You know what I mean? Like up here. Sorry, I was looking at a different part. Like maybe we'll put it up here, because I feel like that's something you can take advantage of. Dude, we're definitely setting this up. I'm so glad we tuned into this stream today and figured that out. That is sick. Absolutely goated. Holy smokes. W extension Deadlock. Way to go, Valve. That's so dope, man. I'm actually so stoked. I'm over the top about that. I shouldn't be that excited. Hey, we gotta fill the time somehow before picks and bans, you know? Sick. Join us, not Calaris, at DreamHack. What is DreamHack?
Dan, myself, ZP, Jake, we're gonna be at the Intel booth over in Atlanta on Saturday and Sunday. You guys should make sure to check us out and stop by, and maybe we're gonna also do potentially like a podcast there, like a four-man podcast. Maybe Puckett can stop by since he's there for another game. But it's gonna be cool, you know, getting to see you guys in person, not Calaris. I see too much of him.
Let me maybe change the stream title. Hold up. Because we're doing a watch party right now, and we're going to probably for a couple of hours. Let's take a look here.
He's not saying anything, so I'm assuming it's a promise from Dan.
Yeah, there you go.
He will hug anyone that wants it.
He's a lover, not a fighter. Whereas Jason, he's a fighter. Don't go near him. All right, it's time.
Jason's very tall.
Yeah,
Intimidating with his tallness.
It's been annoying for many years, his tallness. But anyway,
I've legitimately had, last note, I've worked a desk before, and we've had to make everyone sit because I was too tall. They wanted everyone to stand, and they're like, okay, Jason's too tall, everyone has to sit.
was that on a show that I was on with Seven?
Well, you are very short, but no, it wasn't that one.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, there it is! Finally, the Kelvin ban. Hooray!
But what did Abraham's ban? Like that's the question. They banned Doorman. I mean, gotta have to do it, right? Or yeah.
Well, the thing is, Abraham's lost, right? So they get choice of first pick or second pick, and they chose second pick. So probably gonna see Bebop go.
Oh, yeah, probably, maybe.
Little Biebers. Can we get a Justin Bieber Bebop? Yeah, I would love to see that one. Justin Bieber.
There it is.
Okay. So we got the silver Apollo last time, right? Yep.
Oh my god, Dan, you're in my
Hold up. I think this changes the stream title. I think we got it going. Hopefully. I actually can't tell, but I think so. It looks like it did. At least on Twitch. Maybe not on YouTube. But we changed it to a watch party. Alright, picks and bans, guys. Let's get excited. Abraham's bans Deadlock. Loki W bans Kelvin. Actually, really interesting pick. Kelvin is an insane support right now. Dome is crazy in mid-boss fights. Spirit damage is actually fairly high. Healing is probably highest in the game. Not a bad ban. Abraham's gets Silver and Apollo. Loki W gets Bebop. So Loki W did get the best pick hero. And Celeste, very, very strong. We'll see who else they get. I imagine they're going to try and get, like, Victor, because of how much Listic is getting value out of Victor and how strong he is. Yep, there's the Victor pick. Okay, now I think we go into second set of bans. Oh no, I think Abraham's picks first, and then it's second set of bans.
In theory, be a perfect draft for Loki W. Maybe. I think what's interesting is that yes, it's the same draft, but the Celeste.
Probably. I mean, I imagine they might go for okay, Pocket. Yeah. I was thinking it would be Pocket, maybe Haze, but Pocket Affliction really, really strong right now. Now we'll see who they ban next. Can't think right now. We'll just kind of watch it. We'll see what happens. Mirage, good ban. Very, very strong right now.
Your opponents could throw at you. It's like the more like flexible answer.
Well, the thing is, Loki W get first pick right after this ban, so they could take the Sinclair. I don't know if they're gonna let it go through though. I mean, that is also one of the options they have to deal with. But like, what would Sinclair take for Abraham?
And Shiv, yeah, Shiv is a really, really good pick here, for ban, because he's an incredibly strong front line, very, very difficult to kill, and they want Victor to be the person that fills that role on their team, and they want to deny it for the enemy team. So Abraham's does get Lash. Good team fight ult.
I think probably Sonya on Lash, I would guess this time. Empty Dreams on the Pocket. I feel like Empty Dreams is synonymous with Pocket.
Yeah, his
for sure.
Pocket's insane. Yeah.
Loki W does get Viper pick. Viper is just so strong right now. Looks like he's struggling a little bit in the EU games lately, but he's very, very strong right now.
Like try to go more frontliney than last time.
Very Talon. That's actually quite the off-meta pick. At least from what I've seen. Maybe I haven't seen enough DLNS, but I feel like that's kind of a wild pick. You don't really see Grey Talon and Yamato a whole lot like in these games, so Abraham's does get Warden, so they get that off carry. In fact, Warden's kind of been slipping into the M1 category more so than off carry. He's like in a weird spot right now. So very, very strong M1 pick since Mirage is gone. Surprised we haven't seen a Wraith pick actually, but maybe they're not loving her. And Ivy is the support. Okay. Yeah, people not loving the page support lately. Ivy, Kelvin, and oh my gosh, why is my brain is totally freezing up on the main supports. I guess Doorman, really. Doorman's bans though. I feel like there's somebody else though that I'm forgetting. You guys are gonna have to throw it in there. My brain's like totally gone. I don't love Loki W's comp. I'm not gonna lie. I think they have a lot of strong characters, but I don't think they have a lot of strong synergy necessarily. I don't think Abraham's is necessarily stronger, but I definitely feel like Loki W just has stronger characters like individually. I don't know how well they're gonna mesh. I still think Loki W has the better comp. I just don't love it. I actually really just don't love the Grey Talon pick. I feel like they have a strong comp. Like, they got the Bebop pick hero, they got Celeste and Grey Talon, Spirit Nukers, Mina as well, actually. They got Viper and Victor playing gun damage, and Victor is the frontline bruiser. Silver's the frontline gun bruiser on their team instead of Victor. And then they've got Warden as the M1 over the Viper. I feel like Loki W just doesn't have a support. Bebop is like the closest thing they've got, right? But he's also playing pick hero. And Bebop's hook can either be pick or support, but it's really hard to be both unless you are hitting those hooks and the uppercut to reset it and whatnot. But usually you have to pick between support and pick when it comes to Bebop in any given fight. Like, you can't do both in the same fight like you can with Viscus. Viscus is the other support hero I was trying to come up with. We literally did a pro VOD review of Division playing Viscus. So I'm actually surprised we didn't see like a Viscus pick. But I guess they wanted Ivy over Viscus. And I'm actually surprised we picked Grey Talon over Viscus. So, I don't know. Very interesting. We'll see. Pro gameplay is not something I spent a lot of time like looking at through a coaching lens. So the meta is going to be different than matchmaking, which Eternus matchmaking is what I'm more used to than Eternus pro play, because I don't play like any scrims whatsoever. Even off stream, I'm not like on a team or anything like that. I just do coaching. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. This is gonna be interesting. I'm trying not to say as much, and I'm like failing so bad. I say all the time. I like watching my own videos and want to kill myself. No, I'm kidding. Not I didn't mean to say that. I'm very sad about how I'm speaking. I exaggerated. Hopefully we can all just forget that happened right now. Moving on. Loki W picking Grey Talon over Viscous, kind of wild for me, since I feel like they're lacking a major support. Like Abraham's got Ivy, and we banned Kelvin and Doorman. And Paige is kind of out of the meta right now, even though I still think she's really, really strong in like matchmaking. I think she's really good, but in pro play, she's not in a strong spot necessarily compared to the others. I'm gonna grab another drink so my voice doesn't die. I constantly need to be drinking. And then I have to pee all the time. It's a vicious cycle, you guys. Hopefully my stream isn't too quiet. Prize pool is currently 2,600, not bad. Split across 6 people though. Each get a few $100. Okay, so this is how they're doing it. This is 1 win. This would be 2nd win. So now I know how they're doing that, because I saw the 2 stars up there, but I was like, I don't know what I'm looking at. Now I do. Cosmetical on the Grey Talon. Okay, so let's look at who's playing what. Zergy on the Viper, no surprise there. Listic on the Victor, no surprise there. And Hoot on the Bebop, no surprise there. Rayek on Celeste and Obikim on Mina. Okay. Taz support, no surprise there. On Ivy on the other team. Together on Silver, makes a lot of sense. Empty Dreams on Pocket. I think we all called that for those who know. Sonya Sniper on Apollo, okay. And then Arzo on Warden and Saint on Lash. It's going to be an interesting game, but I'm going to have to give it to Loki W. My prediction is that they take it, even with this odd, like, Grey Talon pick. I know Grey Talon is probably, like, one of the strongest Spirit Nukers right now. Like, the arrows and ult are actually just so freaking strong. But in pro play, I don't know. I feel like Viscous just would have been a much better pick, but maybe they feel like they have enough support with the Bebop. We'll see. I mean, this is gonna be interesting. Let me actually turn up the stream a little bit here, because now we're like in the game. You guys can hear the audio of the game and the commentators like a little bit better than me, because now we're actually watching the game and I can shut up a little bit and we can just kind of hang out and watch and chill out. I don't think I'm gonna treat this so much as coaching. I mean, if you guys have a question, like if you see something and you're like, hey, why'd they do that, or you know, something like that, I'll probably comment on it. But for the most part, I think I want this to be just like a chill watch party. I think if I wanted to make it a coaching opportunity, we'd do it as a review. Like we'd go over a recording of the games and break them down like more in depth. For now, I think nice briefcase on that Viper Poison though. I think I'm just gonna make this like a little bit chill, just gonna hang out with you guys for a little while.
Not only here on the night shift.
We did a lot of pro VOD review this morning. I think we can relax and watch some pros for fun now, you know?
I mean, Saint's going to be on the lash. And I think that's one thing we've been seeing Abrahams do over the last few weeks is kind of put Saint.
I'm so glad I don't have a webcam, guys. I just went to drink water out of a bottle with the cap on it still. So I just kissed the cap instead of actually got some liquid. That was, I'm only Eternus. Give me a break.
Yeah, and it can definitely feel hidden with some of the roles that he might be on sometimes. Being more supportive, but yeah,
this is why I don't have a webcam, so you guys can't see how dumb I actually am in real life.
Something that's like extremely high skill ceiling is Mina, but like movement and just timings and also the aiming element to it as well. Like there's just so much about Mina that is for super highly mechanically gifted players. So pretty cool. I totally agree.
Yeah. I wonder if we're ever going to start to see like, consistent bans on Viper for Zuri. I know Clark's mentioned before it was banned out twice against him in the R1 tourney over the weekend. But he's, I don't know. I'm actually, the thing is, like, I'm just happy to see Zergi's found other heroes that he has crazy impact on, like he used to with like Wraith and with Seven, because Wraith really wasn't it for him when he rejoined
Nice.
OTW.
I
back
think
in
that was
competitive
that bomb that killed
play. And,
him?
Break, once again, going for a gank. And they
I
get
can't
themselves a
tab.
kill yet again
I
here
keep
on the right-hand
thinking this
side.
is similar to a
Like,
VOD
Eternus
review,
Coach
so I can
control.
tab.
I
But
think
we were
that's a
watching
very smart play
Zergi
to
get
keep
an
him
assist,
down
so
on
I think
levels, but then
Poison
not
hit
let
and
him
then
push
Bomb
early on,
exploded
have
and
more
Bebop
control
got
in
the
these
kill.
fights.
I think that's
I
what
do wonder
happened.
though if Listed
Like he
will
just
be able
didn't
to
have
be more of that
briefcase
wall
for
breaker.
either of
If
the
LokiW need it though with the combo
delayed
they have,
damage.
maybe not so much, since he is again pretty much the only front line with him and Hoot.
Well, that bomb actually hit both of
Yeah,
them.
and I think
Pocket
Abraham's
got too
comp is
close
gonna do
to
wonders for them.
Lash, I think he's landing with. Yeah.
Just, like they have a mixture.
Bomb
of
hit both
everything.
of them.
You know, they have team fight options. They've got tempo options. They've got the ability to play objectives effectively, and they've got good macro as well. They have them. The lineup is overall more balanced, and I think it's going to be easier, a lot easier for Ozzy to have impact, like I mentioned. And Empty Dreams on the pocket, that is a problem in of itself. So we'll get to see how that plays out in this game. You know, we're about to hit that first.
So commentators
bridge
are kind of agreeing with
So
me when it
both,
comes
side lanes
to
really looking for
Abraham's
that lane
comp just
priority
like
to make
gelling
sure that
a
they can
little
be the
bit
ones
better
that
than
can
Loki
get
W,
to it.
at least in
And,
my opinion.
So far, Abraham's on this right side of lanes have the priority just
We'll
because
see.
obviously the jump pad is close
We
to
will
them,
see. I still think Loki
But,
W is
you
going
can
to
see
take it,
that
but we'll see.
LOKW really pushing it pretty far. and
I don't know
actually,
if we have
in
more
fact,
games
they're
after
gonna
this. Like,
get control of the jump pad there.
I don't know what the schedule looks like because after this game, like if Loki W wins, are we just moving on to the next game? Do we have more games going on, or is that like way later today? Like I have no idea.
Has been able to secure the right-hand one and also getting Gum
No
up
shove
across
equals
medical,
snooze
and getting
fest.
still
W
understart
take
his
Pac fan.
sniper. Not the start
Pac fan,
of
let me know
Abraham
if you know the
here.
schedule.
Last game, they
If
were able to
Loki
build up
W
a
wins this
big lead
game, like
for
if we have
the
more
first 12 minutes
games
of the game
soon
has
as part of the
passed.
watch party, or if we're
Looking
gonna have
with
to jump
double
into
buffs
coaching
and
because
2
it's gonna
kills
be
already
like
this game. This
later
is
this
the
evening or
start that they
something.
want. And this is a start that's gonna get them ever closer
I don't know yet.
to that money.
They got both bridge buffs last time too. You know, it seems like Abraham, or rather Loki W, just on top of the bridge buff game. And so much damage from the Viper. You got to be
No
very
McGinnis.
careful
I don't know
about that.
who's
Good
gonna win.
looks
Pac
from
fan.
Hoots.
Actually, no idea.
Oh,
And here comes the bird. There it goes in the distance. I don't know if it found. Yeah, there we go. It catches Saints. So good stuff there from Cosmetical.
And you know what I really want to do is like go to a LAN event and just play that randomly in the speakers and just see if players start to freak out.
That was an
if there's no
interesting ability
time in the game.
usage.
That is one of the most
The order in
awesome
which he
things to hear
used
when
it.
you're
So
low in
Taz,
HP.
uppercut, and then bomb
Which was the
Dominion.
Empty Dreams, but again, not
Usually
gonna
I
do
see
too
them
much
take
damage
advantage of the
because
timing,
game
so they
moves
bomb the
so
minion
fast
and then
that they
uppercut
forward.
later, so as soon as
And
it
Loki, I
lands
think,
it
got 3 ults so
explodes,
far in the first
rather
6
than the
minutes.
other way around. I know maybe it's like gentleman's agreement to not play her. I hope so.
Are you liking the
Absolutely
chances
no
of
honor.
Abraham's
You're
overall
shameless
more
if you're
than
playing
previous game? Like,
McGinnis in
where
the
you
current
stand
meta
on that?
in a
If
pro
you've really
game.
given
You know
your
what I mean? Deserve to
prognosis.
lose. It's like shooting an
I
AFK.
don't know. Honestly, I'm looking at Loki W, and for Empty Dreams to be effective in this game, he's got to be so slippery. And
I actually feel like McGinnis
the
isn't
fact that he
super
did
strong in
last shot in kind of
pro
has
play
me
because
that
people
mindset
know how
already, but when you
to
have
coordinate. They're
these-
coordinated so
these
well and play
charge
so well
shots and
together
have
that you
cosmetical
can
that
like
hit you when you have negative
avoid the
parries,
ult or shut it
it's
down
so
like a lot
much
better as a
damage. And then I
team.
guess the rest of the comp is
She's just
relatively
like
the same, except
absolutely
Loki can
disgusting in
flex it
matchmaking.
over to the Mina instead of the Haze.
I don't think I've seen
I think
McGinnis
OBW
much
have
in
to be a
deal
little
on
bit
this.
more careful of the early game power that Obikim gave them before to kind of keep them in the game, and maybe Abraham can use that to their advantage. But Obikim as well, I mean, he's a very talented player, and Mina still, I think, fits into his style. And Loki W have so much damage on their team.
Good
that it is
disengage from
so
Mystic
hard to
here.
tank any of this, and to be able to like fight these like little skirmishes where Abraham's maybe want to fight.
Loki
more
W
team-oriented.
did get both bridge buffs. It's just gonna give him a really nice
And when I
advantage
saw
here in the
the-
early
saw,
game.
on,
5, 10,
Saints
15
on
minute bridge
Lash,
buffs, guys.
Second item after headshot booster.
So
Reactive
big.
barrier, which makes sense in this lane. This lane is absolutely disgusting. And
He
it
hits
might not
this
actually
hook every
matter.
day.
This hook is ready and it's gonna grab Saints.
Gets that
barrier
reactive
has
barrier,
been doing
breaks
some
it.
work,
Oh,
but
and the
my God,
bird!
keep coming, or rather, it was Cosmetical in with the bird there to finish it off.
Maybe Great Talent is just significantly better than I thought
No way.
when
Did
it's
he get
in
another kill as
coordinated
well?
pro play because of these birds and
Looks like it.
garbage.
There we go.
Dang, Cosmetical's
God.
already got 3
He's
kills.
having a good start to the game.
And we just did a Great Talent Pro VOD review too.
ETK 6.1k. Been a part of was like 3 kills now.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see Hoot's build. I wish I could tab
HQ
because
on,
we're
Abrams
not like
rework as
actually
well.
watching the
Seems quite a bit on,
scrim,
like,
you know.
EW as well.
But I wish I could
So
tab and
I
see
guess
builds
there's a
whenever I
punch
wanted
right
to,
now.
because I'm excited to see how Hoot builds this
Guardians
and
dealt
what the
with
build
early
order
escaping ground
is.
strike, but the flog is going to connect.
Yeah, because you'll be able to get your whole team to come where to hit the bird. Exactly. Well, not only where to hit it, but also like completely coordinate. Like they may be calling for Cosmetical to chuck bird like way before he needs to, because they are about to coordinate like this assault on this person to get him low enough for the bird to either secure the kill or help them secure the kill. So it's like coordination for bird is just like such a big deal. And like your team working together to make sure you get the most value out of bird as possible, which is just like way harder to get in matchmaking, like regular matchmaking versus pro play. So yeah, I agree. I still think it's a weird pick in my opinion. Like I get the value, like I'm not saying it's a bad pick, I just think it's a weird pick. Like they're like, I don't know, I just take in their team comp, I take Viscous over Grayton 9 times out of 10. I want to know what their team comps were like with that. Maybe they don't have anybody that's super comfortable on Viscous. Like, I don't know these players well enough individually to say for sure whether Viscous is like a bad pick for them, because they don't play very much or whatever. But like, I don't know. I would have taken Viscous for sure.
Viper is nasty against Pocket. If you think about the fact that Pocket is very what's the word? Vulnerable to Spirit.
Yeah, I mean the thing is,
I feel like it's relying on him snowballing it a bit too much. You mean their Loki W is relying on Grey Talon to snowball too much, and that's why the pick is weird? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know how he's so
I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Necessarily doesn't need that ability, but if he ever gets your briefcase out, you know he's gonna be looking for.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Then if that's what you were saying, and it looks like it is, I agree. I think what they're trying to do is take advantage of Grey Talon's early game and his late game execute. So they're going to take advantage of the execute to follow up on like Mina ults, on Celeste damage, etc. And then they're going to rely on his combo with Curse into Bebop hooks. So like Bebop can purposefully hook around the Curse, or if he hits a hook, we can throw the Curse down on the ground. But I also feel like Viscous would have been not only a much better support in general than like not having a support at all. I mean, basically their support is like whatever Grey Talon provides and Bebop as pick hero. So it's like they're in a really odd position. But Kelvin was banned, and the other team has Ivy. Paige is in a bad spot. Viscous felt like the clear choice to me, and Viscous has a way better mid boss fight, like a pit contest. I feel like we do not have a good pit contest right now. So Loki W is just like relying on Viper pit contest basically. That's like it. Bird is okay, but I don't know. It's just a weird pick, and we're gonna see how it plays out. But I don't know. I feel like Viscous would have been a better pick. And I'm gonna try and digress. I don't want to like sit on this soapbox too long. I know you guys don't want me to say all game that they should have picked Viscous. It's just a weird pick.
A little bit of a 1v1 here with Sonic Sniper going up against Vrayek, and Sonic's gotta be careful because there's also Hoot in the vicinity. And he doesn't even need Hoot. Vrayek's just gonna
He does try and parry. We've gone over this in Eternus 6. He should have known the pattern was hitting, but he still went for that parry. So Vrayek had already hit 2 light melees. He's then gonna wait for parry on the 3rd one, but he just had Light Eater and he kills there. So Pluto made that mistake. We talked about it in his VOD review, and we see even who was it that just died? Sonya Sniper. Sonya Sniper made the same mistake that Pluto made in his VOD a couple days ago, where you're saying like they will go for 2 light melees really quick together, and then they'll hold the 3rd light melee and wait for the parry, or by then they've reloaded or have an ability off cooldown that they can use instead while they're baiting your parry, and you can't fall for that pattern. Once they've hit 2 light melee, they're probably not going for the 3rd. We just have to gamble that.
Empty Dreams is the target. He's in the base, and it's gonna time out.
Man, here we go. I think it's a replay of a bird, I'm guessing, from Cosmetical. Actually, this is the bird into probably the kill against together, too.
Yeah, this is the very first one, no?
This is the 5-minute 30-second bird, so this replay is from like way earlier in the game when he gets the kill across the map over here. I think he kills Saint here, yeah. We just did a VOD review of being patient with the bird and, you know, taking it slow when you need to. Now we're doing another review. So this was the 7-minute 40-second review. Another kill on Saint, I mean. I almost said Sonya.
Okay, in the meantime, 66k to 66k. Abrahams have come back on the souls. Empty Dreams really committing into this Guardian. Is he going to be able to stay up
He's
here?
gonna
Looks like
have
he's
to
gonna be
drop
fine.
the Guardian.
Assistance from
It's
Sonny
1v2.
Although
Obi
Listic is
Kim
coming
walks
on over
out.
on the Victor, and I mean maybe a priority to actually take this lane down right now because that Guardian is still up here
Oh,
for
I didn't like that
Abrahams.
reload. I mean,
They're ahead,
just
they're
secure your
slightly
orb
ahead
and
now
then
here, Jason.
reload.
They've
That
been
was
doing really
unnecessary
well
in my
to
opinion.
fight their way back.
Yeah, Together's been really stable, like really the rock to the team, the anchor for the team.
We are
in this
outnumbered
game
here.
so
this
far.
is scary.
It's one of the
Okay,
13
now that
daily for us to
Cosmetical's
go
here,
pick
we're
up
not
Papa's.
outnumbered.
The thing
With
is, like, Abraham's had
the
lead last
Abra-
game by 8K. Oh my God,
Bebop
Abraham's coming
ult.
on in. Where's the is he looking for pocket? Empty Dreams. Oh, you heard the briefcase.
Very patient, not exploding. Waited for the briefcase. Very well played from Cosmetical.
Plus 40.
Plus 40. That's problematic, honestly. Okay, well,
Hoot's gonna
they're
go
all
down
team
here.
together
There's like
so
no
far for
way.
Abrahams.
Yep.
Looking to get another one. He's gonna find that. Looking down here.
I mean, Cosmetical's getting a lot of value.
Man, honestly,
That's- I
it
mean-
feels dangerous out here with these owls. honestly.
Pro players can make weird comps work or off meta heroes work because of coordination.
My God. I mean, that's
And
scary.
Greytown's in a good spot. I'm not gonna lie. I like where
Most of your
Greytown's
power
at in the
Cosmetical
meta.
has now.
I think he's a very strong
These
spirit
owls are
nuker.
just gonna be
I think his
disgusting.
scaling is good.
And
He does a lot of
I don't know,
damage,
man.
but it's
He's
hard
a
to
freaking
secure.
soul,
It's
but
pretty heavy skill shot, and
how do you survive any of the damage that he does? I
there
mean,
goes
Listic,
Listic.
he will get caught out here, so Abraham's able to at least turn it into a kill for themselves. The other owls coming on out once again at a Cosmetical. Saint is the
He's
target.
looking for Saint here. Oh, Saint's gonna get away,
It's a
I
horror
think.
movie.
I didn't know we were playing Dead by Daylight here. I didn't know the killer's an owl.
He's playing a horror movie. Yeah.
Oh no.
He does get close enough to at least stun
But with
together.
That does a lot of damage. Quick chomp. The chomp there from the Lycan Curse for some health back, but I don't know.
He's gonna die to that
that
Viper poison.
Pocket
Oh,
comes in.
no, he didn't die,
That's a reflection
but
on Zergy. Some good damage could go a long way
oh my
here.
gosh,
On the way
Zergy took
out,
so
all
much
together, but
damage that he
Sigurd
actually
survived,
goes down.
going deep for the
And
back, it's
Together
gonna be
lives
a
here.
horrible
Together's
backfire.
so
Look
good.
at that.
We
I mean,
should
it's
probably
just
find
one
a
of the
Together
tops of
Silver
the
VOD review to do sometime, because I haven't done Silver and I haven't done a Pro VOD review on Together yet.
Not so sure.
Doesn't even have to be Silver. We
By the
should
way, I
just
thought
find a
the meta
good
would still
Together game.
But I think maybe Zergy isn't maxing. I didn't actually check what he's been going for here. Or maybe Enchantress Emblem was enough for Together to survive. And here we go. Obi Kim trying to go for the silence. A good Warpstone use as well with the Sanguine retreat to catch him out. And
Oh my
another
gosh.
coming on in, plus
See,
50
look,
now.
that kind of
Cosmetical.
coordination on the Greytown kill with the Mina ult and the team just playing around that damage to make sure that that executes or gets the kill.
We're just following them
It's
pretty
rare
easily
that
at
you
this
get
point.
that in matchmaking, and even when you do in matchmaking, you get it very few
I
times.
feel bad for
They're getting
original
it like
operators.
every single bird.
Or maybe it's a good thing because they're going to be able to just clip out every owl in the game, and then that's your replay package.
True. Sidekick of the match, if we had that segment still, would be the owl.
I really like the Spirit Sap
Okay,
on
well,
Mina.
Atani Losan is going to be coming on through.
I actually feel like
for
Spirit Sap
the
is really highly
there.
underutilized because of the Spirit.
You
Oh,
can
I
see a
can't
ton of
hover over
players
it
from
again because
LKW
it's not a VOD
disregarding
review. But Spirit
the
Sap's
drop off. It's been given up at this
Spirit
point.
Shred I think is really dope and highly
Yeah, early
underutilized.
initiation, we talked about this.
Like if you
Sending
combine
Arthur
that with
into the
Mystic
fight,
Vulnerability,
that's
you just get
And it's
so
looking
much
pretty
freaking
scary.
shred, or even like a Spirit Strike depending on the
Ultimate
hero
not
you're
yet
playing.
pops
It's like
for
so
Arthur, but he
much
focus
Spirit
fire,
Shred.
So much spirit damage, he's going to get taken out.
Okay, Arza goes
And,
down.
finally,
Listic
like,
trying to get out after
better
his ult
in
goes
control
off.
of the
They're
hands of
trying
the
to
Lady
create
now.
space and get
Real quick,
Obi
though,
Kim
Dan,
out.
look at
Obi
it from the
Kim
minimap.
being
He
chased
is
down by
basically
Together.
in
We'll see if he
between
gets
the walker and
out
the base
in the
guard. He's
back of
cutting
that
the wave
mini map
as much as
there.
he possibly can. Zergy was doing something similar, but instead he goes for the urn. He's rotating
Empty
around while this
Dreams
fight happening.
is shoving our
He won the fight,
walker.
getting
Zergy's
killed
able
and
to
here's
deposit
Julian.
the urn, which is
Maybe they
really
lose Walker, but I
big.
think that's a trade they're going to be more than happy with because they can push a walker themselves.
So they trade Urn for
Yeah,
Walker,
yeah,
and then they're going to trade Walker for Walker, so Urn ends up being a net positive,
Walker for Walker.
100% net positive.
And what's the
So
move here
positive trade for Loki W here.
afterwards? You know, there's a lot of farm on the map to pick up at this point. You just try to like devour the jungle of your opponent there and try to just start to get that macro edge because you know farming.
I'd prefer seeing them still more farm on their side of the map on their way out here because of how grouped they were. It was very safe to be stealing like this Sinners and this tier 2, maybe even, you know, part this tier 3 or this tier 3, that tier 2, you know, just like cleared out some of this on their way out because it was so safe to do so. I feel like it's a missed opportunity, but we'd have to hear the comms for me to be sure that what they're planning on doing together isn't a better call.
Just craziness. And for Abraham's side, I mean, the thing is, like, I don't think they're necessarily out just yet, but when we get to the next urn
And this is why we secure our souls. Ivy just missed out on a couple souls because he was lazy. Like, you can't be lazy. It's like a gazillion really little things that make up a game, right?
Oh, that's a great
Oh, nice little light melee off the riposte.
Nice isolation there. They lose also in the middle of that though.
I feel like that's such a popular combination. I'm actually surprised he doesn't have like Spirit Strike. Like, hit the riposte, hit a little light melee, get a little more Spirit Shred, do more damage with your 1, with your 3, you know, etc. I wonder why people don't build Spirit Strike on Apollo more often because of that riposte stun light melee combo that you're able to get. And later, when you upgrade this, you can get like a whole full freaking heavy melee off, no? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure riposte stuns long enough that you can. Look at Zergy playing Viper, going for that, oh my gosh! He's playing that meta, pushing past the base guardians to try and get that early shrine, deny more souls, get super minions, etc. Unfortunately, he was so freaking close. I can literally hear Zergy's accent yelling no right now in my head. He's yelling at his team, he's so sad.
Abraham's have the ability to make a big play now with that shrine still on.
Abraham's gonna go for a mid boss here with the 2-man advantage, and because their only mid boss contest is dead, this is why I'm scared not having like a Viscus or something, because like our mid boss contest is just Mina ult and damage. Kind of Great Talon ult, but like, I don't know, we don't have anything massive like Lash ult or Yamato ult or Dynamo ult or something like that, you know? And we have the Ivy on this team too, so like, which counters a lot of that. And the Lash ult, like, yeah, see, we get the rejuves right before Silver and Arzo go down, so we instantly get those 2 back, and then we got the Victor ult, Mina's 1 HP, forced to reset.
But everybody's healthy here for Loki W, all except Overkim, so right now, this is very dangerous for
There goes Sonya Sniper ult.
Very dangerous indeed.
Oh,
One
it's
rejuve left,
unfortunate.
Sonya's been hooked away. Empty Dreams is actually going to consume that last rejuve, and Cosmetical.
Okay, Pocket goes for the last rejuve. Dang, we're struggling in this team fight, aren't we? Okay, Cosmetical does go down. Listic is super freaking low. Don't think he dies here, though. It looks like he got out. Sonya Sniper's going to get traded.
Was picked up by Saint to get turned on the other side of the map, but Obakim's already pushed into this one to try to deny, as well as Vrayek. They're just trying to take everything, and I give credit to Abraham, so you had to make a play happen here, but you need to get out of this one clean.
Nice Resto Locket to avoid that Mina ult.
Gonna make his way
We're trying to get Urn to narrow this soul gap.
I'm gonna be racing across, but the problem is right now the
Team's rushing over to help with the Urn depot.
Those troopers on the left side of the map for Loki W will be extremely powerful.
We have to try and depot before Cosmetical gets an ult coming our way. As soon as that bird's in the air, it's like so hard to depot the Urn. Arzo goes down. Now we're gonna have to pick up the Urn and deny it. And potentially lose Walker. I mean, we're in a really tough spot now after that kill. Here comes the bird.
You hear the owl once again screeching its way on forward. Abraham's, it hits
Listic does get ult back before he goes down. Empty Dreams just getting absolutely demolished here. Be surprised. Looks like he does get out though. And Frake able to get the Urn, so we get a larger lead from Loki W.
To 132k to the 120k, only about 12-13k in soul difference. But I did want to take a look at this fight just from this point of view, because Sonya eats the owl
for the rejuve, because that's like their only freaking mid-boss contest since Zergy was dead. Then he uses Riposte for a stun. I mean, Loki W is playing such strong characters, they actually ended up basically winning the mid-boss fight because they got all 3 rejuves and then traded 1 for 1, so they essentially got 4 kills for 1, right?
I mean, this is like something that I think.
But in terms of like ults and kits, their mid-boss contest is really weak, which is why I think their comp is odd. But they're playing it well.
A better backdoor protection, for example. But either way,
Oh my gosh, what a hook.
fight here under the
Oh
bridge,
my
both side bridge,
gosh,
gonna be
what a
safe
pick
there.
from Hoot.
Thanks
Bebop is
to,
just so nasty.
Hoot's
Love it.
hooks. And right now the invade potential.
Ooh, when I was playing Gun Bebop yesterday off stream, I should have gotten Weakening Headshot. Because I was playing Gun Bebop and Pick Bebop, obviously. That's like the meta and the strongest way to play him right now. But I didn't get Weakening. It's actually good. What did I get?
Maybe a misread.
I had Headhunter and something else.
On high ground here.
Can't remember now.
It's still being chased
Slowing
nonetheless.
bullets. I had slowing
He can
bullets.
potentially come off from the side. Got petrifying
That's my
bola up.
4.8k. Obviously, I got a lot more gun after that, but
And that repost.
Weakening Headshot into...
Sorry, Kalaris is here and he used defense.
What's the tier 4 called again?
Thank you.
I knew it was still here.
I can't remember
but
now.
Still, this is tough, man. This is
Crippling
actually
Headshot's the tier 4.
tough to deal with here. Zergy's on 28,000 souls. He can, I'd say he can 1v1 anyone. I think even like Obi Kim can potentially 1v1 anyone. And I think the real shame right now is that Saint's only 17,000 souls, and for him to get an ult off, if Empty Dreams couldn't do it in the last game, I don't think he's gonna have a chance to get a big death slam.
Yeah, it's definitely a very tough situation.
That's the problem with Lash and pro gameplay as well, compared to like matchmaking, is everybody's counter building it with unstops, counter spells, and indomitables, and so it's just like so hard to get value out of it. Whereas in matchmaking, your gameplay is so chaotic and comms are so few and far between and ineffective that Lash can just rooftop assassin pretty much anybody.
There's that affliction. It's going to get 2 players. Is that going to be enough there? Cosmetical gets caught there. Focused down by Apollo.
Yeah, gets absolutely deleted by Sonya Sniper and that affliction from MT James.
Who also still afflicted, has to be backing
That's probably the weakest part of Grey Talon right now, is he's still super squishy, very, very squishy. So Sonya Sniper's just gonna melt him every time. Although we do get the trade on Sonya. That's good.
Trading 1-for-1 isn't really, I mean, for the comeback mechanics, it's not that bad for Abraham. The problem is you can't fight the other 5 players that are still super fed at this point. And with the urn
I
spawn in,
think
you're
Hoot was forced to cancel
around the
ult.
map, and this is gonna hurt here. Lethal Venom coming on through. Together's trying to create
Doesn't want to
distance,
pick up
get
the
away
urn because
from
it's a retake
chase
urn.
down out of Zergy.
Together's gonna go
Actually break as
down.
well. Deathslam had gone off. I'm not
Oh my
sure how
gosh,
they
nice
cut
warp
off, but
stone
he
in
was
2.
Ballistic. Ballistic's gonna be fine.
Yeah,
Taking
okay,
out this
Obi Kim
walker,
still
and he
gets
has the
him.
backup of his
And Lash goes down as well.
Yeah, 3 players down in quick
Listic
succession.
no ult, but he's just,
Abrahams have
I mean,
basically
there's
been
one person
completely
alive
wiped,
now.
looking to
It's just
defend the
running
walker.
through him.
And I feel bad for Taz, last man standing. And that's going to be a
Listic's
wrap
too
for that
far.
walker.
I don't know why
Now
he's
the,
like
Onyx can be
shooting
carried
the
across
walker from that
safely,
far away.
posited as well.
He should know better.
And mid-boss not too far away. Lots of farm on the map has to be had. Big
Denying them their
guys,
own
and
retake
there's
urn
so
is
much value now
crazy
for
work.
Abrahams to get so far ahead.
Yeah. Well, okay, nice use of silence actually to keep Sonya out. Maybe get the kill on towards him as the urn has been secured by Hoot.
Getting that second
Still being finished off by
shrine.
Ballistic, and so is the shrine.
Probably backing out to head towards mid boss. It should be up like really
It's a matter
soon.
of like 2 minutes. It just completely swung in favor of Loki W. And with mid boss spawning in just under a minute of time, spend these souls. Man, Obi Kim's on 9k.
Yeah, 40k soul lead after they spend is going to be pretty much the nail in the coffin.
I feel
Loki
like
W
Celeste
playing
has
this really
been
well.
Really good in this game. Like Rakes, like just.
I want to see
just
damage
impacts.
breakdown. I need a damage breakdown chart since I
The early
can't
game,
tab and
'cause late game,
take a
also
look at
Celeste
like
throughout
kills and
been really
whatnot. But
strong.
oh my gosh, Hoot! What a
That's nice
freaking
catch, that
hook!
is. Oh God, that's
We need
so-
to do
so
a
bad
Hoot
right now for, together.
VOD review as well. Hoot's so good. I mean, all these players are insane, but still, like,
I mean, 3-minute affliction's good, but you need follow up.
see,
on top
like,
of that.
Yeah.
And they don't really seem to care too
Oh.
much because they can just completely chase him down. The damage isn't there.
Cosmetical
because
goes down,
Arthur's
so
farming the
freaking
right-hand side.
squishy.
I don't think they were necessarily looking for an engagement for Abrahams. I mean, it's still 2-1, but I think they're going to lose Sonya.
Oh, he did try to hold his
well,
autos
so
at
far,
first, so he
you know,
wouldn't get that
Affliction moves
repost, but
into,
then he
a
either
fight
mistimed it or
between
lost
the big
patience
bosses
and
who's
gave him the
just
repost,
spawning. It's now up.
unfortunately.
But like you say, no follow up. They're just a bit too spread out. No one's ready. Right now, just desperation plays and mid boss is waiting.
Phantom Strike on Mina? Is that what I saw queued right now?
Oh no, someone's trapped.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
In the matter of what, like 4 days? It's been 5 straight wins.
Is it so he can
in
not
events
only
for
disarm
Loki
them,
and
but get an
Abrahams.
insta-rake
Going
ult
3-0,
off? Is that
now
what that
returning.
is? That's
They're going 2-0 at the
crazy.
moment right now. We're seeing mid-boss contest
I ain't
for
never
the
seen
last
that
stand,
that tech there.
But I don't Arzo didn't get in time. I'm not sure necessarily what happened there, but with all three Uges going for low KW side, I just don't see a world Abraham survives this one.
I mean, that's game.
And
That
low KW have just, I don't know,
that
the
mid boss is
tactics, the meta,
game.
They figured something out, and it's all pretty much been about damage. Like, there's no proper support anymore. They have high burst damage, low HP players on their team. They're running like one quasi tank and like one pick with the bebop, and they can just.
Ooh, Cosmetical was patient, so he didn't get baited into the counterspell, but then he missed it. That's unfortunate.
I totally agree.
Then the counterspell hits on the arrow while he's teleporting out. Looks like Saint should be able to survive here. Yeah, he gets out.
I mean, between Break and Cosmetical,
His ult plus Empty Dreams Affliction may be able to defend base. We may be able to like get rid of the 2 rejuves and maybe even a kill, but there goes Sonya Sniper. I mean, it's just looking worse and worse. Obi Kim just owned him.
I don't think we talked too much about, but they had some
There's the Affliction. Ooh, 3-man Affliction. And he goes down to Obi Kim. Dang, man. I mean, it's just like, what can you do?
Damage heroes seem to be what the meta's kind of going around. Except maybe with Dortmund, which I guess Dortmund still kind of counts. Stage 1 patron gone in just a few seconds, and stage 2
GG's, man.
While they're trying to delay it as much as possible. Deathslam coming on through, but again, realistically, you're not going to pull off kills from this one. And Low KW gonna once again win here in the night shift, proving to be relatively unstoppable when it comes to this meta.
Yeah, seems like it's going to be the case. Loki W looking incredible. Strength to strength. They've got to be the team to study at this point as they take the dub here in the night shift once again.
Not so much once
Guys.
again, Loki W, man. I think, again, guys, you hit right on the money, and I really do believe with the way they're drafting.
Absolutely insane game. What did you guys think of that? I'm actually surprised. I mean, Loki W is the better team in my opinion. So I'm not surprised that they're winning or making this comp work. But what did you guys think about the Grey Talon pick? I feel like he was just decent. Not crazy, but decent. Definitely an interesting pick.
Things up well in the early game with those owls, constantly punishing that right-hand side, allowing, honestly, Zergy to just snowball the game. He got so far ahead so quickly in this match.
Zergy snowballed on Viper both times. I'm surprised they didn't ban that. But then again, like if you don't ban Viper, you have to deal with Doorman. So like it's pick your poison right now. There's so many heroes in such a strong spot, which is actually exactly how you want the game to be, right? Like this. So I played a different game, a different MOBA called Smite. I played that game for like a decade. Absolutely loved it. Super fun MOBA. The problem was Smite was never able to balance and in that game it's gods and goddesses, so there's like Greek gods, Roman gods, Hindu gods, Egyptian gods, etc. They were never able to balance your heroes, champs, gods, whatever you want to call them, properly. So there was always like a very defined meta. It was always like you had to play this ADC, you had to play this support, and it was like in pro gameplay was not very not very balanced to a way where it was like fun to watch pro gameplay, because it kind of felt like you're watching the same thing every time, you know what I mean? And the problem is they would either overcorrect one person, so they were just like went from weak to mega freaking OP. Like to give you an idea, you know how the Guardian is just beaming you with damage? There was a hero that was released who did so much self-healing with her auto attacks. And she was like a warrior, so she's meant to be a frontline bruiser. She did so much healing with her auto attacks, she would literally heal off the Guardian. So like the equivalent of the Guardian in Smite, which was called the Tower. Imagine like somebody, like a Wraith going up to a Guardian, like early game too, not like late game or something. Like this is like early game. Go up to the Guardian and literally self-heal more than the Guardian was doing damage. It was like so broken. So they just had like a lot of issues like that in that game. And then they would also have heroes that were just like did no damage, were absolutely no fun, and there felt like there was like very little in between. There was no balance. Whereas what you want the game to be is you want every hero to be strong enough that it's very fun to play, not overpowered, has enough counterplay that it's still like essentially a skill issue to play against them, and it makes picks and bans very, very difficult. You want the picks and bans in a game to be difficult, because you want there to be enough strong heroes in the game that you have to like pick your poison when it comes to bans and try and pick the strong heroes that aren't banned that your team is good at, like your professional team that's put together and scrims together. You know, like that's a great game design to be in that position. And I feel like Deadlock is definitely in a strong spot there and moving in the right direction. Obviously, there is going to be a defined meta always, no matter what, but hopefully my babble made a lot of sense there. Glowstone. Hard part is some heroes are better in lower elos. That'll always be the case. But make sure that you're always targeting the top 1% when deciding how to balance out heroes. Because if you balance out heroes based on low elo, you're basically trying to compensate for what we could boil down to a skill issue. So you have to make sure the game is tailored to the highest level, because a hero being OP in lower elo is usually a skill issue. It means you don't know how to properly counter builds. Players, it trickles down to players will get better. Exactly. So like, for example, when I was in low elo first learning the game, 7 was like just the best. Now this was like a year ago or more or whatever, right? When I was low elo. But what I'm getting at is like people literally didn't know how to counter 7 ult at all. I even asked them, I was like, so is there any counter to 7 ult? Like, cause I didn't know the items in the game very well. You know, I didn't have the store memorized. Like I was new, right? I maybe only had 40 hours in the game. And I was like, I don't know, what's like right below Ritualist, Alchemist, Arcanist, something in there? Whatever. I was like in that range because I'm new. And people were like, nah, you pretty much just have to wait it out. It wasn't until way later that I learned that like, oh, you can curse a 7 ult. It'll stop the channel. Oh, you can knock down a 7 ult. Like, people just don't know how. So like if the devs were like, oh, 7's unstoppable in lower elo, you don't just nerf 7 ult. Players just need to learn you buy knockdown, right? And then he has to buy unstoppable or indomitable to counter that, which are much more expensive items. You know, like it's a skill issue. So balancing 7 ult towards the higher end and the toppest, wow, good English. The top of the game, the highest level of the game is the only way for a game to be truly developed, because then if you're stuck in low elo and there's a really strong hero in low elo, you need to learn how to counter it and get better at the game, because there are people who have learned that. There's a reason that hero isn't strong in high elo. I remember before ranked even came out, IV 7 ult was broken. Yeah. Agreed.
Anyway, let's take a look at who the MVP is going to be. Dan, who do we think we've got?
Probably, yeah, it's the slippery snake, Sergi here with the trackball. I mean, it was impressive. You know, we saw Viper
but yeah, balancing heroes and Smite would do that. So like going back to that soapbox, like the game I used to play, Smite would make adjustments based on like middle or low elo, not always based around pro play. And so we would just get really bad patches, like really bad adjustments. Because sometimes the devs would just look at the wrong thing. They're like, oh, this hero doesn't have like much gameplay. Like they're not being played a lot. So we need to buff them. And it's like, that's not always the case. Like that hero probably isn't being played a lot because people don't know. It's a hard hero to learn. Like imagine if people were like, oh, you know, Pocket needs a buff because he's not played in low elo. It's like, no, Pocket's just difficult to play. Like his kit is just highly complex to get incredibly high value out of. He does not need a buff. Pocket is in a very strong spot, but if I was a low elo player, I might be thinking Pocket needs a buff because I never see him played. So if you just look at how much he's being played outside of pro play, that might be a skewed number, you know? That's not a perfect example, but hopefully you guys know what I mean, you know? Okay, DLNS, I don't know what the plan is here. Maybe I should be listening a little bit better to what they're saying, but like, are we gonna get more games now? Because we just won out of that game, right? So like, here we go. Here's my mouse. We just won game 2. I don't know what the plan is here. Because it's low-key W versus Abrams, but like, it was best of 3 and low-key W just won the second game. So that should be it. The series should be over. Are we going on to another event, or are they just going to talk and then stream's going to end? I don't know. We may have to just like chill out and see. Dang, nice viewer count. Sick. Deadlock community, let's grow. Let's do it, bro. Co-streamers, am I on this list? Guys, I want to be on the list. Guys, surely we're here. No! I don't know how you co-stream. I'm probably not even co-streaming right now, so I'm not on the list. I'm not cool yet. But if I was, that'd be dope. How do you co-stream? Yeah, I don't know how to co-stream. We're just watching the stream. But if we could, you know, we'd probably be on the list of cool people. You know what I mean? Someday. Someday we'll be cool.
Good stuff here from Loki W overall.
Thing is, I'm happy to see
See, I'm not sure
to other heroes, but also it's like if
what's happening. We're kind of just waiting. DLNS might just end the stream, and we might be done today. And maybe we'll move from watch party to... Actually, I don't think I have it in me to do a pro analysis, because we did 3 pro VOD reviews to start. So probably not review the DLNS games from either earlier today or yesterday that were going on. We may do that tomorrow instead. I think I'll just do student coaching after DLNS watch party, if we have time. Like, I don't know how late this is going, but...
I'm excited for it. All right, gentlemen. That has been a very short EU. Any final words, Dan, before we go to the break?
No, I think NA is super competitive. As like Jason already said, it's going to have a different flavor. I'm really curious now because we've seen EU move on even further with their meta developments. Usually EU is said is like a week or 2 behind. I'm wondering what they're going to look like today, so we're going to find out. It's going to be fun.
Yeah. Any final words, Jason, or do you want to
get
go
me
to the
out of
break so
here.
you can
This moth is attacking me. You see it behind me.
This is the best part of the show. Thank you very much for your subscriptions, guys. Thank you for all the donations that have been coming in. Obviously, those contribute to the prize pool. Keep those rolling because we are not finishing your things anytime here soon because we've got North America coming up.
North America's coming up. Okay, I'm glad I listened and pay attention. They didn't teach me that in school, you know? I just kind of ignored everybody. I'm kidding, of course, mostly. Okay, so it looks like they're taking a break, and then we're going to come back for NA. We can just kind of chill out. I'm down to sit here and watch a static screen or some ads or whatever. Maybe we mute though, and then if it's ads, we're not listening to useless ads, and then if it's highlights, we're just kind of watching highlights in the background, and we'll just kind of hang out. 10-minute break it looks like for DLNS, and before the game start I might have to run to the bathroom again, and then we'll probably be back in time, but for now we'll just kind of chill. How have your games been going this week, you guys? Because I actually deranked 3 times over the last 2 weeks, and it's been quite the ego hit, but I think I'm on the up and up, because yesterday I played a couple games and did really, really well. I was feeling a lot better, but I kid you not, over the last, 2 weeks, I've deranked 3 times. Yeah, I've been on the craziest struggle streak ever. And it's not even loss streak. I'm not all red. It's just for every 1 game I win, I've lost 2 or 3, you know? And I'm not tilt queuing. I legitimately, in they're close games. I haven't been totally just raked over the coals. I just can't pull out a W. I don't know. It's been crazy. So I've been deranking mad. I'm sad about it. Oh, dang. Okay, I'm a massive Star Wars nerd. Not massive. Okay, there are people that are way bigger Star Wars nerds than me, but I love the universe. Huge fan of Star Wars. I'm not deep into it, but I would be. I honestly. And so this looks super dope. But I actually haven't watched anything past The Mandalorian's first season. But I should go back and rewatch everything because I thought it was a really freaking sick story. I loved The Mandalorian first season. I just have a love-hate relationship with Disney. I grew up on Disney and I loved Disney growing up, and then they went this really weird direction over the last 5 years that I have not really loved, and it kind of feels like it went from this family-friendly, fun-loving, awesome childhood nostalgic business to money-grubbing semi-political weirdness, and I feel like Star Wars has really gone downhill since they bought them. But they have had some good series come out, you know? I liked The Acolyte. I thought it was pretty decent. And then I also loved Mandalorian's first season. But I don't know. There's just always drama around Disney. So it's really hit and miss on whether I like their stuff. And most of their new stuff I've just not liked at all. But maybe I'll give Mando a try. We'll see. because I love Star Wars. But before I got on my Star Wars kick, we were talking about deranking. Oh yeah. Yeah, I hope your games go better than mine because man, it's been a struggle over the last 2 weeks. Hey, welcome back, Heather. We are currently DLNS is taking a break, but we have North America games playing. I think this is I'm actually not sure. Is this the next one? Is this the next one? We'll find out. I think it is, wait, 7 p.m. I think that's Eastern. So I think we're watching Melee Creeps versus FPS Lounge next. I actually can't tell. We'll find out. But that's what we're watching next. We're waiting for them to come back from break and then we'll watch that. Nice. I had a friend try Deadlock, lol. What'd they think? It's really hard to get into, in my opinion. Like, it's daunting. Learning the store, learning all the hero interactions. Like, MOBAs are not easy to get into. They're just worth it once you do. He did a bot match and was super confident, and he was B-bot. How do you feel after, though? Did he like it? Hopefully we've got another one joining the community. Send him my way. I can simplify the game for him. I'll help him out. You know? Anyway, I hope we get more people into this game for sure. It's daunting. It's a slow start for sure. It's hard. Then we did a real match and got 8 up, lol. Oh, for sure, of course. Like your first real match after bot lobby. It's crazy. My brother and I actually won our first 2 games after we did some bot lobbies. So we did bots and we just like full sent hard bots and actually we're like struggling low key, but we won because they're bots and like we're naturally decent gamers, you know what I mean? So like it's not like we were struggling that hard. We just had no idea what we were building. We just made it work. And then we won our first 2 games after bot lobby and I was like, dude, should we just quit and say we have 100% win rate in Deadlock? It's kind of like our joke. But we kept going and lost a lot of games. But we got here. Then he was like, this game has so much. Yeah, for sure. Deadlock is complicated. The store is really hard to understand. Simplifying it is my job. I try to help people as much as possible. Hey, buddy, come lay down. Come on. Thank you so much. Rafa, lay down, buddy. Yeah, I think the store was the hardest part for me. Like the learning curve of learning all the items in the store, what they do, whether they're good or bad. Like, geez, it hurts. Oh gosh, yes. Ooh, I have a question. Hit me, Heather. I'm ready for it. For me, it just happened with time. Yeah, Glowstone. Same. I literally just played games and built really poorly. Annotations actually helped me a lot. So like when I would read builds that were annotated, like most pros don't annotate their builds, but like Piggy, for example, from EU, he would like annotate his support builds like really heavily. That helped me so much. So every time I made a build for myself and published it for others, like if you go to Page, I have a full series of Page builds called the Eternus Chronicles, and I have 4 different builds. And it's like the 4 ways that you can play Page, with one of them being like big time meme punching build, and that's literally the name of it. But if you type in the Eternus Chronicles for Page builds, you'll see my builds there, and they're all like mega heavily annotated for newer players. That helped me a ton. You never really studied Glowstone? Yeah, I did. That was probably our difference. So it came with time for me, but I definitely studied. I liked studying it. So there was an Infernus and a Kelvin that were owning me. The Infernus burn, what can I do to combat it? Same thing with Kelvin's slow BS. So slows, the only real thing you can do to counter them is slow resist, which primarily comes from Juggernaut and it's tier 2, which is enduring speed. So the sprint boots upgrades into enduring speed. That gives you a little bit of slow resist, and then Juggernaut is the tier 4 of that. That's really the only thing that has slow resist at this point in the game. But Dispel Magic is the best counter to any sort of debuff on you, and that includes Infernus Burn. So like, here, let me get rid of this, because we're just waiting anyway. Give me a second here. So like, give me a second. But Dispel Magic is the short answer, Heather, for that specific scenario and many others. It will dispel a lot of stuff. I'll go over it with you really quick. We'll cover like a few different scenarios. So, let's spawn him as enemy. We're gonna spawn him as enemy. We're gonna spawn him as enemy. And we'll spawn him as enemy. These are just like a few examples I'm gonna give you. Oh, I can't have more than 3? Okay, here, we'll take control of him. Let me buy my item. We'll take control. We'll get Subduration. So, if we were to spawn over, I can insta-clear the burn. Okay, so Dispel Magic will insta-clear it. Debuff Reducers also under 25% less damage from burn, and Shiv Knives less slow duration. Yeah, so debuff reducers are good, but you have to be very careful with how you're pairing them with your hero. So like, for example, Heather, I don't want to go too much into this because it is a higher level concept, but I'm just going to touch on it because Glowstone brought it up, and it is very helpful. So items like Blood Tribute will give you, you can see how it gives 35% debuff resist when it's active. So like, it's a toggle ability. So if I toggle it, I'm taking damage constantly. You can see on the left, and then I can turn it off. While it's toggled, I get all these buffs, right? So I get 35% fire rate, I get 35% debuff resist, I get 2 meter move speed, but it's doing 50 damage a second in health drain. Okay? And by default, it gives me a little bit of spirit resist, a little bit of combat regen, a little bit of, you know, whatever. So like, items like this, for example, if I'm using this in a fight, the burn is going to last 30% less because of the active on it, right? And you're going to get a lot of debuff. So like, you can always just search. So like, if I want to know slow resist, okay, this is it. This is all we have for slow resist right now. This is 25%. This is 35% when active. And then this is 50%. So usually this is like the most realistic because it can build into this. But you can get Fleet Foot. And then debuff reducer, like any sort of reducing debuff. So this is 25%. It'll reduce any debuff on you. So that slows, that's the burn, that's knives. So that's why I brought the other ones. So like, for example, if we take control of this here, and we buy Superior Duration, and then we take control of Bebop, I can insta cleanse. You see the scarab? There's a scarab symbol right here. I'll show it to you again. You can cleanse it with Dispel Magic. So Dispel Magic is... Here, I'll build up a mark too. Oh, actually, I need no CDR. Or full CDR. Where's that? Here we go. No cooldown. Hold up. So, I have these debuffs over here. Dispel Magic gets rid of both of them. Same with Kelvin. I'd actually rather not have Kelvin as an example. So I'm gonna... How do we remove him? How do you remove a bot? Remove bots? There we go. Lol. Okay, and then like enemy, so like if I get we're gonna increase the duration a little bit here. Here, we'll get it even more. Where's ability duration? So like if I were to throw a knife in you, and I have this little debuff, you can cleanse it. I don't have Dispel Magic off cooldown. That's awkward, but it can dispel that. So Dispel Magic will just remove non-ultimate debuffs from you. So Burn, Scarab, Jin's Mark, Shiv Knives, Bebop Bombs actually. It'll just cleanse any of that off of you. Wait, that's not what I wanted to look at. Heroes. It'll cleanse like Venator Grenade. It'll cleanse the Bola from Silver. It'll cleanse 7 stun when he puts his stun on you, and it's, you know, you're waiting for it to stun you after a second or two. Like, it'll get rid of that. You name it. I mean, Viper Poison, it'll cleanse Warden Cage. So, like, I don't think you can do it quick enough, to be honest. But, like, if we buy Dispel Magic here, because it takes a second for you to switch over, and I think that's, like, too long, low-key. But, like, you can... Okay, I can cleanse it in time. So, like, if somebody has the cage on me, I can just Dispel Magic. Heather, does that answer your question? I kind of went over many scenarios, but Dispel Magic is the short answer to how to cleanse it. The other thing that will help is Divine Barrier. So if you're trying to cleanse it off of your teammates, this is a really big support item. This cleanses all non-stun debuffs. So as long as it's not a debuff that's stunning you, this isn't going to cleanse a stun off of somebody, but it will cleanse, yeah, and bleeds too. Yeah, Dispel Magic works against the knives. It works against all that. It works against toxic bullets, you know, whatever. All non-ultimate debuffs. If it's non-ultimate. So like Pocket Ult, for example, you can't cleanse it with Dispel Magic. You're going to take damage from Affliction even if you use this. So that would be a waste. Right? But Divine Barrier does. Divine Barrier is non-stun debuffs. So even if I'm Pocket Afflicted, it's like, let's...
My father's gift for my 18th birthday was a bullet to the chest.
Don't expect me to explain.
It's like, even if Pocket ults, I'm going to give him all kinds of duration here. So even if I hit like and then I were to be my Shiv, like let's assume, so my guy is afflicted. That will cleanse the affliction off of him. So this will cleanse anything that isn't a stun. This will also cleanse the burn. This will also cleanse the shiv knives. It doesn't cleanse bebop bombs anymore. I don't know why, but apparently it doesn't. Or maybe that was a bug and they fixed that, but it wasn't for me. But it does cleanse almost everything. So knives, burns, slows, everything. It'll cleanse it off them. It just won't cleanse a stun. So like if you're stunned by somebody like a lash ult or something, it's not going to cleanse the stun. But it will also cleanse ultimates. So like even pocket ults or I don't know. No other ult is coming to mind really, but this is another good counter to it. I keep getting killed when I leave. I put my heal on me, but the ticks of damage kill me. Yeah, so Dispel Magic is probably going to be your best counter. Dispel Magic and Divine Barrier in general. Hopefully I answered your question. Going like a little bit into what Glowstone was talking about. So like if we look at debuff resist, there's a few items that give it. So like Scourge is active, I think it is. Oh no, it's a part of the base. So it's 15% debuff resist. This is 25% because it builds from debuff reducer, but you don't need this for 25%. This will give you the 25%. So if you just want the 25% base all the time, debuff reducer is a tier 2 that's really effective. You get it from Spellbreaker, you get it from Frenzy, but that's only if you're below 50% health. You get it from Blood Tribute's active, but this is only good on like M1 heroes that can get a lot of lifesteal so that you can negate the health drain that it does when it's active. And then weighted shots gets a 20%. So again, only on like gun heroes really will you get a lot of value here. But these will reduce the duration on you, but Dispel Magic will just completely cleanse it. It just has a cooldown. So you have to like use it when you can, kind of a thing. But hopefully that answers your question. Hopefully I went into it in enough depth that you can apply it into more situations.
Sorry, I'm a little late. Had to finish the chapter I was on.
And then we'll just go back into waiting for DLNS. Yeah, feel free to hit me with any more questions, Heather. Happy to take a look at it. Yes, I'll have to figure out where to do it in my build and what to take out. Yeah. We actually did a Pro VOD review today of Grey Talon. You could take a look at when it was that he built it. So you can either go back in the stream or wait for me to post a video, but I wouldn't wait for me to post a video because sometimes I will go like a week without posting something. And then some weeks like this week, I'll post one like every single day. So maybe go back in the stream. It was the most recent one I did. It was probably like 2 hours into the stream, 2.5.
You could look at how Incon, one of the top NA Great Talents, built it. He built it, so you could take a look at that. And then you could also look at man, I don't think I have any others. Maybe I did another one recently where we had Dispel Magic, but it's very, very common to use. Another thing that's really important about it is it can remove other debuffs that are from abilities. So like Spirit Burn's anti-heal, you can use Dispel Magic on it so you don't have the 70% healing reduction. Slowing Hex, if somebody throws a Slowing Hex on you, which stops you from using your movement abilities, so like on Dynamo, you wouldn't be able to use your Entanglement and use your 2 for you or your teammates. So if they use Slowing Hex on you, or Mina, for example, like her bats, if they use Slowing Hex on you, you can cleanse it and then use your escape and still get out. You know, things like that. It can be very, very helpful for. Those kind of interactions are important to know. So you can see how a lot of people have that in their builds. Like if you look at Mina builds or if you look at Pocket builds, like people who rely on their escape very heavily, Apollo as well. Apollo's like Slowing Hex gets rid of 3 of his abilities. You'll see how in professional builds or high level rated players builds, Dispel Magic is like either a part of the build or is on the side for you to keep in mind as like a very strong suggestion. And you can even see where they place it in their builds and compare it to yours and then kind of slip it in at a good time that's like equivalent, you know what I mean? Something to keep in mind. We'll go ahead and turn on the volume so you guys can listen to them and the gameplay as well, but we're getting excited. We're going to go into melee creeps and FPSL. Very good teams. My money is on FPSL. They are probably the best NA team right now, in my opinion.
Whoever wins this then faces the defending champions. That is Floormen, who are actually back-to-back defending champions. They've been doing very well, Jake.
In fact, I think the only reason that Floormen won was partially because Lo Mein was filling for them, who's part of FPSL. So without Lo Mein and him being on FPSL instead, if FPSL beats melee creeps, I think they'll be able to beat Floormen too, but we'll have to see. It's going to be interesting.
To go further, to be that one step stronger. So I think this is, you know, for me, the most exciting region right now in Deadlock. For a long time, it was EU, but NA has kind of taken the crown. So I'm really excited to be on this half of the show, guys.
Yeah, and ZP, I know you talk about a bit of the curse that's going on with melee creeps. They've not been able to come back and win in a little while. So what are you feeling about today?
Can I post a Twitch clip or will it time me out? You should be able to. I'm pretty sure my settings have it so that you can make clips and post it. Oh, wait, you mean... Okay, yeah. You should be able to, but we'll just make sure. Yeah, it worked. Let's take a look at it really fast. Here, I'll mute this one.
Bro, Names, if I have to learn Victor for comp, I'm quitting comp, by the way. I'm never playing that hero.
I love Victor.
Never playing Victor.
I love Victor.
I stand on that. I am never playing Victor. I draw the line at Victor.
What?
Who was this talking? Was this Snakes?
Bro, Names, if I have to learn Victor for comp, I'm quitting comp, by the way. I'm never playing that hero.
I love Victor.
Never playing Victor.
I love Victor.
I stand on that. I am never playing Victor.
Okay, nice. Solid take there.
On Abrams, Jake. I mean, what is the loss here?
Oh, they're looking at signature heroes. Ido on Mina, Do on Pocket. Looks like Ranger's subbing in for melee creeps. Fishcake on any front line but Abrams. Scout on Paradox, generally pick hero. John definitely likes those off carries like Guys and Saya support or pick hero. Kelvin, nice.
You had to pick a meta to be forced to swap out one of your players, then this one doesn't feel too bad, right? Because there's a lot of fighting. Every character, I think, needs to pull their weight, needs to be able to influence not only the laning phase, but some of those early to mid-game team fights. And
I actually don't know what my settings are at for links because most links can't be posted.
I'm not too worried about him as a player. I think he's had experience on the night.
Guess who Snakes was playing yesterday?
So I don't think this is going to be a huge loss.
No idea. Who? He's
He's
usually on like some sort of front line, like Billy or Victor or something. Victor? Yeah.
But wasn't he just wasn't he the one that was just saying I won't play Victor in that clip? So yeah. To be fair, wait, how old is that clip? I mean, because it could be like, what I've seen is people are like, I will not play this hero, but they mean in its current state. It's one, okay, I mean, then caught red-handed. Snakes, come on. Snakes, Calico, Hydration, Support, Serem, Lifa Yamato, Lomain, Moen Krill? Wait, why do they have Lomain's signature heroes Moen Krill? Am I the only one that finds that kind of silly? Because I remember him saying and went and clipped it. Nice. Rokane on Hayes and Poppers on Frontline Abrams. Why is Lomain being targeted as Moen Krill? Is this like some hidden Lomain main that I don't know about? Lomain main? I feel like Lomain's signature hero should be Shiv, no? Like, whatever. That's so funny. Snake saying he's never going to play Victor and then he's scrimming with Victor. Usually people will say that, like, so the way I've seen it is like, I probably said something similar about Victor when he first came out and was released like Thanos Victor when you're playing Spirit and could just literally have like the largest aura of suffering inside of E-Shift and literally go from 10% to 100% health inside of the E-Shift window and kill people in their base, and like it was just disgusting. I probably said something along those lines, like I'll never play Victor, but I mean the implication was like in this current state, like it's just too broken and I don't want to abuse it type deal. But saying it like one day before you're scrimming on it, his team must have talked him out of that opinion.
Melee creeps, despite being first pick, are still going to ban that doorman away. It is an interesting choice. They could have potentially threatened to take it for themselves with it kind of feeling like a top meta pick right now.
That is an interesting ban. I agree with Jake there. To ban doorman when you have first pick. FPS Lounge banning Bebop. They do not want to deal with the strongest pick hero. they're denying that for sure. I think the way that he meant it was that it was a brain dead hero. Yeah. Was he talking specifically, like maybe in the clip I wasn't entirely clear. Was he talking about specifically for pro play, or was he talking about in matchmaking? Like solo queue, he refuses to abuse Victor in E6, but then like in pro play, he doesn't care. He just wants to help his team. Or was he specifically saying like, I'm never going to scrim? Maybe I missed that. I think he may don't want to play the hero at all. Yeah, interesting. So melee creeps lock in Mirage. And FPS gets Shiv and Apollo. Yeah, Shiv, a very, very common pick when not bans, especially on people like Lomain who are so good with him. And then Apollo's super strong right now in pro play. Apollo's been fairly meta defining, which is funny because like I feel like he went through all these nerfs and then he ended up being like really popular after the recent changes. Melee creeps does get pocket. Do or Ido is gonna take pocket. Probably do. But I guess it depends. Are they also gonna give Mina to Ido? Like are they gonna try and get Mina here? Silver, okay. Fishcake might be playing Silver. Silver's super strong in the current meta too for pro play. Stun change helped Apollo. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like he went through all these nerfs before and then he got these recent changes like with the stun change and then now he's like really, really strong or current meta. Oh, Victor. Okay. Who do you think's playing Victor and who do you think's playing Shiv? They just got two like really strong front lines on their team on FPS Lounge. Actually kind of weird to have both of them on the team. I feel like they should have just gone for like something else and then banned Victor or something. I hope Snakes Victor. It's possible. It's possible they have Snakes on Victor. That would be quite the meme. I feel like it's low main on Shiv. It actually probably is Snakes on Victor's. It would make sense for Snakes to be on Victor because Snakes is like their bruiser player. They ban Viper, and then Melee Creeps bans Haze. Warden as their M1. Okay, I like it. I like it. Warden in such a healthy spot right now. Love it. I don't feel like Warden is OP, but he is very strong. Love where Warden's at. Good Haze ban? Agreed. Rokane is disgusting on Haze. They did not want to give FPS Lounge any touch on Haze. Melee Creeps does get Celeste, which is very strong right now. Love the Celeste pick, and we'll see who else they get. We don't have a pick hero yet, so we might get like Paradox. Oh, they went for the Abrams frontline. I find it odd that they went for Abrams because like FPS Lounge isn't gonna build any more like bruisers. So I feel like locking in Abrams was kind of a waste. Like that could have been their last pick because it's like super safe. FPS Lounge has no bans and they're not gonna pick Abrams. Mo and Krill? What is the FPSL group? Like what? FPS Lounge is using the tank meta, which I feel like they've actually been playing a lot. I feel like FPS Lounge has been playing like they're playing Mo and Crow pick hero and Lash. Okay, okay.
But they were appearing a lot in FPS Lounge's matches leading up to this event, ZP.
Yeah, and the reason for that is it's Hydration's favorite hero, perhaps at this point.
So FPS Lounge is using the triple tank comp with tank being picked, which is Mo and Crow, which is interesting. And then Ivy as support on Melee Creeps and not Kelvin? What? Am I the only one surprised here? Is there a reason they got... Because Saya is probably the Ivy player, right? Do you guys think there's a reason they picked Ivy over Kelvin? Ranger hero pool, probably? Essentially. Or Saya on Abrams. It's probably John Mirage. Ido Silver do Pocket, maybe? I'm like trying to put their comp together here.
As comfortable as possible, right? Like it's already going to be a challenge to be playing in a team environment where, you know, you're not used to
Saya probably working? Wait, what do you mean by that? I don't know what you mean by working. Saya probably working. I don't get it. I feel like Saya should have had a Kelvin pick. No, but he's in the game, no? I saw him on the lineup. I don't think Ranger's sub for Saya. I think Saya's here. We'll have to see. I mean, maybe, but I don't think so. Ranger's subbing for somebody else. I don't know who, but I thought he was. I thought I saw Saya in the lineup. If he is subbing for Saya, that would make sense. Because usually I would see, like, when Kelvin's not banned, I would usually see Saya on Kelvin because of the mid-boss contest potential he has with the dome. His mid-boss contest is just stronger than Ivy's, and his support is just as good. And Kelvin has a pretty high ban rate generally because of how strong of a support he is and his mid-boss contests. And his assistance with running Urn with the Ice Path. We'll have to see. Interesting pick for Ivy support over Kelvin, in my opinion. But if Ranger sub for Saya, that would make sense, like you said.
That's how you become the legend of the woods, with battery life for days from the processor your PC wishes it had.
I'd like first pick him again. It's just like, what was this purpose?
This FPS Lounge build, comp is quite interesting. Because the M1 they went for is also like a very tanky, high survivability M1 with Warden. He's not like Wraith, you know? Or Venator or something. Although Venator has like a little bit more survivability too, like dropkick and all that stuff. Plus Venator's not been very popular in the current meta because he's just not that strong right now. Not in pro play.
In the end, if you give up the laning phase and you accept that you're going to fall behind early and you play for the comeback, you are kind of hoping that the enemy team makes a mistake. You know, you just need like one big comeback fight, you know, to get towards the late game, some big team fight with Pocket and Celeste. Like, it's absolutely doable. However, I'd rather be FPS Lounge and just kind of be in control of the game from the early phase onward. We'll have to see.
These comps are actually both really freaking strong. I'm like really excited to watch this game. You guys, I have to go to the bathroom, so I will be right back, but I'm going to keep this playing for you all. But I will just give me like a few minutes, be right back. I'm super excited for this game.
I hope I don't miss too much.
Usually in the ultra late, this hero just does not die unless he gets hard caught and like full bursted by a stun, which should be, you know, Mo and Krill's absolute wheelhouse. But Mo has always been a hero that has struggled to scale and has fallen off into late game, and that problem could be acute here. So you know, it's very like melee creeps, I think, to draft themselves the better late game and to try to weather the storm. But in recent times, it hasn't been working for them. It's been teams playing faster, like FPS Lounge, that have been getting the wins.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up exactly. You know, it seems like the conversation starts with, hey, melee creeps, great drafts, have a lot of potential here. And then either, you know, yeah, they did give up that laning phase, you know, maybe knowingly hoping to bring it back, or just frankly, they didn't do well in that laning phase and were never able to actually bring it back. So that's kind of been a, you know, dangerous point for them, I guess, is staying even, or of course getting ahead in the early game, and then actually delivering as time goes on. ZP, any thoughts, any preference for you?
Yeah, I mean, as I look at this draft, I do think like the laning phase for FPS Lounge is pretty good. I think also their like first few earn fights are probably just straight up better in terms of team comp v team comp. And it's not that melee creeps don't have win conditions with this too. It's like always a little bit weird where you have pocket. You always have the ability to just rip off a team fight with, you know, 3 or 4 man affliction, especially before divine barriers come on in. But the reality is that you look at FPS Lounge, you have one lane that's going to be auto advantage by virtue of just having Apollo. You have Victor, who's basically played as a huge macro advantage and being able to shove walkers pretty efficiently early into the game. And yeah, for melee creeps, you do have Celeste, who can fit somewhat of the same role, and I think, you know, maybe at some level has been somewhat undervalued. But overall, like, I think FPS Lounge not only have like better options for early and mid game team fighting with their composition, but also they're going to have a bit of a better laning phase. You know, melee creeps still possible to come out okay, but the deck is definitely stacked against them. And even when you go into the late game, I don't know if their late game advantage is all that massive. Like, yeah, heroes like Mo and Krill do tail off towards the end, but Warden is still really deadly in the late game. Victor is still Victor, even if he's in a gun build sort of situation. Like, you know, the advantages that melee creeps get into the
All right, you guys, I'm back.
Like 55, you know, 45, and they're more up against like
I thought about it while I was using the bathroom, and here's my theory. First off, I think you're right. I think Ranger is subbing for Saya because there's 7 names over here. So I think you're right. I think that's why we have the Ivy pick over Kelvin. I don't think Saya's actually playing. And then the second thing I thought about is I think they picked Abrams because they anticipated that FPSL likes the like heavy frontline meta, so they're using like the triple frontline, and Abrams is a super big counter to Silver. So I think they were like, hold up, if we want a double frontline, we might as well lock it in as Abrams. And if I remember correctly, this pick came in before the Moan Curl Lash, so that's why they locked it in. Because the spirit damage makes her disarm useless against him when countering the front line, and then shoulder charging her away from the team to negate her mobility and the use of her melee ult. Yeah, anyway, I think that's what it was. Those are the thoughts I had while I was in the bathroom. But we will see. I think FPSL has better Thanos draft. Yeah, agreed. I think FPSL has the better draft here, but we'll see because Celeste and Pocket are gonna do some work. These two heroes are so strong. They have double frontline, they have Ivy support, and Mirage is the M1. It's gonna be good. We're gonna see a lot of interesting fights here. Because this comp is like mega strong. It's just, so is this. This comp is just very tanky. And so, I don't know. We'll see. I think FPSL has better players in general, which makes it like much more difficult for melee creeps. That's just my opinion, is that FPSL is the better team. But we'll see how it plays. I mean, that's why we're here. Watch party, baby. Hi, Rafa boy.
Here to face melee creeps in this best of one to hopefully go into the finals, but melee creeps looking to redeem themselves after a string of defeats. Guys, take it away for game 1 of melee creeps versus FPS Lounge.
Thank you, ZG. And you know, Jake, as I'm looking at this setup here too, John's going to be playing Try to Survive, I think, for half of this game, because as you get into the later game, the uptime for Mirage DPS-wise can actually be pretty heavily contested if you're going to have a Victor running at you, if you have to space in such a way you don't get hit by combo, and the fact that
I want to see how these lanes are set up. So we got Celeste, Ivy.
Like, I look at John's objective survive into the late game.
Which makes a lot of
A lot of
sense.
pressure on him, especially with him being likely in position 1 and, you know,
Got Pocket Silver
farm on the team.
and Abrams Mirage. So I like the way they've spaced out these lanes.
What I like about Mirage as a carry is that he's also
We've got Lash into Mo.
he's no slouch, especially
Oh, Leafa on Lash. Okay.
level 2, right? You get your
Yeah, Ranger is subbing for Saya.
it's become really annoying.
You got that right, Glow.
That being said, on Apollo the other side, one of the best spirit nukers early, Abrams is gonna have his work cut out for him trying to frontline through this, especially with a player like Rokane on the ward. And you can see
So
the accuracy he has with
Apollo
fire.
and
Makes it very difficult for
Warden,
to really ever challenge
strong lane. They're most likely going to have lane pressure here.
A lot of it to me is just staying even until earn fight, and then honestly, a lot of eyes on Ido, where you know,
And
Ido
then
is getting the go-to is, you know, once and
Victor and Shiv. Yeah, low main on Shiv is going to be an absolute nightmare for melee creeps to deal with. Fish Cake on Silver and Ido on Pocket, Do on Celeste. Okay. John was Mirage and Scout was Abrams, and then Ranger's the support. So we kind of called that. I thought Do might be on Pocket,
Apollo always wants, right? No one wants to damage the creeps because Apollo has the burst. Mirage gonna
and that Fish Cake would be Abrams and Ido would be on Silver potentially, but
maybe look to get a trade that way. Apollo just a little bit too scary to fight.
Ido prefers this role. It makes more sense.
He's gonna try and get a punish, but with a missed flask, probably not gonna happen.
I think Do's one of the best players in the game,
No Apollo getting the opportunity, but Tornado is leveled.
but for some reason, and Ido as well, but for some reason, melee creeps just doesn't like.
Not gonna feel great on the lane actually. I mean,
They're just not doing near as well as they used to on
is exacted here by FPS launch in the mid lane.
these games. Like the last few programs I've watched him play.
tempo where you might go, oh, you know, it's not the biggest amount of damage. Just like even a little bit of poke has big knockoff effects.
That pin hurts
Nice
though.
charge in there. I mean, that's taking a good HP tax off of Poppers.
Dang,
where
really good trade on a
if
Poppers
you're
there.
HP, you're not going to be as aggressive on the dive. Still looking for John 300 HP. Warden right on top of him, but you got the cover.
Okay, Rafa, lay down. Relax, lay down. My dog is just like begging for attention
This lane, it's gonna be a problem.
because they want to eat, but I don't feed them for like 40 more minutes. But they don't know that. They always get hungry like an hour early every day and bug me for an hour, so it's going to be a rough 40 minutes, that's for sure.
This team, but interestingly enough, he's gonna be on Celeste this time. Ido back to the classic.
Well, in this case, you know, they're actually running 2 movement heroes at once, and you know, the interesting thing for melee creeps, if they're to win this,
Low main under a lot of pressure over in that lane against Ido and Fish Cake.
so their scrims were pretty heavily limited relative to the FPS lounge, who was just, you know, bopping everyone.
It's probably easier for me to refer to them as heroes
Yeah, a lot to be said
rather
for
than the pro
creeps,
players
sort of
themselves.
+1 in their favor, because you know everything leading into this is kind of indicating FPS lounge.
Maybe not. I don't know. Feels weird to watch a pro game and then refer to them as the hero they're playing, but maybe I should. You guys let me know what's easier.
An exciting player to watch. I mean, I think for me personally, Lomain, probably my favorite player to watch here on this FPS Lounge squad. Just always playing these flashy playmakers, permanent.
I don't know who's talking because I don't know the names of the casters well enough, and I don't know their voices well enough, but I agree with whoever's talking. Lomain is definitely my favorite to watch on FPS Lounge.
So it's some nice nukes from
It's actually probably my favorite player to watch in general. I think Lomain is just incredible.
Doesn't have the sustain to stick around much in this lane and wants to maybe grab a heal creep off the back of this one, but Shiv's a hero that really struggles when he gets this low on the lane. When you just die to one nuke combo from Pocket, you really can't take any risks.
It's interesting to bring that up too, because usually Shivs don't go the super greedy build unless you're backed up by something like a Rem that can, you know, give you healing and kind of offset you going full greed. See how it pans out, but back over in the middle, Scout coming within you know, a breadth of dying there. Dealing against the Apollo, not always the
Who gets the bridge buffs? It looks like we might go 1-1. Warden gets one, and
poke the other way.
Ido or Fish Cake gets the other.
Dealing with the Apollo lane,
I mean,
actually,
Pocket and Silver.
well, middle so far, and also,
Because I haven't decided on whether it's hero or
Scout's kick.
player.
Low since the beginning, but he hasn't died.
Fish Cake gets Vitality, and Rokane gets Gun.
Stack here for Pocket. It's gonna be a big
It's pretty
turn on
good.
the lane. On the other side of the map,
Nice kill on Leafa.
quick kill onto left.
Do gets that kill. See, this is why Celeste is just so freaking good, man.
Doesn't seem likely, and he just has to burrow, head back to the top.
Celeste doesn't have a weak point of the game.
You just look at Do air strafing for dear life, but yeah, gets out cleanly. Also, Snake's in kind of a bit of danger here. Like looking at overall.
And I feel like do the Celeste pick into this enemy team, the mobility actually highly counters them. It's going to make it harder for Hydration to catch her. It's going to make harder for Snakes to secure damage, Rokane to secure damage, Lomain to hit knives or ults. Poppers and Leafa are the only ones that are maybe going to be able to keep up, but overall I think it's a really good pick into the enemy's triple bruiser comp. Especially given how squishy she is, I think it's going to add a lot of survivability because of the comp they're running. Oh my gosh, the amount of ults here. Nice Ranger save though. After Mo and Lash ult, he's half HP coming back into the fight already. Look at this damage, man. Dude just kind of owning with Celeste. I love this. I think Celeste is so fun to watch. I don't know. How do you guys feel about it? I think, like, usually, because Celeste feels like an M1, but she also feels like a Spirit Nuker. She's like, I don't know. I want to say she's kind of like Mirage that way, but Mirage feels like you're watching an M1, like off carry. Celeste doesn't. I don't know where to place her, but she's like the most fun off carry to watch in my opinion. She's got like that M1 aggressive damage and the Spirit Nuker damage and the high mobility. Like, I just think Celeste is super fun to watch. I love it.
Take the small little edge you've started to build up here and turn that into a win on first turn. I think first turn is going to be so formative to this game as
oh shoot, dang it! I was trying to put a pillow on this metal bar under my desk so I could lay my feet on the bar without hurting my feet, but I dropped the pillow. And now I'm too lazy to fix it. And my dog's right there, and he's like, what's happening?
This isn't Mirage we're talking about. It's a very scary hero to take these extended trades against, and he is going to back off, but losing Scout, honestly, not the end of the world, right? John gets some, solo creeps, puts some counter harassment down, and Rokane has to...
I think FPSL's probably going to win it, but I'm low-key kind of rooting for melee creeps in this game. Because I really like to. I'd like to see him get a win. I think it's been a while since melee creeps have gotten a win. And they got owned by Floormen... last week? Did we do the review last week? I think it was primarily me and PacFan watching it. I don't know if PacFan's still here, but I think it was last week. But we were watching old games. We were doing reviews.
Pretty bad, essentially wasted, not much value had from it, but honestly, having that spirit damage per bullet online is a pretty big deal with all the cam sub increasing all of your farm rate. So Lomain continues to put the pressure on, does get kind of grabbed under the tower and has to use that execute just to get out of trouble. So well played by Fishcake, but he's going to be low enough to where even he might have to consider a reset.
Meanwhile, looking at middle, a little bit back and forth.
Ooh, Ido has a big affliction there on Snakes and Lomain.
Burned down in a hurry. Ido looking for the finish. Cloak out, gets the cutoff, and surely.
I mean, surely he dies. Surely he dies. Oh my gosh, he's getting heals. Oh my gosh. Does Snakes actually get out? Glow. It's Snakes on Victor, bro. You called it. I think this match is missing something. Heather, what's it missing, huh? My goodness. Rumple fart skin. Oh, that's good.
Stays on the map, stays active, and she's right back to pressuring this tower.
I think Ranger maybe
This Ivy ult support is really a good counter against the Mo and Krill as the pick hero, huh? Because Mo and Krill, I mean, the thing is you can kind of get the same effect with Rescue Beam, but like Mo and Krill as pick hero and frontline combo. I mean, I meant combo not in terms of like the name of his ult, but like as a combination of being a frontline and a pick hero. With Ivy ult just being able to like bring him really far away. I feel like you could have done that with Kelvin Rescue Beam too, so maybe that's not the reason they got it, but it is very potent. Because it does negate a little bit of that pick hero effect that he has. Victor meta. Stoneform also good, cancels ult? Yeah. Well, it can use Stoneform to cancel the Mo and Crow ults, but also for like countering Apollo ult, which was an early pick, but Dome pretty much does that too on Kelvin. For Moan Curl specifically. Like, because of how much healing it gives. And the way it isolates him from the enemy team and stuff. Fish kick goes down here. There's just a lot of versatility between the heroes. I mean, that's really the moral of the story is, like, you can use a lot. It's just interesting to see how they're playing this. I think it's just because Ranger prefers Ivy over Kelvin. And that's what matters most.
Victor actually has a pretty good recovery path as a hero.
This is really interesting. You got earn control for melee creeps, and FPS Lounge, they're not in the best state to contest. Like, ideally, you would love to have Lash have Death Slam up. It's not up now, so you don't really have the huge threat to stop from going for a dunk. I mean, the biggest thing is, okay, hydration is near the turn-in, but if you're melee creeps, you have a wonderful opportunity.
Ooh, Dew is, like, almost certainly going down here. Fish cake getting owned. Yeah, fish cake goes down. Dew goes down.
Not able to set up for the dunk the way they would like. That leads into a quick pause.
Oh, we got a crash going down here, it looks like. We've just completely denied the earn over here. FPS Lounge has stopped the earn depot potential. Rangers backing up with the earn now. This game is missing Rumplefart's skin now there. I think you're onto something.
Strong moments for them. But now that advantage for melee creeps pretty much fully deteriorated. Since Ivy does hold the earn, though, I don't expect it to really go in either team's hands now.
After my Pro VOD review of McGinnis yesterday during our mega short stream, I should play McGinnis off stream today. I should send some McGinnis gameplay. It's been forever since I played her.
And then potentially gets Walker at least a good amount of Walker damage. I mean, it is the dream.
The pause function, when used inside of a gentleman's agreement, is actually so goated, because one of the biggest problems with a lot of pro games is, like, not having a technical timeout capability with, like, in the middle of a game or, like, in the middle of a round. So, like, if there's technical difficulties, it can literally impact the outcome of a game, and there's, like, nothing that you can do about it as a dev. But when the pause function is utilized within a gentleman's agreement, you literally negate that, which is, like, a really big frustration in the professional scene. Everything is better with Rumplefart's skin. Amen. What a legend. I wonder if he knows he's such a legend in our stream. Probably not. And if we told him, he probably wouldn't care, because he's such a Chad. Yeah, Celeste, Dew using that Celeste movement to try and get away, and Apollo, one of the only heroes that might be able to chase her, is unable to. Crazy work.
Slips away back to the jungle, grabs some creeps for his trouble. His mid lane, though, continues to be a site of aggression. A lot of attempt to challenge and fight, but I will say these resto lockets are a nice way to punish Apollo. Definitely something for folks at home to pick up if they're struggling into this Mahiro matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the best counter buys in the game for Resto Locket, Apollo and Geist. Anyone that's sitting out here just spamming abilities, it's in your favor. I mean, it's not even just Apollo in this case, too. Just Shiv knife spam gets pretty intense.
Yeah, a lot of tears for it. Finally, the mid Guardian is going to go down. Took enough tries. Big pin in on Apollo, but I think it's a wise pull from Ranger. There's no chance they're actually killing Apollo with full skills online. And as they bring numbers over to this right side engagement,
we're trying to prep for the earn, but I guess we're just, like, giving up on the earn because Lomain just delivered it for free. I mean, Lomain just gets earn depot while we're shoving the Guardian and fighting. Odd. Snakes goes down. Poppers trades with the kill on Dew. Scout super low. It's getting owned by hydration. Nice routing, not using the jump pad and getting hyperlined would have gotten him killed.
Crazy, like 3-minute team fight here on the right side of the map. Rocane getting hugely active. I mean, on 14k souls, he's saying now's the time to go.
Rocane is mega strong right now, yeah.
I'm curious, like, did he go for the silence trap before Max Flask?
Might have.
Yeah, he did. Wow, okay, that's unconventional. Pretty much everyone maxes Flask first for the farm potential. So Rocane has a strong game going and is really committing to this kind of early game pressure strategy.
I mean, if nothing else, I think it's definitely targeted more towards Idol. An extra silence versus pocket early is invaluable. Also, while we're in the middle of that,
Yeah, Rokane being really smart about that AP usage, which is what they're talking about. He maxed his cage first, and when you max cage, you get the silence on it, so that they're silenced while that cage is bearing down on them, making it even harder for them to escape it or negate it. Very, very good. FPSL is yet to clear their centers. Yeah.
Vibe check on this game definitely feels like FPS Lounge have a bit more map control, showing a bit more presence. Silver now in the sights. Doesn't have much.
Although FPS Lounge is pressuring walkers a lot better and got an earned depot already, so it's like a give and take here. Although I'd really like for them to get their centers. Although, wait, do you mean their own centers? Because, like, isn't it? I mean, melee creeps are the ones that have their doubles up still. I mean, maybe they got doubles once, but it's been off for a while.
You're not necessarily looking to dunk. Like, look at the rotation here. You're going to have Mirage go off to the opposite lane, and you have Earn, and you're pulling in people from FPS Lounge. I think Earn is not even what you really want here. What you want is to give John the ability to go off and push. Now, what John doesn't know is that you got a Lash hiding in reserve here, specifically to look to punish John. This is interesting because you'd assume Lash would be on the left side, but John now getting caught on the right. See if they're able to finish him off. It's a dive from both, and I think John got free.
Nice return fire here. Makes Shiv struggle, but a good juke. Dodges the dash completely. That's a max dash, so not going to get any of that cooldown reduction for low main. Fishcake going to get the chance to clear the wave. With Pocket coming in, I think we might see a fight here on the left lane. Ido, 13k. Let's see what we can do with the Affliction. An airdrop on this Abrams. He's going to try to maybe pull him into the urn, but it's going kind of painfully slow. There's maybe going to be a chance to grab the melee, and they even do grab that combo onto one. Abrams just holding the attention.
Trying to get that depot. Tried so hard to use movement to avoid the punches and whatnot, but oh, what a shoulder charge. Huge from Scout here. Snakes goes down, uses ults. Rokane super low. Here comes the Scout ult. Ido super low. Lemaine trying to parry for his teammate. Scout goes down. Ranger goes down. Trade onto Rokane and Snakes. Lemaine goes down. Ido getting traded here. Dead. Hydration and Poppers both hurt though. John and Do trying to clean up. They each have a reju or not a reju, a bridge buff. Rafa, no. Popper's going down, looks like. John just too much damage on him. John looking to deny that urn from the enemy. His team got in quicker, it looks like.
This is really bad for FPS Lounge. The person you don't want getting cleanup kills, especially not getting urn dunk, is John, who somehow gets it and is able to Dust Devil away as Leffa gets caught. Leffa's going in to try and interrupt it. So
Absolutely beautiful sneak in there from John. Good urn depot. And FPSL has a lot of pressure on this Walker. Their lanes are terrible. Losing damage on Walker, and Snakes goes down.
And it must have been a healing Nova as well. So really well played fight from John. You know, live to tell the tale. Him and Do, right? I talked about them. They're the two carries of this team, right? The two players with, you know.
Yeah, one of the strengths of John is he's able to keep, when he was in the 1v2 over here, he pushes them off the Walker, makes sure it's clear, and then just TPs in. Instantly gets the same rotation value that they do, but he was able to shove the wave into their Walker. Really, really big. And we'll see in a great spot to win now. They are in a much better spot, yeah, for sure.
Really good spot. So, you know, despite some of the heroics on that last fight, FPS Lounge is in a great.
They don't have any sort of nail in the coffin yet. I mean, it's only a 5k lead, 4k lead-ish, 5 almost. But they do have objective pressure for the most part, and definitely have lane pressure. This next urn is going to be really, really big. The 20-minute urn may decide the fate of the game, as it does in a lot of pro matches, because the outcome of that fight and whoever gets the urn usually starts a snowball lead and gets mid-boss. So the 20-minute urn is going to be pretty pivotal. We'll see how they play it up till then.
John's more than happy to sit and poke and prod away. And, you know, we talked about the scaling issues on this team. I do think we're not...
No Spirit Spike on Pocket. Yeah.
Although
Pocket's early game gun is actually really freaking good, so him having the Cultist Sacrifice buff and the farm that comes from it, as well as I think he's maxes briefcase enough to get that. I think it's his briefcase that gives him the weapon damage, if I remember correctly, the bullet damage. Yeah, Popper's getting caught here is really bad. Because now we get... Oh! FPSL did trade his death for Walker, though.
Ivy gonna grab the silver and throw her in deep. They're thinking about trying to pressure Lomane. Lomane's doing a great job, though. Just clears the minions off the wave. And
got a lot of pressure on blue. Lomane's the only one defending it. We really don't want to trade Walker here. Lomane is 1v4. This blue Walker is gonna go down, but... He's actually pushed them off the blue Walker. Look at this. This is what we call the ooh something shiny strat you guys may have heard me talk about. He literally just threw himself at 4 of them and they backed off the Walker. That's insane. This Walker bug is so chopped. Which Walker bug are you referring to? Okay, we do get a Walker trade on the side lane. Oh, the Walker fake stomped? Yeah. I hate the fake stomp. It sucks. So FPS Lounge just took the lead back because they got Urn and Walker, and then Melee Creeps reduced that by getting a Walker, but we got a net positive Urn from FPSL, and then FPSL, unfortunately, Snakes goes down. That's really not great, but he did die like on Walker, so it probably isn't gonna cost them mid-boss. FPSL also has blue prio, making it even more difficult for the mid-boss play. However, John is really punishing Lomane here. Popper's coming over, but Lomane is like 1 HP. Does he live? I think the Gensmark already popped, so I think he gets out and resets. Yeah, the fake stomp got fish cake stomped. Yeah, fake stomp bug is really annoying. It's super unfortunate. Yeah, take a look at those stomps. That's crazy.
I mean, it's a rare mistake. It hasn't been playing so much pocket these days.
That's unbelievable. That was the most cold-blooded thing I think I've seen in production ever.
No, it's not Ido's fault at all. That's what sucks.
A little bit of launchpad damage there. He's still like 22 minutes in, and that is even as it gets thus far.
Yeah, Lomane has gone very much for the tanky shiv build, right? Maxing dash, even with a couple points invested into bloodletting. So he's really constantly up in the enemy's face, even thinking about a dive down on Silver. Silver might need to proc the Lycan Curse just to stay alive. Holds on for now, wants to save it for potentially bigger value in a future team fight. Fishcake has gone for quite the tanky build, so just holding some frontline, making space. In the end, if Ido hits an affliction and John
Very even match actually so far. It's crazy. Objective, souls, like hyper carry positioning compared to the other team. Interesting so far.
With potentially committing to a mid push, like you really can't commit to a push at all right now without a pick of some sort, especially with mid boss being a threat. Next team to get 2 or 3 uncontested picks easily goes mid boss, and suddenly we go from even game to heavily advantaged. But taking a look at hydration, gets the blink over, in on the Ranger. Ranger got stone form, death slam up over. All this for just an Ivy, and it's good enough to take.
Ranger goes down.
Opportunities is it going to open up here, Jake? Though is the question.
I'm not sure if there's a chance to counter engage. John's holding his own at the Walker here, has to deal with Rokane, so can't really afford to back out.
Okay, Lomane trying to get this pressure on Scout. Rokane also under a lot of pressure in the 1v1 with John on the other side of the map. That is Rokane's ult against John. Looks like John might actually win this fight, though. Rokane's going down. Oh my gosh. Oh, they kill each other. That's crazy. If he doesn't kill John there, it's like catastrophic for FPS Lounge, actually, because John just TPs and like resets and then TPs into a fight. It is still catastrophic because Snakes goes down, so MLC is going to get mid-boss here. We have nothing to contest. We don't have Leafa ult, Popper's ult, nothing.
Gives us mid boss melee creeps off the team fight. Big advantage here on the mid boss. Still may be a bit of a contest. Lefa and Poppers
Yep.
in the neighborhood.
Crazy. Really big affliction. Ido just so good on pocket, man. Didn't I do an Ido pocket pro review like yesterday? 2 days ago? I don't know. I can't remember now. I feel like we did do an Ido pocket review. He's so good, man.
It's just, yeah, that's exactly what you needed to slow this game down further, right? Buy more time. John.
What's crazy is melee creeps is like even in souls still after mid boss. And FPS Lounge got the urn, so they're gonna be able to deny it. Oh my gosh, low main snaked the urn. So melee creeps, I mean, look at them try and get this urn. Look at them, the way they're positioning. They're trying to get this urn so bad. I mean, we're probably gonna lose a walker because they have rejuves, but like, denying the urn is so big here. Yeah, MLC only sent 1 and FPSL sent 4. Well, that's because FPS Lounge was totally ready for that to be the next big objective. They knew as soon as they couldn't get the mid-boss contest, you've got to make sure they don't get earned on top. That's the only reason. It's decisions like that that's keeping them in this. Oh, dude with a massive ult. This is going to be insane. Oh, dude's going to go down. Almost certainly. Oh my gosh, dude lived. Oh my gosh, dude lived. Huge affliction to peel there. Low main is still ticking. Somebody else was ticking, but I guess they got cleansed. I don't know. Yeah, MLC in the chaos, MLC was able to get the urn, unfortunately. I think we're going to try and trade Walker. It looks like Rokane and Hydration are going to try and get Walker. But John just ulted in to help Ido. Popper's headed over as well. Lomain is pressuring that urn. Look at Lomain not give it for free. Now Ranger and Scout are coming over, so Lomain's going to have to give, and he might even die. But we have 3 on the Walker over against Lomain, or John and Ido. 4. 1 goes down. Now it's 3. Oh my gosh, that's our first rejuve, and we lost 3 people. We didn't even get the Walker trade. Dang. So MLC now takes a pretty significant lead here. They're going to get a 4th kill. I think Poppers and Leafa get out. We'll see. Lefa? People call him Lefa. I call him Leafa. Anybody know what it's supposed to be? Is it Leafa or Lefa? Anyway. Looks like we'll lose both our walkers, unfortunately. So this rejuve was really, really big for melee creeps. So we get 2 walkers. There's no urn for 2 minutes for FPSL to try and get back into it. That's crazy. Yeah, melee creep's in a really good position to win now. It's going to be really, really hard for FPSL to come back.
That's such a rare circumstance where 2 hyper farm carries are so closely matched that they actually both take each other out from the grave.
I also just enjoy the source physics where, for whatever reason, you just see John's body like just shuddering on the ground after. It's just like traumatized.
The problem with FPSL's comp is that when you play triple frontline, you're fairly soul heavy until you have that balance between damage and survivability. Like, because the vitality investment and whatever damage you've chosen, like bullet or spirit investment, takes so long for both of them to get online into a significant place. Like, falling behind, it's so easy to fall behind, and it's so hard to get back into it. So they've put them, but the thing is if like you can keep souls even for long enough, it's just like you become impossible to kill. Like, it's so hard for the enemy team to get anywhere. But because MLC has gotten the lead, they were able to get ahead. It's going to be very, very hard for FPSL to come out on top.
Jake, I think the thing is that teams had a lot of time to prep and plan to deal with the victor this week. I mean, again, if you looked at the Scrimbuck hotline, FPS Lounge was ruining all of North America this week, and a lot of it was higher priority on Victor. But if you get punched and beaten by the same method so many times in a row, you know, maybe it's match day where you finally put it all together and say, okay, here's how we're going to approach this. And we actually have the answer.
Look at this Ivy build.
I think it feels a little bit
Jeez, man.
they're not able to turn around this game. It's kind of one of those scenarios, Jake, where you
Vortex web for low main, lash, poppers, hydration. Silence wave for lash ults, low main ults, lone curl ults. Rocking any Indomitables that may be coming this way. Rafa, you're okay, buddy. You're okay, I know. You want dinner so bad. You gotta wait 10 minutes, buddy. Snake's going down for sure. Now we traded 2 for 2, but Lefa is like 1 HP, forced to reset, so now we're in a 4v3. Fishcake running them down, Rokane going down, and Popper's going down right after. Hydration in a really bad spot too, because Lefa had to reset. Fishcake's low though. Ooh, Hydration tries to get that kill on Fishcake, but can't make it happen. Lefa going for the earn denial. MLC just absolutely closes this out. There's no way they throw from here. Looks like game 1's going to MLC, boys. And Lefa doesn't even get the earn denial. He's forced to go back to base. So Ranger's gonna get the retaker, and that's the nail in the coffin right there. No comeback available for FPSL. The last objective they had, they don't have the bodies for it.
That's the most ridiculous part, is that they're doing it without Saya, who many people consider to be the most important piece on melee creep. Sometimes Coach just has to come in and show you how it's done, Jake. Because, of course, Ranger.
That's a good point that the commentators bring up. They did this without Saya, and Saya's such a pivotal part of their, like, their team fight because of how good he is at support and how well he gels that team together. Ranger's done a really good job filling here for Saya. Don't breed second shrine so great. Yeah. They're very, very disciplined on this push, recognizing death timers and kill potential. Unfortunately, they're not even able to get the retake earn, which is crazy. So this is actually the only opportunity FPSL has to come back, is if they're able to get enough picks that they're able to depot that retake earn, and then souls wise they'll be back in it enough to potentially contest the mid boss. But we'll have to see, man. They have like one chance. They have to get a significant win in the next fight to be able to get retake earn and potentially mid boss, and then they may be able to turn this, but so hard to do against a team that's as coordinated as melee creeps, but we'll see. In my opinion, the longer this game goes, the better FPSL Lounge have of winning it, so if they can just get a retake earn, I mean, it'd be massive, but I mean, MLC knows that. They're literally just sitting on this retake earn. Saya will be back for next game, probably. It's potential. There's potential for it. We'll see. Saya was one of the first professional players I started watching. Oh my gosh, Scout might go down here. Did he just get picked? Rokane just shredding him. Look at how quick he got hit by 3,300 damage. Oh my gosh, Scout goes down. This is it. FPSL Lounge. FPSL Lounge. Lol. FPS Lounge. We got the lash ult off. Fishcake forced to pop ult. Still taking insane amount of damage to Snakes. Snakes with the E shift. Look at him take all this damage. That's his resto locket. Oh my gosh. Poppers might be able to finish him. Poppers, where's the ult? Bro, how are we not ulting that right now? Like, actually, why did we not just ult Fishcake? What am I watching? Hydra Nation gets John John! Oh my gosh, this is what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh, that affliction though. Oh my gosh, that affliction though. Oh my gosh, that affliction though. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, Ido. You're just so good at the video game. Oh my gosh, Ido, you're just so good at the video game. FPS Lounge was so close to coming back. That was going to be retake earn. That was going to be a potential mid-boss. And a 5-man affliction sets it all back. And Dude's going to start mid-boss. Absolutely diabolical here. Oh my gosh, we started with 3 picks there. That was crazy to watch. What an affliction. Talk about pocket ult changing the entire game. Guys, my dogs need to eat, but I can't step away from this game. Are you freaking kidding me? I need this game to end so that during that like 15-minute intermission between picks and bans, I can go feed them. But like, oh, that's game. MLC just locked it in. Get the double kill, have the 3 rejuves. There's the 3rd kill. And now we used 1 rejuve. I mean, for what it's worth, but wait. No, we didn't. Oh, that was just a timer. I thought that was a rejuve going down. Okay, never mind. It's like way over. We're 9v3. We're gonna lock in the urn. Deny FPS Lounge any chance of coming back in. GG, man. Yeah, good mold, but not enough exactly. Dude, this ult. Wait, is it really not gonna show us? They're really not gonna show us the 5-man affliction? Or did I miss it? Was that the 5-man affliction and I just missed it? Bro, how could you not show us the 5-man affliction? We'll get it after this game, I'm sure. But I'll be feeding my dogs, which is tragic. My parents' dogs, to be just very true. Yeah, you puppies. Yeah, you puppies. Talking to you. That was so crazy. I thought FPSL was coming back into it there, but Ido's 1 ult locked in the victory. That was crazy. That was retaker and mid boss for FPSL. Completely closing the soul gap and having 3 rejuves to start getting that second to last slot because they're slot locked right now. Hey, buddy. Oh, jump in my lap. You want to jump in my lap and tell me how bad you want dinner? Yeah? I'm gonna jump in my lap, buddy. You're not a lap dog. Yeah, you're not a small lap dog. You can't jump in my lap.
They're running composition that kind of crushes you if they get ahead. The flip side of that is that it's not super strong at winning when you're down 50k.
I mean, 50k souls, man. What can you do? They snowballed properly.
For example, you have more of a reasonable chance of getting a pick and starting the miracle.
Wait.
In this case,
Rafa, you wait. Lay down. You wait. I know what time it is. No. You wait too, definitely.
At this point, Jake, it's second stage patron, melee creeps. They got time to rejuve. They're looking to finish it here and now.
Indom baited. Could be a chance here. The silence wave breaks the Indom, but affliction, it's on to
4. 4-man affliction. Got 2 rejuves. Trying to keep that patron resistant or invulnerable. Poppers goes down. We're probably going to get another rejuve here on Scout. Maybe not. Nope. We just all go down. Low main, and that's GG. Alright, guys. While we're in this little intermission between picks and bans, I'm going to run and feed my dogs. Let them outside. I will be back in a minute. I'm actually going to take my little coach Blatant off the screen. So I'm like truly gone. You know what I mean? I will be back in a minute. What a game.
He can flex that for the rest of his time as a coach. He's like, all right, you guys, you cause some problems, I'll sub in again. Maybe I'll get this done myself. All right, team?
We got to bring back in ZG, and that was a game.
That was a crazy game. That was such a fun game. That was an even game up to a point, obviously. But crazy even on souls. We're going back and forth and who might be coming ahead in terms of that drafting. And then we just had some pop-off plays by multiple players on melee creeps. First, the chat was going crazy about LeJon James. And then, of course, we had the Ido affliction after affliction after affliction. Absolutely redeemed himself for last week's unfortunate Mina game playing his OG character Pocket. Excellent stuff from Melee Creeps. A lot of people happy to see them back in the money match. They were there previously, but with FPS Lounge just being on such a roll and that Victor card, you know, supposing to be the ace up the sleeve, that just actually wasn't the case this time, Jake.
Yeah, it's incredible. They're able to outplay Ido, one of the OGs on Pocket, showing that he's still got it. I mean, we were clowning on him for getting Walker stomped, which I'm going to say I think is fair. I think he's going to have to own that one. But then, I mean, the recovery, right? To come back in and basically every single team fight, he finds the best possible affliction, dominates the game, and they're able to bring it back into control from a mid game that was honestly terrifying, right? FPS Launch were running them over at you know, like this first 15 minutes. It was rough. Gotta also give some props to players like Fishcake and Scout, because they were the ones really on that front line, right? Forced to stand tall and challenge against the threat of Shiv, of Warden, Victor, you know, Mo Krill combo, like so many big problems for them. And I feel like they actually acquitted themselves really nicely in this match, just staying alive.
I mean, everyone got highlighted too. You guys were even highlighting, you know, the Celeste and Ivy, Ranger and Do working well together, and Do even with that really great, you know, big heal on Mirage, and one of those urns happened. That was also a pivotal moment in the game. It's just like all the players really did show up. But ZP, you know, you were talking about Victor even before the cast, right? Saying that that was going to be really important to look at. First loss, by the way, in a while for game picking Victor. But what do you think this is? Was it Melee Creeps and they're drafting to counter Victor, or was there some execution that went wrong?
I mean, overall, I do wonder a little bit. Like when I was watching some of those FPS Lounge games, I think it was usually low main that was on the Victor. I don't know if there was a difference in comfortability between low main and Stakes playing Victor in this instance. Also, I do think there's a lot to be said for Melee Creeps just playing let's get people on the comfortable heroes. I mean, not that Ido has a bad mean or anything, but I do think Ido had like a tough last few weeks, and there's no better way to bust, you know, a slump competitively than just going back to the thing you know better than any other hero in the game. And I think per the hours, Ido still probably has a majority of game time on Pocket, and you know, some of these things you don't lose, and oh my word, 78,000 damage, as if the eye test wasn't enough.
Yeah, notably all of the little highlight bars right there, Jake Owen and Melee Creeps, they just, again, all of them played a crucial part in that game.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, what happens when you successfully get away with this sort of like, we've got the better late game and then we execute it, is like, by the time we get to that late game, you kind of already know the game is over. You know, FPS Lounge, it's like they had their chance to win, and it's just, you know, once they can't execute after, I would say, like the 30-minute mark, things start to feel really rough. You think about Rocane, right? He went for that max trap before max flask build, so a slower farming speed, but incredible fighting power much earlier than the other team expects it. And you kind of need that to be not just like winning fights, but you need that to be kind of blowing the game open. You need to be dunking urns, you need to be taking walkers with that kind of a strat. And Melee Creeps, they held the line incredibly well. And it wasn't for FPS Lounge not trying to execute. They were constantly looking for those openings. Melee Creeps just didn't give them any.
Yep, yeah. And who do we think is going to be the player of the match here? I feel like, again, everyone had their highlight moment, but then just so much of the end was indeed Ido. So I'm kind of feeling the Pocket here, ZP.
Yeah, you have to give it to Ido, especially given you know, all the grief that Ido got at the end of last week into the performance here. I mean, if Ido didn't just chain together multiple afflictions one after the other, I'd probably say give it to Ranger for the last moment sub that actually led to a victory. But you can't take it away from someone that had the most damage in the game by far and just repeated domination with affliction. We haven't seen play like this for a Pocket in quite a while, and frankly, I think it caught FPS Lounge a bit off guard.
Yeah, so easy to read, by the way, in the UA. Well done, you guys, to see that. Yeah, 5-man afflictions. Yeah, you just you feel like you don't see that, and you see it from Ido's point of view, and you see the beautiful, like, all 5 people just going lower and lower in their health. It's such a good feeling. It's such a good look. Pocket absolutely instrumental in this game. You got to figure that looking forward to the best of 3 finals match, Jake, they are not going to let Ido have Pocket.
Yeah, you probably don't want to give it away, but they did grab it second, which honestly is a lot earlier than many other teams have been drafting this hero, and I don't mind it. I think Pocket looks fantastic in competitive play right now with a player like Ido executing on it. It might be something you have to consider threatening with the ban, but remember, there's also Doorman, right? There's other problems in the meta too that you know, you can't just, you know, fully focus on Ido. So we'll have to see. I mean, I'm curious what Floorman's approach is. I think Floorman probably also would have expected FPS Lounge to be their opponent in this money match. So even they're going to have to maybe put their heads together and try to figure out how do they take on a resurgent melee creep.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I feel like we've gotten some like rapid fire meta shifts, right? Because we were talking about Victor coming into this week with the other tournament showing us the power. Then suddenly, hey, the people who are also showing the power of Victor, they just got taken down. You know, Victor did not have an impact. So what does that mean? What's been shifting behind the scenes and actually going to be brought out here now that, hey, surprise, it's going to be melee creeps once again facing Foreman, in a rematch of last week. As you can see the bracket here for just a second. There it is, Floorman versus Melee Creeps. That was the match of last week, and that ended in Floorman's favor. But Melee Creeps with a surprise win, perhaps a surprise win against FPS Lounge. Maybe they're just on that roll. Maybe they're going to finally break the curse, CP, and actually even win the money match.
I mean, it would be really funny because the way Melee Creeps was talking about social media, they were calling it the Shopify curse, where, you know, we get a fantastic sponsor, we are a much loved Shopify force coming in the last few weeks, but Melee Creeps wasn't able to win a single week that Shopify was sponsoring the show. So if Melee Creeps comes in and wins today, it actually would just be the funniest thing ever because people are just going to apply a lot of validity to that curse.
That's going to keep on rolling as a storyline, which, you know, just to be clear, would love you back, Shopify. Please, thank you. But maybe Melee Creeps, they just needed the ball rolling a little bit in their favor, and maybe they found it after their win here. Guys, going to go to a really quick break. When we come back, it is the best of 3 money match between Floorman and Melee Creeps, the rematch from last week as well. Don't go anywhere.
Constantly reading through 30-page documents and 50-page PDFs for every class. In Lens and Chrome, I'm able to search up specific words on the PDF document without opening up a new tab. I think it just saves some time and keeps me a bit more focused.
Reaching your financial goals can feel impossible. But we can help you seize them.
All right, you guys, we are back.
Credit Karma gives you personalized guidance to improve your credit, savings, taxes, and more.
All right, I'm excited for this next game. We're gonna see how it goes. Does FPSL have what it takes to take MLC to a game 3? Excited.
But don't act now. This deal's here through this time next year, at least. So take the scenic route on down to.
Well, I should get going.
Not without dessert. Oh, DoorDash is on the way.
Game's about to start. So stay for the game. I'm falling asleep. I'm never leaving you, right? Coffee it is. Right?
I need a new person to follow, and then it's best of 1 now. No, it's MLC versus Floorman now, right? Oh, you actually might be right. Yeah. You're right. So it's Floorman versus Melee Creeps. You're right. This next one is best of 3. I completely forgot. Okay. I need somebody to follow the stream, and then I need you guys to see if it shows up in the right spot. So like it should show up in like the top middle, but like below where the soul count is. So like if this was centered like it normally is, you know, we would see like the soul count right here, and then down below here the follow should show up, like if somebody follows the stream. But I don't know if I have it set up right. So there's you know, no way to know. But if somebody follows, you guys will have to pay attention and let me know if it's showing up correctly for you guys. Because I always just hear the audio cue and then look over and say thank you. But like I'm never paying close enough attention to know if it's in the right spot. Hopefully you guys will see it and you'll be able to tell me if we're paying close enough attention. You know, while we're waiting for this, on my second monitor, I think I'm gonna look for some pro VOD reviews that we could do tomorrow or later in the week, something like that. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just gonna kind of kill some time by looking for something that we can do later in the week, some more pro VOD reviews, because I got a lot of heroes to cover, right? We got a ton of heroes we haven't done yet.
Let's go.
Crayon is live, watching Deadlock Night Shift as well. Do okay. Sorry if I miss a message because I am looking at my other monitor, but I'm trying to like bounce back and forth, so hopefully I don't miss anything, but you know, I apologize in advance if I do.
Welcome back, everyone. We're just laughing because we're thinking of all the ways that we can credit Ido with those amazing afflictions. There's so many ways to do it. ZP trying to bring a curse on us. You're bringing that evil, Ricky Bobby. Please don't. But anyway, so we do have our final match, of course, of the night, a best of 3 between Melee Creeps, who just won, against Floorman, who defeated them 2-0 last week. So, Jake, starting off with you, what are your expectations for this best of 3?
Well, my expectations have kind of already been
I don't love this one. I found a VOD with Venator, because we haven't done a Venator game. But like, I don't know, he didn't have insane player damage. It was mainly the Shiv on the team that was carrying. So we'll keep looking. Not that game. Not that game.
Dominant team on the scrim train this week. It feels like anybody's game here today.
Yeah, ZP, I mean, you brought it up, so go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, I mean, I think it's interesting, you know, Melee Creeps are able to get past FPS Lounge, but in terms of like what NA teams were preparing for, FPS Lounge was kind of public enemy #1 because everyone thought they were going to be, you know, the team to take it all today.
I've Crown playing Silver. Maybe we can get a Silver game going for, because I haven't done Silver, right? We already discussed that. Crayon on Silver could be good. Let me actually take a look at something. Sorry, you guys. I think. Oh shoot. We're actually gonna put this. Sorry, 1 second. I apologize. Hopefully you guys can keep looking at this while I look at something over here on my main monitor. Actually, we could do this.
You know, Jake, you brought up a great point. Doorman, just to be. Anyway, Doorman has been also like one of the first bans. There's things that you have to worry about. So was Ido's
let's do that for now for a second. Hopefully you guys can just kind of watch that. Hopefully you can still hear it. Can you guys still hear it? Like you can hear the commentators talking about Floorman. Let me know if you can't. Faintly? Yeah, I mean I have the volume pretty low, but as long as you guys can hear it, that's good.
But still pretty serious in the mid game, right? You know, those beetles with their damage reduction can get super annoying and super problematic to deal with. So I'm very curious to see how the draft goes. I feel like still we're in a pretty new meta, right? Things are still shifting. I think there's.
I mean, the volume should have been like fairly low this whole time, right? Like I haven't had it very high.
Play Deadlock right now, so I don't even know if until they get into it.
Yeah, most people know Deadlock. It could change. It could change tomorrow. Quite literally, it has changed tomorrow on Thursdays after the night shifts, and in incredible, huge ways. And we'll call it a small patch. But what's
And
really
then,
cool is that it does
sorry,
feel
let
like
me.
a microscopic meta shift change in the last week, thanks to all these tournaments that have happened, the explosion of Europe, and then Melee Creeps able to bring it back and kind of show a way to respond to possibly the emerging victor.
Wait, what am I even changing right now?
The roster and then getting that confirmation, I believe.
Hold up. Hold up.
I think Saya is back. They did make a joke in the live chat saying like, "Hey, maybe I'll just go back and get some extra hours at work."
I was changing the. No?
Fantastic job, but
Oh, I'm changing the chat size. Oh no, what have we done?
Melee Creeps performance, you were asked anyone, okay, what's the one player Melee Creeps cannot lose? It's Saya. So the fact that they were able to get through
Okay.
the challenger match,
Let's undo that. And then let's get this. Here we go, you guys. I'm sorry. Here we go.
Or last week on the Abrams, that Saya wanted to be more active in leading the action, and you could do that on heroes that are more pick based than from
Now we got it going here. Jeez, struggled there for a minute.
Really good comms in the last match and still won. Now they get to come in here at peak strength. So for Melee Creeps, you got to be feeling a little bullish.
Yeah, and as I brought up earlier, Jake, last week I also had an amazing performance on Abrams. Even though they did unfortunately lose to Floorman, do you think we're going to see Saya back in that role, since apparently the entire team agrees, hey, Abrams is still a good pick?
I do think you have more flexibility with Saya in the draft, right? With Ranger coming in, it's like, okay, I see why they just say like, you know what, let's go Ivy. This is comfortable. Not necessarily the top meta pick right now, but you're bringing a sub in, like, let's just make their life easy. And it did pay dividends. It did,
You know, I haven't done Moan Krill, and I think I may have found a pretty decent Moan Krill game.
But there's no question in my mind that Saya as a player gives you way
But
more options when it comes to the draft, and that right now is super
I don't
valuable, right?
know who
Because
this pro
honestly, like,
is.
maybe a team could think, hey, Rangers in, we're just gonna like ban Ivy, right? It's like a totally crazy ban, but then your sort of sub player.
Sorry, I'm making that window a little small again. I'm taking a look at some stuff while we wait for picks and bans to start.
Scary, I think, with teams having more time to prep and punish Ranger. Saya is going to be historically one of the least vulnerable.
Oh, he is a top 10 NA Moan Krill, so he'd probably be very, very good to watch. Wander's the #1 though. Should maybe look for Wander, because Wander's really freaking good. But hey, if I already have it, you know.
It's hard to predict exactly the way they're going to approach the game.
Yeah, and they're having a lot of
Sorry, this is like, when I have it on that other monitor, it's like mega glitchy. Sorry, you guys.
To kind of be able to get
Okay.
into whatever Melee Creeps, all the flexibility that they do have, and still figure out a way to counter them. So as we get into the draft here for game #1, I am very curious to see how this pans out, because we've had already a couple of shifts, and not to mention we haven't seen some other popular choices. For instance, we haven't seen like a Dynamo Sinclair, give and take that we've been seeing in some other drafts. We saw.
I'll write this one down.
Kelvin, didn't see Kelvin.
If I find a
either,
better
so
Moan Krill
what
one,
do
I'll
your
replace it.
expectations
But
be
for
some
now,
of
I'll
the
write
first
this one
bans
down.
here for each team?
I think for Melee Creeps, they probably repeat the same draft and they ban Doorman first. I think it's something where they don't want to play Doorman. The reason why they probably banned Doorman before is that they want to get Ido on the pocket, and Ido otherwise has to play Doorman. So you don't want Floorman to call your bluff and not ban Doorman, and therefore force you to pick it with first pick. It's a hero pool thing as to why they're banning Doorman first, even though in the lead up to this, the banning of Doorman was always second. Floorman, by comparison here, the standard bans would be something like Bebop or Shiv, and that's what they go with. So they're going to assure themselves likely a Shiv if Melee Creeps first picks Mirage, which frankly, they should. I don't think they have any reason to change their draft strategy from map 1 at this point.
I think it's a fair point. I'd be shocked if it's anything but Mirage with the way John performed. You just want to give him.
Alright,
just
picks and
solid
bans.
start
Doorman and
player
Bebop
that
have
can
been
do that
banned.
Inevitability in the late game. As far as this is the moment though for Floorman, I think to potentially kind of go on the attack here. I wouldn't mind them grabbing the pocket for themselves. I think it's a really powerful hero. In the meta
Who do we
right
have
now.
winning this
I
one?
think it might be one that based on that map, you don't want to give away, and they agree. They're gonna just
Floorman
cycle
is
right back. So
really,
now,
really
if
strong,
we go to the late
but
game, I do think
the
Pocket
last time I
is
saw them
one of
have
the
a
best
really
in
strong
heroes right now
performance
with respect to
against
pushing,
MLC, low main was
walking,
filling for
healing,
them,
right? Like, if you get,
which is a
if you just
pretty
like,
big
if you get
significance to
better
not have low
protection,
main. I think he was filling for
almost nothing else
Xeno,
matters, you will win the
or
team
maybe
fight.
he was
We saw
filling for
fight if they were
Rocker.
down two
I think he was filling
at
for
the start of
Rocker,
the fight,
actually.
but a 5-man affliction, it's just enough. It's more valuable than 2 entire heroes on your team, which I think says a lot about the threat that Pocket has in the late game.
A possible priority for melee creeps is going to be Pocket. It's gone now, ZP, so where do you think they're headed?
I think one part Shiv, one part Silver. And okay, there's a Shiv, and Silver probably the one to come in after. Again, you just think about the general top pick priorities. So Florman are eating a pretty big cost for the early Pocket deny, and that normally you'd probably rather have Shiv there by power. Instead, you saw what happened last game. You go, no, we don't want to deal with it. But yeah, it's going to be Shiv Silver. So in terms of meta power, if you were coming in here without any other knowledge, you would say melee creeps got away with a heist at the beginning of the draft.
That's a good start for them then. And thinking about next up here, Jake, it's going to be a haze. That's pretty early, isn't it?
I do quite like the haze right now. I think
Okay, we're going for a haze pick.
in the meta, and this haze, like,
Florman take Pocket from Do and Ido.
Makes your ulti on, like, I think it's about a 70.
But John does get Mirage again. He's pretty potent on that last time. Probably have Fish Cake on the Shiv. Scout on the Silver? Probably. We've got Pocket, Apollo, and Haze. Ban on the Celeste. Floormen do not want Do on Celeste, I take it.
Execution can be awkward with Haze, but I think it's certainly.
And Victor was banned. So trying to get rid of the top front lines for Floormen, they took Silver and Shiv and banned the Victor. So now Floormen are probably going to be picking up like an Abrams, since they have maybe a Moan Krill, since they banned Bebop themselves. Maybe they might be playing Pick Haze and they won't need like any sort of Paradox or something like that. Okay, Viscous support on MLC.
You essentially give up the Victor because I don't think it's something melee creeps is really interested in playing anyway.
MLC has kind of put Floorman in a bad position for like really strong frontline. Shiv Silver and Victor out of the question. MLC going for the Grey Talon that we saw FPSL use? Wait, was it FPSL? When did we see a Grey Talon pick?
Provides like immense pressure in the early to mid game.
No, FPSL beat the Grey Talon pick, didn't they?
Lifetime and night shift.
We've seen some great Talon play, so go ahead, Jake.
I was gonna say, I think Mina and Pocket.
Jeez, this was like an hour ago and I already forgot.
To, getting assassinated by the GT bird, right?
Floorman picks Warden for the M1. And who's going to be their frontline? Abrams? Oh my gosh.
And Cube is one of the
no mega frontline. They're going for
in terms of its reliability.
Lash.
I wouldn't even mind if you maxes Cube a little early this game because I think it's going to be an insane game for Cube. Like I want to see it. Like if I were playing this game, I'd be maybe 2 points in splatter and then straight to the max Cube because these saves are going to be backbreaking. For like this comp from Floorman is all in, tons of single target burst kills, and I think Viscous can kind of be the MVP this game just by
Sinclair. And what a counter pick.
Sinclair's an interesting choice though. I think this is mostly to steal Affliction away and be able to toggle off a lot of that healing in the ultra late.
I like melee creeps comp way more than Floorman's comp, to be honest. Being able to steal Affliction, steal Lash ult, steal Mina ult, steal Haze ult, Apollo ult, Warden ult. He's gonna get infinite value Affliction most often. But they also do not have as strong of a frontline as melee creeps. Melee creeps with the Silver and Shiv, Viscous support. Wow.
Like some of the way these late game team fights are going to go down, they don't seemingly feel great. I mean, between the Sinclair and the GT, you effectively have heroes that aren't going to be anywhere near the front. You're going to be getting even more pressure onto like Shiv, Silver, and
Chipotle honey chicken is back. Step into summer with fresh grilled chicken, spicy chipotle peppers, and the perfect touch of pure honey. Open the summer with Chipotle honey chicken. It's taking heat and sweet to a whole new level.
Hey, let's go somewhere fun. Let's see where AAA can take us.
I have MLC winning this one. I'm not gonna lie to you all. I'm not going to lie to you all.
Let's go for dinner and a show. No kids. And let's go stay at a hotel for less. Okay, let's bring the kids. But first, let's get this fixed.
With 24/7 roadside assistance, trip planning, hotel discounts, and more, you're always ready to go. AAA, your membership to go.
Goal for the win. Look at the determination on his face.
I just flip the switch. Flip, flip. I don't know nobody else that's doing this.
Oh, sorry, let me unmute.
And
Didn't
so
want to
I
listen to the
kinda like
ads,
the
so I
Lakers draft.
figured
I think
I'd
they've got
just
the playmaking. I think they've
mute.
got the late game potential. It's going to be potentially scary to execute, but so too is the Floorman's draft. Floorman, their frontliner is like Warden. Like they don't have any real.
I think I
frontliners.
found a good
They're just
Venator
all
game, by the way,
heroes
for
that
Pro VOD
are gonna
reviews
play and not
later
get
this
caught,
week or
which
next week.
Sounds great until you get like Bola'd into a Great Talon Bird and you're just gone.
Well, we do love hearing, when casters disagree to a little bit, seeing the positives and negatives of both sides. But yeah, ZP, I mean, Melee Creeps, you liked a lot of their drafts last week, and it's still not quite executing the way that they were hoping. So, I mean, this is a kind of a departure from a lot of the drafts that they did last week. What do you think about that aspect, that they are having to change it up, or that they are willing to change it up like this?
I think in Deadlock, you have to kind of reevaluate things week to week. Like, even without major balance changes, you just see, like, priorities change up 1 week to the next. It's just because, the game is complex, it's deep, it's not entirely figured out, and some things, like, come up out of nowhere. I mean, arguably, something like Victor should have been played and prioritized weeks ago, and people just realized, oh, wait, the hero actually pretty darn good. I think the thing for Melee Creeps they're going to have to work to actually mitigate here is that in terms of late game with the ability to Floorman and just dive is that, what amount of uptime is John going to get on the Mirage if he doesn't have a big lead, or, the GT in this case, which may actually be getting played by Ido. We'll see. I mean, Ido, there's like multiple heroes that Ido could be coming up on here. The one upside for Melee Creeps, though, is that they do have absolutely ridiculous contest on mid-boss should come in. Like, it's the benefit you get anytime you run a Sinclair. You also have Owl that you can time in. You have punches from Viscous. Like, Melee Creeps have enough of an edge in their comp that if you're Floorman, you're probably not going to look to do mid-boss unless you have at least 2 down. Like, even just having 1 down could make a mid-slam, like, kind of risky.
You guys have been saying, they've been saying, everyone's been saying, it's laning meta right now, Jake. And in that regard, who do you think won out?
I think Floormen have crazy lanes. I'll say, like, their heroes they have like tons of high mobility heroes that are all going to be, potentially scary to lane against. But I'm just worried because I'm like, well, it's just such an unconventional comp, right? Like, they don't have any frontline. I mean, Warden is sort of a frontliner. You could talk about Apollo. I'm like stretching it so thin to call Apollo a frontliner. Like, he's gonna sort of scout the fight for you, same for Pocket, right? They can kind of get info on the enemy heroes, but as far as who's gonna like stand in there and like melee the rejuve in the mid boss pit, I guess it's Warden, but like, that's sort of a little bit of a scary spot for even him to be. So I'm really curious to see how this plays out. I think if Floorman,
I think I may have found a Drifter game too. We'll take a look.
It could also continue to maybe warp the meta because
I'm working here in the background, you guys, trying to get these Pro VOD reviews lined up. I want to cover every hero before I start repeating heroes, you know what I mean?
I'm just to see them all together in one draft. It's like 5 heroes that are all going to play the mobility and nuking game. How does that play out? Is that just sort of like untouchable and they've got enough damage and you can't fight them? Or do you kind of struggle to really get in and pressure towers?
Yeah. I mean, what do you think they could have slotted in instead of who, I suppose? So Abrams apparently still liked by some people. We saw Billy last week as well, to throw that in there. But then who would they replace? The Lash? Was it the last pick that was the oddity, I suppose?
Well, I think I don't even dislike the Lash. It's like at some point,
there's nothing to dislike.
Abrams or Billy probably are like the most straightforward choices. And I don't know if those heroes necessarily would have been good here. So maybe this is sort of like the way that the draft naturally went for them. Maybe a Yamato, actually, I would kind of like here. I think Yamato is a really good response to GT to like get all the way deep to the back line and just like double power slash Great Talon down and get him out of the fight pretty early, and also be able to maybe stand a little bit taller on the front line. But these players are much better than me, so if they're picking this, they obviously believe that this is like a style that can absolutely win if they can execute it the way that they're imagining in their heads.
I'm not sure how Floorman are going to execute this. I think MLC has a much stronger comp. It's going to be interesting to see. But
I mean, we got to just kind of give it to them and believe that they can execute whatever their idea is for this draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think draft-wise, the biggest flashpoint for me was the Hayes pick over Victor. Like, if you have Victor, then it's just like, okay, now you can run down a little bit more. But it's super interesting because normally I would look at Florman and be like, wow, you know, where's the front line? But I feel like for melee creeps, even though, yeah, you have Shiv Silver, that's counterbalanced by the fact that, like, so much of, like, the rest of your team is actually, like, kind of weak to getting Dovon that it sort of balances out a little bit, because I don't know if like Silver Shiv are going to be able to make enough space that you still don't have like GT running for his life. Sinclair, I mean, yes, you have incredible mobility to get away, but you're also like stuck getting zoned to have fights a decent amount, and you know, while all this is going on, who's going to be protecting John? So it's like, it's going to be a very interesting match in that it's a bit unconventional on both sides, and like how they've drafted here, where you know it's a in melee.
I actually don't know that I agree with ZP here. If you guys are listening, I think Viscous is the counterbalance there. He's saying like MLC's front lines aren't going to be able to protect the back line, like the Spirit Nukers, Sinclair, and Great Taunton, as well as John needing protection. I think that's where Viscous comes in. So I think MLC is actually way balanced. I don't think they're that weak that way that he's outlined here. Let me know what you guys think on his take there.
Clipped, it's shipped, it's going to be used for every single esports production at this point. But no, I do want to bring up something that seems to be a little bit of a hot topic, which is a Silver pick. You know, we're kind of coming in here for weeks now being like Silver. And, you know, maybe it was first for a little bit at some point. Now it's like, well, it's definitely going to come in very quickly. But then there's been a conversation about how the win rate might be still very, very high, ZP. But actually the win rate isn't that great. I mean, what are your feelings on Silver coming in here, just to have a discussion rolling while we wait?
I think win rate is kind of one of the interesting things in comp, because it's like, how do you separate win rate from the teams that are playing it? I think in some cases are outliers where I think you probably could, for example, look
okay, this Drifter game, he actually didn't win, so I think I'm going to watch the Lash.
There's so many different reasons as to why, like,
Lash had a good
win
game.
rate may not be entirely representative. Like, I think there's been times where heroes have had low win rate purely because they've been overvalued in the draft, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, no,
Lash
is
VOD.
actually one of the best 12 heroes you could have in the lobby, just not picking it at second or third overall. And you know, where Silver lands in the midst of it, I'm not entirely sure, but I do think like overall historically our win rate's been like on the higher side. I think it's just people, you know, even with a bunch of exposure, don't always play around here the best.
Yeah, all right, fair enough, and that did a wonderful job buying time for us to actually get into this match. So Jake, if you want to give your opinions on Silver, you're gonna have to wait till we're in the actual cast. Guys, it is Florman versus Melee Creeps, map 1 of a best of 3 for this finals match. Take it away.
Long-awaited opportunity for Melee Creeps. They've been outside watching these final matches for, what, a month now, ZP, which is far from the norm. This is a team that won, what, 10, 15 times back-to-back? They had an insane streak going. So
all right, guys.
Let
me know if you want me to turn up the volume, too, on the DLNS stream here. If you want to be able to hear it a little bit better, hear the casters or something, let me know.
Last week in the final, you know, the final match didn't really go all so well for them, and you know, they've been struggling to get over the so-called curse, but you know, it's been 5 weeks since last they were able to win, and maybe now this will be the time. But Florman, they're a tough opponent, and also we were kind of wondering who's going to be playing what here, Jake, and it's going to be Ido on the GT, Fishcake on the Silver, so we got a little bit of clarity on the hero selection. But Demov, meanwhile, you know, look at EU being like, yeah, I can play a Haze just as good as Obikim. It's not a problem. Also played it well last week.
Yeah, Demov and the Haze, I'm going to be curious to see how that plays out. It's not going to be, you know, there's a lot of picks in this draft that would have been, you know, really conventional choices for Demov, right? The Pocket, the Apollo, you know, really solid, really consistent plays for him. But the Hazes, I don't know that I've seen him on it before. So curious to see how this goes. I mean, it's Demov after all, so I'm not going to doubt him.
Okay, so Demov on the Haze.
On the left.
Xeno Apollo League on Pocket, DMB on Warden, Average on Mina, and Rocker on the Lash.
Regen is the item of the moment.
Syat is back. So Ranger was just replacing that first game. Glow, you were right on there. John back on... Oh, you know what? Scout is on the Viscous. And then Dew is on Shiv. I think I had missed that call. Fishcake on the Silver. I think I had Fishcake on Dew and Scout on Silver. And Ido playing GT. Nice.
Pretty nicely. And I think that was that +1 out of combat regen that took the item to the next level, right? It was always that 3, just regular 3 HP regen stat. But the +1 out of combat, it's pretty meaningful, right? It's a 33% improvement in what the item offers, at least for the portions of the game you're not fighting, which it's deceptively easy to be quote-unquote out of combat in Deadlock, as long as you just avoid taking damage for a little bit.
Yeah, it's not the MMO out of combat, which is like a 15-second timer. It's just like, oh, you stopped attacking someone for a moment. Yeah, you're out of combat. Like, it is remarkably quick. It's just, don't actively be taking damage or dealing combat actions, as it were.
He needs this Resto Locket in this lane. I mean, the pressure is pretty immense on them. And Viscous Shiv is not the lane it once was, right? Still threatening, but definitely going to be on the back foot for now. I mean, Apollo Warden is a much more powerful combo. I guess it's sort of the Apollo, right? Apollo plus anything pretty much gives their laning mate free space. You just can't step up and trade against this disengaging Sigil.
No, it's super, super difficult. I mean, Apollo's 1 is just one more brutal things in the game to go against, because there's not a ton of counterplay aside from, like, don't be close to Apollo at all. Easier said than done. And I mean, this lane in particular, you're getting high poke damage out of the Apollo. You're getting significant damage onto the Guardian from Warden, where Warden himself, I mean, actually applies quite a bit of damage in the...
I don't know if you guys agree with this take, but I actually find laning phase of pro gameplay to be like fairly boring because everybody's playing it so safe.
So nice in terms of the damage per mag.
Because you have to. Like, they can't afford to lose. Oh no. Oh, he's going down. Oh my gosh, what a parry. Oh my gosh, they turned that fight. Okay, right after I got saying it was boring, that's actually insane.
At the moment, pulling out the reverse card, and what should have been a clean kill, and off on the other end,
styling on them. He's out of control.
Just quick sanguine retreat, wanting none of the rest to do here, but okay.
Nice bats on the knife. Jeez, that was a crazy fight turn there. Oh my gosh, Average stays way too long and gets punished. Jeez, Scout and Do just owned.
Lifted off by the Viscous Space program there.
Yeah, just,
that was wild.
I'll send you on your way. Death Slam. Up over the buff. Enough to give Rocker priority on the mobility, and they use that mobility here for a bit of a chase down, but perhaps another time.
Buffs 1-1. Ido with the casting could be pretty nice. He's quite close to having that Owl online. It's definitely always going to be a big moment for GT. Wants to play for those permanent scaling stacks. A lot of pressure though onto John in the mid lane. Saya doing some boxes, trying to be efficient there, and taking their chance with Lash Mina to put the counter pressure on.
Looking here on the left, which has been by far our most active lane. Cage, gonna connect. Bit of extra damage here onto the Shiv.
You and Scout are having an insane lane.
Attempt out. Infinite Apollo gonna be a quick retreat thereafter as it's not hit. And Do still reasonably ahead of this lane here so far. Not what you love to see from a Shiv. If you're the
ooh, that ult is gonna kill him.
Surely this catches Viscous dead to rights, and yeah, the curse pops, and DMB even gets the finish, so even better result. Warden, it's right back into the soul count here, and Mina comes in for an additional gank, comes in, rips the ult from range. Might not expect this, but Do is maybe.
Oh my gosh.
With that dash, does he have the movement to get out? Yes, he has got that slide chain rolling. Smooth moves from the Shiv.
Do is just not getting punished by Average at all. Average going for these early ganks. Who? Pluto? I don't know. I don't think Pluto's in the chat, but was it Pluto that we watched a game of him playing Mina? This is what I'm talking about, by the way, Pluto. When I think it was Pluto playing Mina. I need him in the chat to remind me, but I don't think he's here today. Anyway, I think we did a VOD review of him. He's an Eternus 6 player who I did a coaching session with, and I think he was playing Mina, and I told him he needs to be playing a little bit more aggressively. Oh dang, what an aggressive teleport with that Lash ult. Nice try. When I was talking about like creating opportunities with your gank when you're playing Mina, what Average is doing in that lane is what I'm talking about. Now Average unfortunately isn't able to punish Do, but that's like what I'm talking about. I hope he sees that. Maybe we should clip that and send it to him in the Discord. This Average constantly creating opportunity over in that lane.
Block down a little bit, and Average rotate back over in the mid. Nothing huge to report. 30 seconds till next center spawn.
Yeah, the Mina's definitely been a bit of a calling card in recent days for Average, right? We see him has some pretty strong
It's the
success
idea
there.
behind Average's rotations that I wanted, that I was talking about when I was talking to Pluto. They haven't gone well, unfortunately, for Average, but the idea behind it.
That's going to leave John with a very stable position from which to farm, but one Guardian goes down.
Nice. D-Mob gets that pick.
D-Mob, though, finds what I think
Well
is his
played.
first ult of the game. Already has that slowing hex online and just eats Saya for breakfast.
I mean, despite the strong start from Duo and Scouts, Floorman's actually doing a decent job of staying in this game across the map, like League and Rocker, and Xeno, actually, not bad. But that's mainly because DMB's been dead so much that Xeno's getting like solo farm. Oh my gosh, fish cake! That was a risky freaking light melee from this Rocker. GG. Yeah, Average able to clean up that fish cake kill.
A lot of trades coming off in this early game. It's been quite aggressive. Take a look at the soul count. It's a slight lead for the Floormen. They're going to be feeling pretty comfortable. So far, we haven't seen too much as far as the global presence from Grey Talon. Now that he's defending this mid lane, though, I expect to see more pressure come his way. We were talking about this in the draft, how there's going to be a lot of attacks just kind of swarming in on this Grey Talon, stopping him from dealing that consistent damage. With mid lane Guardian to defend, it's a crucial moment to see whether that holds true in this one.
Little under a minute until next set of buffs.
I think I may have finally found a Drifter game that we can watch, by the way. Looking for more pro VOD reviews. I feel like it's so hard to find Drifter and playing or getting a nice performance in Eternus 6, but maybe I'm just looking in the wrong places. But I feel like every time there's a Drifter game, he's like not the top performer carry. He's like the, you know, he has a decent performance, but he's just like being carried by like shiv damage or something, you know? Mina crazy carry or something.
Scout having a pretty strong early game, and it looks like they're gonna get a catch on this Mina.
Oh, no bats. Ido just punishing Average.
It's always a big one to pick up. Has even gone for the Spirit Sap this game, so it's gonna be draining away a lot of this Spirit damage from this nuker heavy comp. Opportunity now to potentially punish. And I think with the third knife in him, is it gonna be able to
Does
pick
he
up this opponent?
die?
It's gonna be close.
Oh my gosh! The ult actually gave him immunity long enough to survive one tick from the knife. Ido's chasing him though. Oh, I think Ido was up top on the walker actually, so Average or Xeno may still get out. Looks like he will. And because of the pressure we've created, it looks like melee creeps are able to get the urn. And at very worst, they're able to deny the urn.
Biggest X factor for me is Rocker there? Is Death Slam up? And Rocker certainly can get there.
Floormen are really struggling, or not Floormen, melee creeps are actually really struggling to take these Guardians on the side lanes, so objectively they're like not able to get rid of these shops.
I will say, I feel like Shiv is starting to feel really scary this game. It feels like they can't really lock him down. They don't have quite the tools to do so, and he's pumping huge damage into these relatively squishy heroes on Floorman. Now Shiv and Silver both walking up with the help of Viscous, right? Threatening, posturing for this urn. You gotta come up and step up to fight for this ground. So one-man affliction onto Fishcake's Silver. Death Slam onto just Saya as well. So not the best ultimate connections. Melee creeps still trying to force this one, and they might feel pretty good about their chances.
Yeah, urn still in contest on the floor. Team fight, higher priority. Clone, Death Slam up. And
Oh my gosh, he missed the ult!
They get the dunk, though.
So, I mean, he does create the space for the urn depot, but Saya unable to actually capitalize on the lash ult, which is unfortunate because I feel like we missed out on some kills that may have even increased the value of the urn, like the overall soul gain, rather.
As the dust settles, no kills somehow.
Ido able to get out. John split push to Guardian as well. I mean, overall, really good for melee creeps, but looks like they may get some kills here. No? Average gets destroyed, and
He was desperate to stop Dew's reign of terror, but now it only grows scarier. This Shiv up to almost 10k
okay.
souls.
I mean, what did we get there for melee creeps? We got urn, a kill, and a Guardian? I mean, wow. That was a big 12-minute play.
Gotta give a lot of credit to Scout this game for really enhancing Dew's ability to just bait Foreman. I feel like there's been so many times this game where Dew has nearly been dead and is a target that Floormen really want to engage and invest into to slow down the Shiv who's out of the game. And every single time, there's just enough support from the rest of the team to get Dew out of otherwise fatal situations. And the frustration from Floormen at dealing with that this game has had to have been immense.
Frustration at playing against Viscous? No. Surely not, JP.
No,
Viscous is the most honorable and fun character. He's whimsical.
Yeah, as evidenced by the fact that it was your main for the longest period of time, and you only play honorable characters, Jake. Which, by the way, coming from me, you should not take that from me. But hey, what do I know?
Looks like DMV got kind of baited here to pop the last stand. Even some spam shots coming in, delaying the zip out from Lash. So Floormen doing their best to try to put some pressure on here, but this Shiv Viscous looks like an immovable object. Now, Bullet Dance, overwhelming onto Saya. He really can't afford to take any more damage. Has to do some perfect moves out of this one. But Demon's been dissuaded from the chase.
Just classic Saya, where a little bit more, well, I don't know, it's still Sinclair. I was going to say more earned than Abrams last week, but it's Sinclair. Sinclair actually may be better than escaping on the whole.
Oh, Lash, where is he? He definitely wants
Ido being very patient with that ult. Look at his maneuverability with this owl.
He must be in one of these veils. Couldn't tell if it was in the top one. It looks like the bottom veil. So good hide from Rocker.
Rocker gets away from Ido.
Would have been really rough.
Sometimes Deadlock really just does turn into Dead by Daylight. And what's it called? GT Owl is one of the prime instigators of that, where you just hear the owl coming, you look at the minimap, and it's like, I'm gonna hide now. And I'm gonna pray that they don't find the closet that I'm hiding.
Good puppy.
Bullet Dance comes in, stolen actually from
Ooh, Saya gets the counter pick there, huge.
Doesn't like how it tastes.
Saya's just so good, man. Love seeing him back in the game. Ranger, really good fill, though, in that last game against FPSL.
30 seconds. Next set of buffs and earn gonna be up. Before that, though, Fishcake, a little bit ambitious here.
Oh my gosh, Fishcake. Jeez.
In the neighborhood says hi.
I was going to comment on this earlier. Usually we see Silver playing a much more defensive, vitality-focused build, but he's got a lot of gun early.
Yeah, it's super interesting. It definitely is not the norm, okay, but elsewhere on the map, DB just ends up getting juggled, so ends up being a bit of a one-for-one.
I think what the commentators are missing here is that Fishcake's building more gun early because he's so far behind the rest of the lobby. He can't afford to really build vitality here, or he's just going to have very little impact in these fights. That's the reason why.
Rabbit Hex does slow down Apollo's chase, but I think he's going to still look to finish this one off. Making sure that kill into DMB does not go unanswered. Oh,
Like, pretty sure I've never seen a commentator be like,
does put a lot of damage potentially down in the GT, but will it be enough?
wait, is Ido AFK? What did I just watch?
Counter attack is going to really slow him down, but he has the riposte.
Yeah, the Prost.
Sorry, what was I saying? Oh, I feel like, so for some reason, I feel like commentators are like really good at being commentators, but sometimes they lack the game sense to understand like what exactly is going on. Like they're not Eternus themselves. I feel like that happened a lot in Valorant too. Like commentators would make comments that I was like, oh, you must not be Radiant or whatever. Like while we're watching a bunch of Radiant players play professionally. I don't know, is that just me or is it just the games I'm watching? I don't know.
In the middle, once more melee creeps able.
Maybe I'm just a little bit too critical of the commentators. I mean, you don't need to be Eternus to be a commentator by any means, but I don't know. Interesting. Just something I've noticed.
I think in terms of dunking the urn, there's a pretty considerable edge for melee creeps.
There's a lot of players here for Floormen, though. Despite not having the wave, their baiting is...
Floorman is not wanting to give this urn. In fact, they're looking to steal it for sure.
Looks like Pocket snaps the urn out of his hand and then immediately runs away. Mino does come in, puts a decent amount of damage here onto Scout, but not the end of the world. And with 3 stacks on the Mina, man, this proc is going to bite.
Floormen have to have somebody peel away for that blue walker, though, unfortunately. And Rocker is already defending that side walker.
I mean, okay, you still have League in the neighborhood, but I think that's going to be an escape cloak being taken here.
Oh, someone's here on the Viscous. Pocket looking for a cheeky flanking kill.
Looking for that Spirit Sap.
Maybe zoning some players away, and the urn not done quite yet, so Floormen have the opportunity to reset, get back into this. Pocket is in so deep, though. Hold on. And with GT here pumping the damage.
Ooh, Ido is able to get that kill, even with the double afflicts.
Was surprised by Ido, ready for the move. lion's share of the souls looks like going to melee creeps, and a 2-for-1 kill trade as well.
I mean, if anyone's
Wait, wasn't Scout the one that depoted it?
is capable of in that situation,
Yeah, Scout depoted and they secured a lot of the souls.
then, like, if
Nice.
you're looking for impact affliction,
And Foreman lost 2 people and Earn. Jeez.
in that situation was the
Probably because we had to clean up blue inside lane.
melee creeps able to get Earn, able to get a bit of an advantage now. Sieging on left. Upside for Foreman is that
A little bit of punching going on from Saya. Got melee charge to take advantage of those
Now
bunnies.
certainly can defend, whether it be left walker or mid walker, wherever melee creeps decide to go.
I actually don't think I should have been surprised to see Do on Shiv. I'm pretty sure my pro VOD review of Shiv was Do. Let me make sure. Yeah. I literally posted a game of Do playing Shiv. I don't know why when we originally saw that, I was like kind of surprised. I'm just dumb. I'm only Eternus, give me a break.
Side of the floor, man, they can't quite crack this Shiv Viscous duo.
Owl? Just
Party
hello,
gift
Owl.
for Dima.
just
Thanks,
say, just
thanks
so
for
you know I
coming to our
exist.
jungle. Come again.
Melee creep slowly getting into the lead here throughout the mid game. The 20-minute earn is going to be quite a big decider for tempo.
Next Earn and next set of buffs. So far,
Now,
melee
League
creeps
does have a
better
lot
job
of souls, but John and Do are both really, really strong.
right now, more of a presence on the left side of the map.
Yeah, definitely a slower game for both sides. Also, you know, it's interesting to think about. We've been talking so much about how this is like a no one's playing support meta. Melee creeps arguably have 2. Like Viscous and Sinclair, I think you could sort of, I mean, obviously the distinction is a little bit academic, but you could kind of call them both supports, and the style seems to be working this game. Like, you
I
know,
believe that's Jake talking right now, and I completely agree with his take. Like, we're not getting a lot of supports, but melee creeps are definitely taking advantage of the 2. Like, a Doorman is one of those that's like,
on the nose for the current meta.
I almost want to call them off supports because they're like Viscous, Sinclair, and Doorman. They're like off supports. They're not like heavy supports, but they work that way. We're definitely seeing that being taken advantage by melee creeps, and it is very, very strong. But like those pure supports like Kelvin, Paige, and Ivy, there are a lot less, and Rem, that are a lot less like
We haven't seen a massive affliction out of League.
versatile. I want to say like they don't cover 2 roles near as effectively. They're just way stronger in the support role.
With extreme importance.
Oh, and the Soul Affliction onto Pocket himself.
So Saya does get the solo affliction on Pocket, but he gets killed. D-Mob is able to finish the kill, and Ido does stop the Hazel, but
Still reasonably healthy, still fighting this one out. Shiv, though, trying to get this
Do may be able to punish D-Mob. Oh, that sleep!
But D-Mob may be walking away from this one. He's still ticking, still bleeding. That knife missing, though.
Oh, if that knife hits, he actually dies.
Has the same read. He's going to have to back off the play this time. So they do give up a kill.
So close. Pact Fan hits that knife. Just throwing it out there if Pact Fan's here. Pact Fan never misses those. The only difference between Pact Fan and Lumain is actually just 5 days. 5 calendar days. He'd beat the low main of EU. If he was 5 days older.
You could take back the Earn and get the Earn too, so not as ideal, I think, for melee creeps in this situation. And also, I mean, if you're trying to force Earn, that slime's up.
They're ready to fight this.
If melee creeps gets this Earn, it is going to be very, very big. And we get it with a big secure too. I think that's like 80% earn value for melee creeps. However, we may lose Fish Cake. We already lost Ido.
You have to use every little bit of movement to escape here, but it's a
Fish Cake does go down.
and every exit is covered.
That should be mid boss. We'll see.
Looks like they're gonna send it anyway, though.
Not too early. See, another thing that I think leads me to believe that the commentators are not Eternus is this is not early for mid boss. We have Lash ults, we have Pocket ults, and we have Apollo ults, and the only thing we have to worry about is bunnies and Viscous ult, and we're 6v4. Potentially 6v5.
I think the Rabbit Hex maybe came in a little bit early. Right now, Rejuve split
Wow, Foreman actually only got 2 of the 3 rejuves, which is crazy to me actually, but we do instantly burn one of their rejuves. They get one of ours. Scout going down any second now, it looks like. Ido goes down. Scout got out, it looks like. He's actually on the side there on the stairs. Second rejuve is used. D-Mob very low. Look at Do. Oh my gosh, he wants D-Mob so bad, but...
And the evasion from the Floorman comp really working out. It seems like everybody successfully peeling back out of this fight. And as the dust settles,
I mean, overall, we get 1 kill on Floorman's side, and they got the souls. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Barely gets out in time for that cube. He could go down. I think DMB just chases him. Yeah, Scout does die, so we trade average's death. Overall, still a net positive for Floorman to get the 2 kills to start the fight, and then trade 2 for 1 and get mid-boss souls. So, Floorman coming out on top there.
It'll start using some movement to get out and away. But
just for my lower elo players that are watching this, like, I didn't want to do a whole lot of coaching during this because I just wanted it to be a chill watch party, but like, saying 22 minutes is too early, like an early mid-boss after getting 2 kills and having lane pressure in blue lane? Absolutely not. Not early at all. That late in the game you get 2 kills and you have lane prio in blue, you instantly go mid-boss. Commentators were a little off base there.
Actually, interesting there, John. Well, John's been Mr. Farm this game. Like, when you're 0-0-1, it's just like
0-1 is that's true carry style.
Mid's early if it's like 15 minutes. Yeah, I would say anything sub 17 minutes is early. I have seen like a 16-minute 45 seconds, but it was after like 4 kills in blue lane. It was like a team fight in blue lane, and they got like 3 or 4 kills and just instantly dropped into mid boss, and that's still early, man. Like, but anything sub 17 minutes is early for sure. There was a 12-minute mid. Jeez, what happened for that to work? They have like 8-second CDs on death timer. That's wild. The enemy team's actually trolling if they let them get away with the 12-minute mid boss. I'm not gonna lie. Somebody has to be mega fed for that to work. I can't even conceive a situation, even after a 6-man wipe, in which a 12-minute mid boss would be a possibility. That's insane.
right side buff. Maybe League grabbing the left. It's a gun buff, and when you have dominance, you can say, wait.
Are we doing gun talent? Dang.
Which
we're not.
John's the one who wants it, but
I mean, John's at the other side of the map. He's not gonna, blow the Jin Express to use Traveler to come the other way. He's like, nah. You can have that one.
Maybe he just wanted to take advantage of his 2, the slow and whatnot.
Still 3 walkers available for the 4-man, right? Since something that melee creeps gonna start to hurt for those.
League got the vitality buff. That's good.
Willing to go deep into the late game without them, but definitely expect someone like John to be particularly needing those slots. It looks like they're gonna make a big concerted push into the mid wave, attacking this walker average. Rips the Nox Nostra, putting some damage down on them.
Jeez! Oh my gosh, I'm just dropping everything on my desk right now. I'm sorry.
We could get the cam on that.
It was a 3-man death slam into a counter.
Okay.
Death slam from Saya. I'm just reading
Ooh, Rocker goes down.
in the aftermath, so even though the walker's gonna go down,
and we don't have Mina ult. Ooh, triple afflict from League.
Hitting 3. Take a look at Ido off on the outskirts. Is now a very spread out fight. And I feel like the affliction is gonna.
And John's hurting too, and I don't even think he was afflicted. I thought it was like Silver Greytown Scout.
John got that divine barrier. He potentially gets out of this one, but yeah, Ido taking away for the affliction.
I like how I constantly interchange hero for player. I must be so confusing to watch. Xeno trying not to trade that Ido kill, getting disrupted by Scout. Fishcake going down? Yeah. We should see Floorman pushing this Blue Walker and opening up map space and slot. I want to hear the comms, because this is like a misplay in my opinion. 6v4 on a half health walker, second walker, so it's not impossible to kill or incredibly difficult. And it's blue walker, so you get like so much map pressure. I would like to see them push that walker there. I don't like John's build. I'll have to pay closer attention to it. What's he building? I wasn't paying attention to his build in particular. I'll have to take a look at it though.
Don't think D-Mob is going to push the issue here so far.
Is he using like Scarab build? Is he going more gun?
Taking your farm on the map, waiting for next earn and buffs, and You know, see
He's
who can
super
get in
strong
front
right
of
now.
the mid-boss. Like, you kind of like
Gun
that.
Mirage, no duration, no ult max.
Yeah, it's pretty meaningful on that last team fight.
I mean, I think he's been forced in into that position, right? Like, he can't play too much into ult max or Scarab build or Jin because he's like their only significant gun damage outside of like Silver frontline.
Played this game very defensively, like very much.
I think because of the comp he's forced into it.
And I think early on, maybe Foreman got baited in a little bit.
If he plays too much into duration and ult maxing, he's using up money and slots for what will ultimately have to be a gun build given his team comp, no?
We're gonna get every buff, we're gonna get all the urns. That's a problem, and I think one that melee creeps soon they're gonna have to address. They're gonna have to step up on the map and take some challenges, especially in the next couple minutes when that next urn buff spawns.
Also, I think the other problem for melee creeps, you know, I don't think Ido's actually been able to get a ton of stacks on the GT. And I mean, you think about late game power, unless you're like a super farm GT, like your late game isn't necessarily the best. Your late game on Sinclair, you know, you fall off a bit. Viscous arguably falls off a bit. Like, I do think you're kind of running into a scaling comp issue here too for Floormen, where Floormen just have a
Yeah, Ido has one stack. Yeah, they have not been able to capitalize off GT. And to be fair, the last time we saw GT played, FPSL completely shut that down too, right? Or am I wrong?
At the moment.
Yeah, I think that's very true.
I actually, like, legitimately cannot remember how the GT game went. I remember them getting a lot of value out of it, out of the ults, but didn't they lose? Maybe they won. I don't know. Ido definitely hasn't had the same impact, that's for sure, regardless of what happened in the last game that I literally can't remember. It's been a long day, I guess, I don't know. I was planning on ending the stream in 30 minutes, but I think we're just going to finish out the DLNS, have a late stream.
It feels like the calm before the storm, although I think realistically, if you're melee creeps, you want to force a pick before buffs, and that may be what they're trying to do. Pocket may not be the best target in this instance.
Ricochet Silencer, jeez, okay, he has gone very aggressive on this build here.
Yeah, so Silencer, Ricochet on Mirage, I don't know that I hate that build. I mean, being able to potentially stop like a Pocket ult or a Mina ult or something because you were able to get some Ricochet Silencer procs. I think he's been forced into that because of team comp, but I don't hate it. It's not the way I like to play Mirage personally, but it's still a very effective build in my opinion.
Going directly into League. Other side, do able to get dose of mobility. As if Shiv doesn't have enough ability to traverse the map, add mobility buff into the mix, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I will say casting.
I will say I do hate this new Shiv, or not Shiv, Lash meta where you're doing like the gun maxing and the headshot, like a weakening headshot or crippling headshot, siphon bullets type deal. I don't know why this has turned into the meta. Well, okay, actually, I take that back. It's not that I don't know why. It's like, I don't know why the devs pushed Lash into that direction. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to say? I very dislike this meta. For some reason, it is not meshing with me well. Maybe I just prefer the Spirit Nuker Rooftop Assassin meta and like ult maxing. As annoying as it is to play against, I just like Shiv's archetype falling in there really well, and I do not like the gun thing that's going on. I think it's boring to watch, I think it's boring to play with, I think it's boring to play against, I just don't like it. And I feel like it was pushed onto the meta because of the last patch. Or last 2 patches?
And do they just get the dunk? They do. It doesn't even turn into it. Wait, oh, you can't get denied like that. That's actually, they lost a lot of that urn just from the denies, Jake.
Divine Barrier from Viscous does pull GT out for a second, but they're continuing on with this chase, just pumping damage.
That's actually interesting. Another thing that I think the devs completely missed there is DMB does not want to secure urn souls there. He doesn't want to waste any time on that urn. You get 60% of the urn just by depoting. So he takes the 60%. At most, he loses the other 40% if they deny every single soul. And he's able to get tempo into the team fight. So he's able to help his team win this team fight that is going to give them mid-boss. So I think the geez, what's the freaking the commentators? I think the commentators completely missed the mark there again. I think they are saying you can't let the urn get denied. In that situation, absolutely do not sit around and secure the souls on the urn. You need to get with your team. You need to be playing tempo. You need to win that team fight. And now you get mid boss. Floormen are basically about to put the nail in the coffin if they're able to get this mid boss. And they baited mid boss to try and get another kill or two and stagger some deaths. Unfortunately, I don't think it worked out for them. League might go down here. Although D-Mob is kind of owning everybody. Okay, Fish Cake goes down. Do is doing so much damage though. Wait, Do is doing a lot though. Wait, Do is goaded. Holy moly, yeah. Do is actually just owning in that fight. Ooh, and Saya with the kill. Oh, and Ido finally gets another kill with the bird. There's a stack. So Floorman did kind of troll by not just going for the mid boss. I don't know. I don't think bait was the call. Whoever made that call, I think they're regretting it.
But now you have to wonder, should they've taken the gamble anyways, because Rejuvenator, it's about to start falling.
Oh my gosh, League with the double afflict here though. John with the afflict already that low. That's dangerous. We have no ults to give though. We have absolutely nothing for this. Oh my gosh, Floorman get 2 rejuves. It's gotta be over. It's gotta be over. 2 go down, Do goes down, John going down. Oh my gosh. And we didn't lose any of our rejuves yet.
Eventually, John is going to get run down, flanks surrounded from all sides. Hold on, the damage he deals is insane.
Jeez.
He will eventually take out.
John only lived that long because of the ricochet silencer. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, Floorman almost through, I'm not gonna lie. The bait on mid-boss was not the call. I completely disagree, and this isn't just a hindsight is 2020. I would never have called a bait there. Not in a 6v4. No, sir. I'm really glad they were able to turn that around because they almost threw. And now they get to down the base. I don't know if they're able to end here because of the walkers and whatnot, but how much we're having to split up here because we had to split. We had to get blue walker, now we're getting side walker. Not everybody's in base. We should be able to down patron with no problem at all, but we need to get out. Ah, we staggered the kill on silver. Makes it even easier. Affliction did a lot. Yeah, League's. You're talking about League's ult. Yeah, I mean it is definitely turned the fight. He put so much pressure on John and Scout that we were able to turn that fight, and we were able to get the. I think it was Ido, Fishcake, and Do that went down first. Maybe Saya actually. I can't remember now. But yeah, the affliction on Scout and John applied so much pressure that we were able to kill the other 4 while they were playing. They were forced to play safe, I guess I should say. Looks like D-Mob just got absolutely owned. He was, I think, did he only die because he finished downing the patron? Totally worth it if that's the case. And now we're denying the retake urn, 40k soul lead. I mean, Floormen are going to take this, it looks like. Do got parried? Oh, I didn't even see that. That's pretty bad. Sometimes I'm looking at the minimap when something happens on whoever we're spectating, like right now, we're spectating Do, but sometimes I'm looking at the minimap, so it's hard to capture everything. There's a lot going on in a game like this, so good catch there, Glow.
In fact, it looks like maybe a slight edge. I can't do the addition that quick in my head, but it looks like a slight edge for the melee creeps in terms of the overall buffs. I guess they have gotten a few of those earned dunks in.
Yeah, they were getting more urns, and I think they were, for the most part, while Floormen were entering their jungle, they were doing a reasonable job of defending their sinners throughout all of that. In fact, I think they were like invading a little bit more, so.
I like that they're going to go for something here. The game is in a really rough state. You got to take gambles, and D-Mob's still dead for 20 seconds. There's a small
wow, melee creeps actually sneak in a walker kill there. That's kind of crazy, actually.
Maybe try to catch John.
50 buff Mina, wow. Wait, what do you mean 50 buff?
No, definitely not. I mean, 1v1ing Mirage in general is just miserable between Dust Devil, Scarabs, and the fact that he should be one of the most farmed, not the most farmed on the team. It's just not the hero you go for 1v1 unless...
Oh, 50 permagold statue buff, I see.
Very good circumstance.
Movement buff Lash is like egregious. It's so silly. His stam bar is like just doesn't.
I didn't understand at first. I was like, "What do you mean 50 buff?"
With superior stam, no less. Just a lot of way to spend that stamina.
Yeah, and I don't know that contesting the urn dunk is all that realistic here. The map control completely dominant here for Floorman as they bring it in. D-Mouth goes ahead of the pack here, looks for kills.
Dang. Kills Scout. They just lost Cube and what's it called? Cue Ball. We are gonna lose our rejuve, but I don't think it's gonna matter a whole lot because we have only traded one ult for 1 kill so far. We still have Lash ult into Affliction. We've got DMB with his ult to like quasi frontline. Look how much damage we're doing to Patron before they even got in. Already got it down to half. There goes the Lash ult. No? No, that wasn't Lash ult. I must have been seeing something else. Oh my gosh, the 4-man Affliction. GG League. Well played. Look at him. And he did. I mean, he lived, not that it matters. Wow. 4-man Affliction. Oh my gosh. Floorman had like a quasi comeback there and won the game. That one fight over by, I think it was over by Urn or whatever, or after Urn, they were able to just push under that walker and get a couple kills. It started the mid boss fight that just completely shifted the game. Well done, man.
Able to take the 1-0 starts.
Really well done.
Creeps might be a little nervous at this point as they did go down last week 0-2. That was an interesting game, wasn't it? That actually started off looking really good for Melee Creeps with Duo and Scout doing such a great job.
Does MLC have what it takes to take it to game 3 though? We'll see. I'm excited.
Unraveling, not really going as smoothly for them. We're getting that little bit of an edge, and then that rejuve, well, that was after all the nail in the coffin. Floorman just dominated from that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a really interesting game to break down. I feel like this is one of those games where you could go to the VOD review and pick up multiple angles just because it was a little bit unconventional. But, you know, take a look at how it played out. I think one of the things that...
Even with Melee Creeps having what I would consider to be the better comp.
It was kind of funny because at one point Vegas was just screaming about it. When, you know, I looked to check something else unrelated on the stream. I just see Vegas being like, where's the stacks, Ido? Where's the stacks? But it is kind of true is that, like, the only times you see... GT do well into the late game is when you run builds that are, you know, effectively, you know, getting more farm off the owl and, you know, the GT himself, like, getting good farm. GT, if you
Dude was honestly just owning in lane. What a Chad. Too bad they couldn't make it happen. Dude had such a good game. Ido had a very weak game on Grey Talon, to be honest. That's what was unfortunate.
A Sinclair and a Viscous, like, you're down some of the raw power that Floorman had, where it felt like most of the Floorman composition was still like contributing into the late game.
Yeah, and Jake, you called out, you know, the potential of Viscous, how well they could do saving everyone, and there was definitely...
It's been difficult. I have so many lectures that I have to read through and understand from...
Essay Twitter post by Ido incoming. Yeah, you're probably right. That was crazy. Yeah, very, very weak Grey Talon performance from him. It was an odd pick, to be honest. I don't even know why they had Grey Talon. They had a really strong team comp outside of the Grey Talon pick, in my opinion. If that was a different pick, like if we had... I'm trying to think of who I would have replaced. I'd have to look at their team comp. But, I mean, Grey Talon was just, like, really odd. I did not like that pick. They were not able to capitalize off of it properly.
How did you like their comp and how that played out?
I mean, again, you know, we talked a lot about it in the draft. Is that, yeah, a little bit short in front line, but, you know, everything was kind of a threat. I think D-Mov is probably one of the few players that can make Haze look good from beginning to end. Even though you look at the end and be like,
okay,
oh,
so look at that league damage. Those afflictions were adding up. Man, well done. In fact, I think League was the game changer for sure. I mean, despite having the disadvantage in terms of what I would consider the disadvantage in comp, as I've said, League's afflictions were so massive. Not just one, not just two, but at least three that I can think of off the top of my head that were 3 to 4 man ults that completely changed several different fights. I mean, wow, what a game from him.
Is DMB, but that's gonna be one of your most farm characters, actually, like the tankiest person around. So, you know, for Floorman, even though they didn't have a traditional front line, you didn't have great targets to actually
Scout also, they actually shut down Scout a lot, which did disrupt their comp because Viscous support was going to be the great equalizer with Cube, and he got picked by Demov's curse pick haze. So I will say Floorman really just executed that really well because Scout was often the first person killed, and that was a great equalizer for sure. If we were to watch that back like very, very closely, inspect it, I think the afflictions and the pick haze being able to target that support, the Viscous support, really disrupted Melee Creep's rhythm.
Nox Nostra got so many insane fights, like in terms of the silence, putting pressure on you, forcing you back, forcing you out, you know, constantly putting the enemy on the back foot. I like his build this game. He even went for the Phantom Strike to close things out, right? Talk about gap close onto the great talent. A Phantom Strike Mina into your backline is pretty terrifying there. So the execution,
yeah, this Phantom Strike Mina, this is like the first I'm seeing of it today. I haven't seen anybody use it in my games personally, but I've seen it queued or built on some pros, and that is just wild to me. Just instantly getting against those flyers like Great Talent or Vindicta, and then instantly being in the backline for like what we can call kind of like a gank Mina ult, because it's coming from behind, so as they try and back out of a fight, they're going to continue taking that sustained silence damage. That's like actually pretty dope. I actually really like that. I never would have thought of it myself. That's way above my IQ level. That's crazy.
And you're potentially giving up, you know, prior on some of those heroes. So, you know, it's a tough draft to balance, but you know, on the same note, Pocket has looked phenomenal all day long. So, you know, maybe Pocket is worth the higher priority.
Yeah, we saw it on the other team, you know, that time around. It was looking really good. There's something about Floorman being able to figure out melee creeps, Jake. I mean, is there anything that you saw, like, besides, I guess, maybe, yeah, emphasizing some picks and bans that they can change up?
Yeah, it's a tough one to reapproach, because I do think the game was close enough for you to really believe as melee creeps that, like, hey, run it 10 times, you know, we can still win enough where it's worth, you know, doubling down on our strategy and you know, kind of bringing a similar look to game 2. Even the double support, like, you know, I think anyone looking at the meta right now would say that's totally crazy. They have like 2 guys building Divine Barrier, like this is really overkill. But you know, for a lot of the game, like down to that, you know, one hugely decisive mid boss, they were making plays, right? They were bailing people out of tough situations and, you know, finding some turn kills. Like Do, with that level of support behind him on the Shiv, was able to make some insane things happen. So while it didn't go down on this one, it's you know, tough for melee creeps, because it's not like it was such a bad beatdown where you have to change everything. It's like there was a lot of good stuff that they could take into a game 2 and potentially make it competitive.
Well, Floormen are going to be up 1-0 and looking to repeat last week. As Jake just said, melee creeps, they had their moments in game 1. Can they expand on them, potentially get a little more aggressive, potentially change some characters around to allow that in game 2 to even things up and continue their dreams of winning another championship, which they haven't done in quite some time? We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, it's that game 2 between Floormen and melee creeps.
All right, you guys, while they're taking a break, I'm actually going to take a break too. I'm going to go use the restroom again. My last one before stream ends, most likely, hopefully. I've been, yeah, by the way, okay, this highlight reel, just really quick. That parry from Do, because Scout had used his parry inside the cage, Do with the flyby parry is like the highlight of my year. I gotta be honest. That was like the most insane garbage I've ever seen. Somebody clip that and perma post it in the Discord as the greatest moment we've ever seen on stream up till now. That was like watching Do play that game, it's such a shame that he lost. That was insane. Do is one of the best players in the world, in my opinion, and you're just gonna have to provide a whole lot of evidence to change my mind. That was insane. I need that clip for real. Somebody do some digging and get me that clip. Post it in the Discord's general chat for all to admire and love and enjoy. Okay. I'll let you guys watch the highlight reel and whatever ads come up and whatever. I'm going to be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Deadlock Night Shift. We're in the finals. The best of 3 already underway, and Melee Creeps have once again fallen down a game to Floorman. They seem to have Melee Creeps' number, but things might still change. It wasn't all over from minute 1 last game. Melee Creeps definitely still have a shot, and we are about ready to get into the draft here. But I hear you guys are going to be away at some point, somewhere in America or something. You guys want to tell me about that?
Come on down south, man. Like, we're going to be at DreamHack Atlanta at the Intel booth. You know, shout out to Intel and Newegg, by the way, for coming together to let us drop a big prize pool this week. To you know, obviously everyone's been loving the Golden Urn mod, the Golden Egg, I should say. But of course, we are going to be at DreamHack Atlanta. So if you're in town, if you're in the area, you're at the convention, come by to the Intel booth, say hi. We're going to have some activation, some fun stuff going on for fans to check out, play some game.
Yeah, and I can say this, last year at the Intel booth, I don't know if it's the case this year, so I'm not, binding, but, we did some fun games, in this case for Deadlock. I think we're likely to do some Street Brawl, and, people got won tickets for giveaways that are there, so, it can be rewarding to drop by the booth.
Yeah, very cool. So yeah, DreamHacks are an awful lot of fun to go to, and there's so much to do and so many esports to watch. So great that Intel sending you guys out there to have some fun with Deadlock while we wait for its actual official release. The draft is ready to go, so let's get into game 2. The first draft was just, a little more unorthodox than perhaps we were expecting. Maybe some things were learned by both teams. What are we thinking here? Dorman was first banned a lot of the time. Is that going to happen again, ZP? We're waiting on it. No, Pocket is taken out entirely.
I actually like this in a way that I think banning Doorman when you're first pick is kind of a bad move. I think Doorman is sort of the meta first pick right now, and I think when you have first pick, you need to put the other team on the spot to have to ban it. And I think if Floorman don't, I think it's going to go through here. I think if Melee Creeps don't take it first, they're in a world of hurt. I think draft this way, you pretty much have to take it, is my current read with how good this hero looks in the meta. But we'll see if that holds true. Like you were saying, ZB, this has been a team that historically hasn't really wanted to play the Doorman, so.
I think they're, okay, they decide, we're going to give up the Doorman. They value Mirage, but so now in response...
All right, you guys, I'm back just in time for picks and bans, it looks like. So we banned Pocket. That's pretty funny. Apparently Pocket has too large of an impact. Although I'm surprised that Melee Creeps didn't just pick Pocket because they had first pick. They could have risked, like, Floorman not banning it. And since we banned Pocket and Shiv, Doorman is definitely going to be picked. I'm actually surprised Melee Creeps didn't get it, but I guess John wants Mirage more than they want to give Doorman to, like, Ido, because Ido's been playing a ton of Doorman. We'll see how this goes, man. See how it goes.
All day today, other than when it went through an EU. So
is it Saya or Ranger? I mean, Saya's here, so like, is he just playing because he's here, or is it like we play Saya or we play Ranger depending on how we're feeling? Like, because they won with Ranger, but then I don't know, they lost with Saya. Ooh, MLC does get Celeste, but Floorman gets Bebop. So Doorman and Bebop are the strongest, like, support slash pick hero duo hybrid weird role characters in the game, in my opinion. And Floorman got both of them. But Melee Creeps does lock in Celeste and Apollo, which is an incredible amount of pressure from minute 1 to minute 45. Lots of spirit damage. Floorman does get Victor, and they already banned Shiv. They may be able to ban Silver here and put Melee Creeps in a tough position for frontline. I wonder if that's what they'll go for.
Yeah, so Victor, again, coming into this night shift.
Viper, okay.
Having this insane win record so far.
Not a bad ban.
But back into the mix.
Melee Creeps does already have Mirage, but having Viper on top of it could have been very, very strong. Maybe Floorman isn't worried about the Silver pick? Melee Creeps ban Silver.
They do have some decent tools like the Mirage to do it, but
hold up.
Is a big part
what
of
is happening?
Victor, right? Like the Affliction kind of deals with one of the lives on its own, and it's not really hard committed because, the Affliction's probably also going to hit other players and still be that huge impact team fight ult. So I actually think Floorman
do get Lash.
Draft around Victor. So I'm, I said in that earlier game, like,
interesting.
Look, beat. This game, I am terrified because this is not just a Victor. It's a Victor who can be Doorman's away from dangerous situations, like can play off a door to get out after he, you know, goes all in for
Melee
the wall
creeps
breaking.
pick
And then you've got
Abrams as the
Lash and
front
Bebop to
line.
catch and
Not bad.
back into that aura of suffering, back into the death zone that he, you know, basically creates as a hero. So
Interesting that they banned Silver though. Maybe they were worried about Florman running the Silver Victor double front line, and since they weren't gonna get the pick, they might as well get rid of it. Melee creeps with the Paradox pick hero.
It was, you know, pretty good, but then Paradox comes in second to last for them ZP.
They're trying to counter that Bebop hook with another pick hero that's very strong and a strong team fight ult, so gonna be interesting. Flormen do get Warden as their M1. That was, you know, kind of anticipated since Viper was banned and Mirage is already picked, and those are the top 3 right now.
It's gonna be due on the Celeste. I mean, the melee creeps lineup in general. I mean, they're gonna have some really good lanes, good pressure.
So far, like Florman's better. Ooh, and the Haze pick.
I mean, having to deal with
Oh my gosh, Flormen are really pick heavy actually. I wonder how they're gonna play this because they got Bebop, Doorman, and Haze all as potential pick heroes. But Melee Creeps has Billy.
I mean, the upside here for Melee Creeps is that this is a pretty beastly front line.
True, it's true.
This is gonna be an interesting game. I'm really excited to see it. Melee Creeps are really strong on the front line and Spirit Nuke on top of CC, so like they have a good amount of CC with the Spirit Nukers behind them, like Apollo and Celeste Paradox doing damage off of Billy ult and Abrams shoulder charge, that sort of a thing. But Floormen have a really strong pick draft with Haze, Bebop, Doorman played with the Victor frontline and the Warden M1. It's gonna be interesting.
I think have a much more balanced draft on that regard than they had in the last game, but now the playmaking is on another level. Like there are plausibly like there's the 2 heroes, these side laners, Victor and Warden, you know, pretty.
Who do you guys have on this? Do you have MLC or Floorman?
Nice follow up if you can, you know, lock somebody down for 1 second. These heroes have crazy.
I feel like Melee Creeps takes this one based on comp.
It's been difficult. I have so many lectures that I have to read through and understand.
Ads, guys. Ads. You're gonna say Floorman, Heather? We'll see who's right. I mean, it's with teams playing at this caliber with comps this good, like it's anybody's game, man. We'll see.
I think there's a world where Bebop doesn't instantly take over the game, and like there's some windows here where off execution Melee Creeps could do better than expected. And the upside is with the Melee Creeps comp is that if they are able to weather the early game, if they are able to leverage the advantage of some of the lanes here, like the Apollo lane, and actually get a lead, their comp is actually kind of difficult to deal with for Floormen should Melee Creeps get into the lead, because then you start dealing with, oh, okay, the Billy's like really tanky, the Abrams really tanky, and now you're dealing against the Celeste and Mirage both have lead, and they're actually like both really difficult to chase down. So I think there's scenarios here where if Floormen fall behind, it actually becomes a really difficult game. I think though, based on what we've seen recently, you do still have to like favor Floormen to take this map off the draft alone.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the narrative we're going to be going with here, guys. Floormen, they got a lot of potential. Can they live up to that potential? High skill ceiling on their composition, but they have been making it work back to potentially another back. Night Shift has been their playground for the last 2 weeks. They're looking once again to 2-0 Melee Creeps potentially, but Melee Creeps, they had a shot in game 1. They're coming in with a very different draft. We'll see what they can do to keep their hopes alive as we head into game 2. Casters, take it away.
Thanks, Zombie Grub. And yeah, as we get into this one thing that does kind of jump out to me as we get a quick little pause for some lag average, if you can reset that one, is the amount of gun scaling on Floorman, right? Like typically we see 4 to 5 spirit scaling heroes and then 1 to 2, you know, with some really meaningful gun damage. But I think in this meta, I'd expect to see, I mean, for sure, Warden be full gun, likely Demov on the Haze be full gun, League on Bebop same, and then even like Victor likely builds mostly gun in this current meta. So Metal Skin, it could be an item that is going to be insanely powerful for Abrams and Billy, could further render them just unkillable in the front line.
Also, Jake, you know, honestly, playing on the potential of an execution gap here, even though I think Flairman is likely to win, the channel point odds were just too good. I had to put half my channel points on melee creeps. The 3x return right now, I mean, look, it's a possibility. That's where my mind's at.
You know, at this level, any team at, you know, whatever, 25% to win is pretty attractive odds when it comes to channel point betting.
But for now, take a look at the left lane. A little bit of pressure on the DMB. I think laning phase is definitely going to be one of the more stronger points here for melee creeps, so long as League doesn't go wild. Like anytime you're up against Bebop, you just have that X factor of, does Bebop land every hook and run away with the game? But if that doesn't
So
happen,
Xeno got Doorman, they gave average Victor. League playing Bebop, Rocker back on Lash, and Demov still on Haze.
Look for picks off swap and
Fishcake playing his Billy.
to secure them and
Saya on the pick Paradox, Scout on Abrams, Do on the Celeste as normal, John as Mirage on normal, Ido Apollo.
By the way, I just want to say, shout out to the community for all the subs and support today, man. Huge support.
I'm excited to see what's going on here. How's this game going to be played?
Excuse me? What? These guys are stacked up. Apollo, incredibly low. Ido got trapped into the ground. Still continuing to brawl.
So Ido gets the first kill, but he's... Oh my gosh, does he not get traded?
Doorman trying desperately to run down Apollo.
Oh my gosh. Xeno is so close to trading him.
I mean, the game maybe conspire against Ido a little bit. Stick him in the ground, double stomp him at walkers. Ido's just like saying,
Wow, Ido gets away there. Literally gets away with murder. Huge.
They were like double for the devs. I'm pretty sure the bug report is they were double carded into ground strike. So I guess it pushes them into the floor, and then they were like stuck inside of each other. But John, they got the kill. So Mirage is like, you know, whatever, man. Laughing all the way to the bank.
Works out. Also, on the left, what is going on with Do right now? There's a lot of circling and then some, as DMB actually really low.
Dang, DMB barely escapes Do there.
Yeah, that's going to be a full back to base heal in all likelihood. You don't come back at that low HP. Maybe grab a few boxes on the way.
Man, this is like the meta starting items. It's funny because I've been noticing like buying this in my own games feels so good to buy the regen and monster rounds off the rip. You're just such a beast when it comes to pushing out lanes.
Also, having the confidence to just sell monster rounds later. You don't have to keep it the entire game. It's just good while your damage is bad, and you know you don't have to full commit to cultist or anything like that. But you know, definitely get this part of the game as.
Oh my god, he got a heavy off. He hit Saya with a heavy.
Ooh, pretty good damage. Oh, nice parry on Fishcake too. Oh, Saya comes in for the parry but misses it, so he goes down. Fishcake dead here. There's a hook and an uppercut, and the way Saya gets out here. Yeah. What a double kill from League and Demov. Very well played. Huge.
Back with like 5 quick melees there. That a little bit disrespectful towards the end. Oh boy, but nice little turnabout there. Meanwhile, Ido Cam off the middle.
I mean, this is the lane that has to dominate, right? We talked about this is one of the scariest lanes in Deadlock right now. If there's a shining glimmer of hope for this squad, it's that Ido and John can just pop off and take things over early, get active maybe earlier than you would expect on this Mirage, maybe getting into some faster tempo farming items.
Yeah,
well, to be fair, okay, listening to the commentators and kind of reacting to what they said, I mean, Ido and John do have a strong mid lane, and it would be nice for them to get ahead, but Do and Scout have a pretty strong lane as well, so I'm not too worried about it.
On the right, notwithstanding, but it's also, you know, just things that happen against.
Like, I don't think it's the only lane that has a chance of doing well. I think Do and Scout also have a really good chance of doing well.
You need to get a little bit more out of the laning phase. I don't think it's like ultra important that they massively win the laning phase, but you certainly
Who
don't
gets
want them
bridge
to be
buffs? It
behind, I
looks
think.
like melee creeps are set up for both bridge buffs at 5 minutes. That is going to give us a big advantage through the next 5 minutes and set us up for hopefully somewhat strong position for the 10-minute earn.
John, though, doing a good job staying aggro, putting that pressure on into Doorman, who's been one of the scarier laners as well in this current meta. I do think Doorman, you don't pick him mostly for the lane, right? It's mostly about the ability to play for those Spirit Nukes in the late game. And speaking of which, Spirit Nukes, Celeste and Abrams able to bring down DMB in the side lane. Warden really on a struggle bus today.
Also on buffs, melee creeps got both ends of buffs. I mean, 5-minute buffs, not necessarily the most impactful in the world, but still rather have them than not. And yeah, I mean, the other reason why you pick Doorman is that you want to be hyperactive as Doorman. Like a lot of
Yeah, we are getting the pressure we pretty much expected to see. Oh, nice movement from Xeno to get away from the Mirage Tornado. And then he gets the ult off. Love to see that route of over the top and being able to get out. And then Xeno positioning strongly to make it as hard as possible for John to get pressure. And then John goes down. Dimov just full commit ult, so double ult on John there. Despite all the pressure they've been feeling. Yeah, Scout and Dude doing a good job of maintaining pressure over here against DMB and Average. So, just like I said, they do have a fairly strong lane here.
Still, melee creep staying aggressive this game. Keeping the pressure on. Average, I believe I saw his points earlier. I think he went all in, saving every single point for the ulti. So even if you do drop him once, he's going to have max ulti very, very fast in this game.
I thought you were talking about his channel points again.
Siphon maxing on Scout to be expected, given that Fishcake is going to be building a lot of bullet, so they're kind of splitting that up between the two front lines.
It's the average way. But
and then Saya usually builds a good amount of gun on Paradox, if I'm not mistaken. He's not going to be playing some sort of Spirit Bomb build. He's mostly going to be playing for that crippling headshot support kind of item, and then he's going to be playing like a... it's like a mix of ult maxing and basically just allowing himself to play into a position where he can be the ultimate pick hero, which is where the crippling headshot comes in, ult maxing, that sort of thing. I don't think he may be playing like Echo Shot on Bomb, but yeah, look, we're building early into gun, so him and Fishcake are going to be the gun balancing out. John may be able to build a little bit more like Glow had wanted him to last game, where it's like it's not entirely gun, but we'll see how he plays it, because Do and Ido are going to be a whole lot of spirit damage, and Scout with spirit damage, so we don't want to be too heavy on spirit, but we will see. Ooh, they do proc that average ult. Oh, Do gets double ulted. Oh, he doesn't get parried though by Scout. Scout may still go down. He parries Victor as well. There's no way he gets out. Scout goes down. Yeah. DMB willing to take, 300, 400 damage from minions in tower for that kill. Ooh, Fishcake does get ulted. Leak goes down. Looks like Xeno should be able to get out, however. Dimov playing, does have threat of ultimate, so there's the ults. John looking to play around that pillar. Unfortunately, he is still taking a lot of damage, has a high fixation count here, and he goes down. Saya trying to come in and help, but League there. Saya goes down as well. Xeno 1 HP. Oh my gosh, Fishcake unable to finish that, so we get a triple kill over here. Wow. Not to mention the double kill they got on the other side of the map not too long ago, so that's 5 kills. Isn't able to get Abrams, or isn't able to get, he is able to get Abrams. He wasn't able to get whoever else was there. Who was it? Do on Celeste? Wasn't able to get the double ult there.
30-second stretch for melee creeps.
Wow, yeah, this last 90 seconds has been like 6 kills from Floormen. They are just railing melee creeps. They've got a 4k soul lead pretty much just off of kills and then lane pressure to get like 1 Guardian. In the next 30 seconds, they may be able to get the bridge buffs as well, which is crazy because I'm pretty sure melee creeps got double bridge buff at 5 minutes, but Floormen were able to play it in such a way that it just didn't really matter, man. Let's see who gets bridge buffs. It looks like we have Xeno set up for 1, but melee creeps are going to get the other, it looks like. So 1 for each team.
Oh, snap. We got some Deadlock esports on the cards if you're just joining us. Every Wednesday here on the night shift. They're the 2 best teams right now in NA. Floormen up 1-0. Looking to potentially close this one out, but a nice kill on a Demov could slow that momentum down. Keeps melee creeps in the action. Looks like the fight continues to break out. Action thick and fast here on the right side lane. Bebop just getting overwhelmed. Abram boxing.
Yeah, League and average do go down. And Xeno trying to run the urn, but I don't think his team doesn't have any lane pressure over there, so he's going to be denying urn. Okay, Ido does get the kill on Rocker. And Floormen forced to deny the urn rather than secure it because of how much pressure we've just created on that side of the map. So very well played from melee creeps to deny the urn space. Demov may be able to get a kill here. Yep, 2 goes down, and he didn't even have to commit ult, so they are going to be able to pressure this Walker. We're coming back in to try and pressure the urn, mostly to maintain pressure on this side of the map so that the Walker goes fairly uncontested. So DMB and Demov are able to pressure this Walker. I think they're backing out, however, which I don't like. I would like to see them take advantage of the 2v1.
I don't know. Maybe the counter items can do it, maybe not. And it looks like some wall breaking gonna come in here. AVG just
Gonna be able to proc that ult here. Unable to get out. Second time he got caught there. Keeps getting caught inside of these Victor ults. Massive team fight going on. Saya looking to steal this urn. And Saya does get the urn. So despite the kills going around from Floormen, Saya's able to dump that urn and actually... Oh, we are losing Midwalker though. That's really, really bad. So that's actually a very big net positive for Floormen. Trading Walker for urn there. As you can see, the soul lead just kind of flips really fast there. But even more importantly, Blue Walker going down first. That is a lot of map control that Floormen now have.
Protection of the tower is going to be enough to get him out of trouble for now alongside Saya.
Don't want to be trading urn for Walkers. It's not bueno.
Back and forth. Again, I think you think about the overall objectives of both teams. You favor Floormen a bit more here so far. Cage coming out on Ido gonna go to jail. Last stand comes out instead. Riposte clears plenty of space and is immediately out of danger. Didn't really take too much.
DMB doesn't get a whole lot of value out of that last stand, so his ult is down. He's very strong, but his ult is down. And
backs out for now. Still, DMB is just
yeah, look at this damage that Ido is pressuring here. And there goes the ult, so he gets the ult off. Dude does go down, but no parry on Demov. Demov taking a lot of damage here. Xeno with the doors, and they're both going to get out. Fish Kick and Ido unable to get a second kill, so we do trade do with the DMB kill, but... And we're still in some farm. He does leave that one minion, denying them farm. Oh! There's no way he's going back in for the minion. Yeah. Ooh, Scout under a lot of pressure here. But Saya applying a lot of pressure to average here. They've turned this fight. Ooh, Scout does go down. Unfortunately, we're unable to turn it in any sort of permanent way. Saya is now in a 1v3. He's going to have to go Guardian. However, his team is 3v2 on the other side of the map, so we may be able to see what's happening here. Oh, we missed the hook. Okay, so League doesn't get the hook.
Yeah, I mean, which kind of makes sense when it's just been a full-on brawl the entire game. I mean, everyone's going to get their licks in. If anything, the Doorman a little bit of an underperformance as Scout's been a little bit greedy as far as the Sinners go. I think he may have invaded one time. 20 golden statue buffs, nothing to sneeze at here. And speaking of Scout, maybe a catch on Hayes.
Ooh, Demov in a bad position here. Scout putting him under a lot of pressure. And then who's there helping him? Saya. And Fish Cake. Jeez, Demov is being chased all the way through Subway. and the blasted to get rid of all chance of him getting away. Blasted resetting the bash down, and then bash down not allowing Dimov to use any stamina if he had any available that late. But yeah, nice pick there. They were able to get on Dimov. Had to commit 3 people down into the sewers, but we did get the kill uncontested.
This is where I think the hero has felt so insane, right?
This next bridge buff and urn is going to be big. It looks like melee creeps are set up for both bridge buffs, unfortunately. So, unfortunately for Floorman, I should say. Now we're in a stronger spot to be able to fight this 15-minute urn. Look at melee creeps gathering on the right side of that minimap. They are ready to take this urn. Saya in a position to get away with that urn. They want this so bad. This is their way back into the map. Very, very important objective here. Don't want to give up any walkers for it, but very, very important objective. Ooh, fish cake's going down. There's no way. Nice freaking ult, but he is going to go down. Can we trade DMB? We do. Melee creeps trade DMB. I think that was all on the same side of the map. Not even sure. Floormen constantly pressuring these walkers on urn depots, so we are going to lose another walker for this urn.
And they even get a nice little door mantle onto John to slow down his defense. I wonder if they're going to stick around for the kill. Seems like with Abrams coming in, this siege could go bad, but they do have that door to potentially get them out of dodge. AVG has that shocking reanimation, pulls out. Beautiful pin, though, pulls them off the door. There's still maybe a chance to get this. They're trying to just desperately CC them, but no, just not enough damage.
Now, the question is, can we get the counter pick? No, Saya's going to fall to Dimov here. Ido DC'd in the middle of this walker push.
Is about as dead to rights as you could be in Deadlock.
I mean, look, sometimes you have to really advance your time powers here, and Saya, like, facing imminent death, actually froze time for the entire universe, only to just extend the moment of dying out that much further. That's my explanation, Jake.
This is truly a symphony of skills here. Some beautiful visual art. I think maybe not enough time is taken to appreciate just the animations, the visual clarity on Deadlock. It is remarkably well done, right? Like every ability in the game feels impactful, feels, visually interesting, exciting to see and to use. Bullet dance and swap, paradoxical swap, no exceptions.
Do we think melee creeps have it? Do we think they can take this to game 3?
That's being tested here, and you talk to people like Lightbringer, they'll generally be in favor, and the theory is that 1-for-1.
I don't know, guys.
If it's just urn v walker,
it's looking scary.
Getting the urn is better than getting the walker because of the idea that like walkers are still latent souls on the map that you can get later, whereas the urn is a one and done opportunity. I do think as you get later into the game, though, you start facing slot tension, and also you do give up a bit of map control, so I don't know if that's entirely the case. I always feel like you want to be a bit more well-balanced, but that may be part of the theory for melee creeps here. Like, yeah, we're just going to prioritize urn. We don't care about a single one-to-one urn the walker trade.
Yeah, I agree with you, honestly. I'm in favor of like the value of the walkers. It's not just about the pure soul count on the map, which I agree, often the urn is worth more than the walker. For me, it's the map control, right? It's the fact that your zip line is deeper back in your own base. You have less ability to get out and get onto the map. And now in this meta, right, once you break down the walkers, that exposes potential shrine jumps, right? Where we've seen more and more teams willing to like lose a fight elsewhere on the map to send, especially Victor, right?
I want melee creeps to win because I want Dude to get avenged for having the most insane Shiv game ever against Floorman and then still losing it off of like the craziest team fight that flipped into mid boss and won the game for Floorman last game.
Earlier today, playing with a friend, it was actually playing with Puckett where I looked at the game state. I was like, wait a second, the shrine is pretty low.
I just still DC'd. Did my man's router just die? What's happening?
Through like 3 layers of creeps, it's just like you get the shrine. It's like it's massive. You now have advantage on 2 lanes for the rest of the game, and it's something that even at the top levels of play, I wonder if is prioritized as much as it should be. I mean, effectively, it's as strong as it is because I think the devs a while back looked at the game and said, "Hey, we gotta make games end a little bit sooner." And I mean, getting shrine down is one of the biggest advantages you can get. Period.
I will say, I think if you can successfully backdoor and like slip past and take a shrine, it really is the enemy team's mistake, right? If they even have like one reasonably farm player just defending the shrine, it's so hard to take it down. Like it's incredibly tanky.
Oh, it was at 2 HP in this instance. It was at literally like less than 10% HP. So
exactly, right? Like your team, you know, if you've already cracked the base open and got the shrine low, it should give you a huge reward, I think, for being able to take it. You know, and I mean, maybe that just comes from me being a Dota player. We're really getting the observers getting their reps in, baby. This is the beauty of a pause lock. We get to flex the free cams.
Is it actually a night shift without Ido's PC or internet just like vomiting all over itself?
That's hilarious.
That is true. It's a staple of NA Deadlock.
What a take.
Ido crash or lag out while being one of the best players in NA.
Ido, you know, maybe an American.
I guess it's not DLNS without Ido just screwing up. Hey Glow, I think we might get that SA Twitter post. Just saying.
You go older in the comp. I forget.
Think you're onto something, brother.
Together, where Together had this phase where you would get no less than like 10 pauses per game from Together. It's just like lag, pause, lag, pause. It's like.
We need to talk to Newegg about getting Ido a new PC. I wonder if they do like a home internet install, because I think he just needs the whole thing top to bottom, man. This guy.
Yeah, no, exactly. I don't want Ido actually plugging things into his PC. Like he has already blown up things on his PC that frankly should not be possible.
We don't talk about Ido, his video card. You know, that's for the lore. That's forbidden details.
Okay, so. This is something actually we should plug more. We do have an official Discord server for the night shift. I think exclamation point Discord will bring you there. I've been alerted by production quote, Ido is in the main DLNS Discord server saying, internet back realistically 20 minutes. It just dies on Wednesdays.
Bro, what?
Okay, good. We got
is that because we have our tournament on Wednesday? Excuse me?
I don't know. I truthfully, so many things break that Ido may just be cursed. I mean, he even got like stuck in the map earlier today. He got double stomped by a walker. I mean, realistically, I think we need to like go back in time and see the point that Ido went through like World of Mirrors and just smashed everything in the store.
Yeah, bro has been crossing way too many paths of black cats, man. It's he's taking an L onto this one.
Realistically, because forfeits or 5v6 are bad. You know, I think our limit here probably is like close to 30 minutes.
Oh.
Like there is.
Oh, never mind. I thought it was.
No, that's.
We can take a look at this. All right, this one's going. Go to the Valve HQ, baby. What is going on this one? Like, I love that they're just right back into the fight, like full focus. They don't let it. Like for me, I don't know. That would totally destroy my mental.
Okay, Rocker's sitting there plugging, you know, Twitch TV, Lord NM. Love the solidarity, even though Lord NM is not on either of the teams. Yep, friend of the show.
Surely
it adds still lore to me, Jake. I think if this were anyone else, it'd be a little bit frustrated. It's like, man, this is a long pause. That feels pretty bad. But the fact that it's on Ido, the man who like famously put his video card in the wrong way, which I'm not even sure is possible, or at least I think that was a story.
Like, how does that happen? It doesn't fit in the case like that.
I'm just here for a little bit of slander. It's totally fine. You know, because we bounced out. We gassed him up for his pocket. Back in game one is like, yo, he's back. And now the other side of Ido is back. The side that, you know, if he ever got a you know, lifetime subscription to Geek Squad, they would cancel. They'd be like, no, you've used too much of your warranty, man. Like, you are net negative value to us on the technical support side.
We definitely got to get the tech support out to Ido's house. We're flying. We got the chopper out. I know I approved that on the budget. I didn't mention that. We got the chopper and the mobile tech support team. You know, of course, private jetting to Ido's island. You know, getting him the full service in his mansion to go with his obviously.
Quite the internet issues we're running into here, Ido.
It surely isn't just Ido's crappy Wi-Fi dying.
Although, let's be fair, my power did go out yesterday right after I ended my stream. Oh wait, no, 2 days ago? I think it was 2 days ago, actually. So I understand. It's scary stuff.
Is where we're at. Also, people say is like, why don't they get a sub? He's already in game. You cannot get a sub in game. I guess maybe if he gave his account info, but we would not open that can of worms.
I don't even think you can do that. And also, it's a TOS violation. We're not doing an account.
Yeah. Here, sharing Steam accounts. Checks. What am I checking on server chat?
Okay. We got some intel.
Not from the other team. They're asking how long, and like it's been like a 7-minute pause. I'm saying realistically 30 minutes before they have to play 5v6. That is incredibly generous in all of it because frankly, ending on a 5v6 is not fun.
It would be a tragic way for the show to go, but also I we'll have to.
There are limits.
Yeah, ultimately, in the end, we can't make Floorman wait forever. This is the nature of the game that you've got to be able to secure your own internet connection or a backup if it's unreliable. Who's got the best zipline animation right now, ZP?
Which?
I think Celeste is my personal favorite for the zipline animations.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have some characters that just, use the obvious and other characters that use their full body.
Dynamo's kind of cute too. He like holds his gun, zipline thing.
Realistically, though, if this is a common thing, you should look into the internet because, at this stage, we're fun community tournament on a weekly level. If you go into a larger TO and you're DC'd for 30 minutes, you're probably in like FF territory, unfortunately. We're debating the time though. There's an argument to like cut it at 15 or 20, but we shall see.
It's so tragic if he's not able to get back. I really hope that he is, but at the same time,
this would be a really sad way for DLNS to go out.
Shows go on forever. And
what's your guys' take on what we're talking about here? Like, are you guys, if you're Floorman, do you say, hey, it's been 15, 20, 30 minutes, like whatever line you want to set, and let me know what your line would be because I'm curious about that too. But like, hey, it's been X amount of minutes, like he's not coming back, let's just finish the game and call it an unfortunate loss for melee creeps? Are you saying, hey, let's restart this game? It's unfortunate that we'll have to restart because every game goes differently. Maybe we would have won this one, and maybe because of the reset, they're now going to win game 2, and so it changes the outcome? Or are you saying, hey, I don't care if it's going to take, 6 hours, let's finish this game? Like, what are you guys saying if you're in this position?
Like, I just got pinged again here. Right now, we're like 12 minutes into the pause. I think maybe we do just like cut it at 20 and go from there. I don't know. It's difficult because like it sucks to see a game potentially end in a 5v6 because, certainly in the current game state where it's super close, it's really sad because I literally just said that the pause feature like avoids this issue, but I mean, if the tech issue is never resolved because it's individual internet and individual locations, power outages, etc., and like, I mean, the pause feature can only do so much. I mean, obviously it helps, right? Like they're not playing 5v6 this whole time like we do in our regular matchmaking games, but
of any DCs, like they're probably going to get cleaned up, and I mean it's like so far from the game being concluded, to be fair. Like maybe we could still have a decent shot into this one, but definitely as the pause stretches on, it's got to consider some unsavory options.
What does this even mean? Saya says, quote, I told him to pull the generator. Pull the generator, hook it up to his car. Isn't his internet on his power?
His power's out? I mean, if his power's out, then there really isn't a solution.
Yeah, if his power's out, like I have zero faith in his ability to get back into
literally
this game.
Get the generator, bro. Like get the wood burning stove on. Like what? I'm sorry, but get the coal fired PC out. Really, fire that bad boy up.
Also, we're getting told by Lightbringer that like the game is not good to tether because of how heavy the data is. He's saying, quote, replays are half a gig.
Actually, that's interesting. I feel like most
Oh, what a sad way for melee creeps to go out. I mean, it sounds like Ido is just simply not going to be able to come back, and that means Floorman are going to close out the entire series. I mean, it's not the end of the world. This is only a $2,600 prize pool. The game's in closed alpha. I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? Life goes on. Earth keeps spinning. Like, it is really unfortunate, right? It's a sad way for DLNS to end.
Pulling a hotspot. Lord NM said, "Give me the account login." No, that will not be. That will not be a thing.
Lord NM saying, give me the account login, bro.
We'll not be breaking the Steam TOS on live stream, guys. This is a great idea, Lord NM, but I'm gonna pass on it.
Yeah. Okay. So we're officially cutting this to like 20 minutes. It gives Ido like 7 minutes to get back in. We'll see how the hotspot goes.
Yeah. I mean, we're stretching this one out because it would just be such a particularly tragic way to end the series and way to end the day.
Also, you know, it's entertainment for the community in this case, where it's like, I don't know if there's a ton of people who's just like, yes, end it now in the 5v6.
Yeah, like
end my night of watching Deadlock with Ido's crappy internet.
Nobody wants this. Nobody wants this. And I mean, the guys on Floorman don't, but it's just not on them to wait an hour or something crazy, you know, AFK. Not realistic. So I think we do have to set a limit, and 20 seems fair. It's a stretch. It's longer than we normally would, but hopefully you can get back in on a phone tether or some other alternate internet connection.
Yeah, people have a point saying, you know, look, we're super thankful to finally get Super in on the watch party. Like, I have tried through the Avast backline. Like, I have gone to Avast and like, Connor, tell Super the watch party. It's like, I don't know, man. Super just sleeps in like all day. Like, I don't know if it's gonna happen or whatever. Because like, for those who don't know, in terms of like the old school stuff, Jake, Super, and Avast all used to be teammates back in the OW era. Like, that was the thing.
No, chat wasn't born yet, bro. That's a different era. You know, we're all going gray here.
But no, I don't think Super cursed Ido. I would only believe that theory if Ido was Lash, in which case it'd be like Super's inherent desire to play Lash, like going through time and space to obliterate Ido. That's all I got, man. All right, let's see what the time...
What's our current pause timer? We're at 15 as of maybe a minute ago from our production.
Sounds about accurate. So
we're down to the wire. It's do or die, Ido. You got a few more minutes. Hopefully we can get him back in, but it's not looking good for the melee creeps.
Nope. Actually, you know this is probably gonna end. We're gonna have to unpause at 20, and then Ido's like, it'll be 5 minutes later, and Ido'll be like, I'm back. Like, God.
We're just making our observers work overtime, getting their reps in here, flexing the free cams. Abra's looking styling, man. Looking very funky fresh in the night shift skin.
You know, we've never had
Oh, wow. Oh, okay, we're getting wild. We're getting creative with it.
We never had the stress test, the pause rule to this extent.
Wait, did melee creeps on pause? What?
Someone unpaused. DMP misclicked. Wait, is Saya dead? Can we get
He's doing the classic press every button on his keyboard. Saya is 100% dead, bro. Like, I hate to break it to you.
He's not dead yet, you know?
He's not dead yet. But he's about as dead as they come. I'm pretty sure he's dead to creeps if D-Mob and Rocker go AFK. Like, if D-Mob cancels Bullet Dance and immediately heavy melee Saya and gets parried, there's a chance. And realistically, there's not, but...
You know, the best part about this is, like, the other members of Melee Creeps also flaming Ido's technology problems in the captain's chat while we wait.
Yeah, you know, if this were, like, the first time and it was, like, such a freak accident, I think there might be a little more sympathy. But given the number of times this sort of issue has plagued Ido, I think I think we are getting to that time.
We are
17 minutes, so yeah, 3 minutes. Hey, Ido, get your phone plugged in, bro. It's 2026.
Also, this is going to be rather dramatic if we get directly to, like, we're about to start and Ido just, like, majestically comes in. It's like, bro, what, you serious?
I mean, that would go crazy if he comes back, but
I hope so, but
yeah, me too. But it's usually when we wait 20 minutes on minute 19, I don't feel super optimistic, ZT. I don't know if that's a Debbie Downer move, but I'm just keeping it a buck with you.
Yeah. Okay, so once we have 20 minutes, we will inform the players to unpause, and that is where it's going to be at. Production is keeping the pause timer ready to go, and
I appreciate the visual entertainment, though. just continue. We're checking out different things, seeing different POVs.
You know, the wild
This is
thing
like the
about
RTS POV, the straight top down.
18 minutes. So Ido has 2 minutes here. Imagine if Melee Creep somehow won 5v6 though. That has happened before. Admittedly, it happened with a team that was really far ahead of the game. But there was one game, it was back in the Fight Night era.
That's bad. That's deep lore.
Yeah, it was Quig. Quig accidentally full left the game instead of Alta 4ing the restart. And the only thing we could do was like play it out 6v5 because it was too late into the
I remember
game.
that. He accidentally abandoned the match. It's like, bro, we're playing a tournament. You cannot rejoin if you abandon.
Yeah, like you can't set the precedent as like, oh, that's just an oopsie, we're gonna restart because like that's.
I will say though, the other team was like giga overconfident and like threw their lives away into the base like multiple times. Gave them a chance. I think the game has evolved so much. Like the professional play is such a high level. I think 5v6 is completely impossible.
Wait, Super just came in chat, says, at Ido, can you give me your account info so
Oh
I
my,
can
wait, that would go
in?
too crazy. We get Super in. But sadly, no, guys, we're not doing TOS violation. I would like to not have Valve ban our turn.
Dang, this is such a sad way to go.
Ido says, KK, check
You guys, it is going to be a 6v5 stomp. Unless we witness history and Melee Creeps win a 5v6, which would be the most insane thing ever, but
Explicitly don't do that.
I have no faith whatsoever.
How did my Apollo suddenly turn into Lash? Why are there 2 Lashes in the game? Like, this doesn't even make any sense.
Alright, I'm gonna go grab some dinner while we sit in a pause. It's only gonna be a few more minutes for the pause, and then they're gonna start playing the game.
Melee Creeps. But a 20-minute pause is a 20-minute pause. You know, we got to stick to it. We've even been, I think, way more flexible than we typically would with a pause. We would not.
I shouldn't be gone for too long anyway. I'll be right back.
So
Sorry.
egregious and tragic. You know, we do have the flexibility on a community show to an extent, but obviously it's got to stop somewhere. A little bit of banter between the teams, but as we come down to it, we are going to be allowing the match to continue here.
All right. Unpause is imminent. I'll be I'll be happy, but also irritated in 2 seconds to see like he's back.
I mean, I'd take it honestly. Yeah. I really would suck to end the day on a note like this, to be going down in a 5v6 with the DC. So I hope he can get back in. At least see out the series to its conclusion. But if not, I hope this is the final wake-up call to get some sort of backup. I mean, in this day and age, you can even get like the cell phone internet plans, you know, like get like a 5G router that actually do the good speeds that you can, you know, play games and you know, stream on. But yeah, we are going to have to run at 5v6. Back into the action. It's been a long pause. Oh my God, Saya went down?
Unbelievable. I can't believe Saya died. We had so much time to set this up. Well, now for Melee Creep.
Her prison of pain.
The art of 5v6 Jake.
Oh,
This is where
we're not doing the
forged.
idol walking back to base cam. Oh
no.
Salt in the wound.
Well, I mean, hey, look, can Ido moonwalk like that?
I don't know. We got to get him on the stage, man. The big buys coming out.
Hey, look at this way. Ido will be full HP when you get. Well, actually, maybe not. It doesn't actually put you in the fountain. It puts you like on the ground.
Oh my! Whoa! Miss 46 gifted. What the heck? Huge gifted for the channel. This looks like a fight breaking around the mid boxes. We're going full burger box mode, baby. This is a 5v6. It's time to start brawling. And there we go. They're gonna kill Rocker. He tried to stick around too long. Thought he could take this. Got ganked. Number advantage. In this case, favoring the Melee Creeps.
Yeah, so Melee Creeps, you know, may be in a terrible situation, but I think the way... Wait, is Zeno gonna get caught here? Is this the full emergency death ball? Tries to hook him out of the danger, but instead gets caught on the wall. Fish cake. Able to find a Zeno. No Ido.
Alright, you guys, I am back. Looks like Melee Creeps are doing surprisingly well, considering the DC. But, hey, Heather, I gotta say, I think you're right on Floorman winning this one. I don't think they're winning it the way you thought they might when you called for them to win it, but I think Heather is gonna win the bet on Foreman winning it. That's for sure.
Fight to be had here. A couple players
less melee creeps somehow stay in it long enough and Ido comes back and then maybe like it's competitive. I don't know.
The walls to be broken. He's here. He's got the reanimation. He's already on the shrine. I think it's already down, ZP.
Okay, we talked about the back door in the shrine, but this is like actually ridiculous because you wait.
He needs to get on it. He needs to proc the reanimation. He actually might not get it because that curse procced on him.
Break the wall. You know what just reminds me? Chris Jericho, his old theme song, break the walls down or whatever. See Victor like diving this deep for an objective. I don't think they get shrine this time around though.
I think it's just basically because the curse pushed him off. He couldn't get that extra burst of damage on. Execution just a little bit sloppy from average. And that shrine would have certainly sealed the deal in this game. I mean, talk about brutal scenario.
All right.
Not only a 5v6.
I'm now officially convinced that the spectators, or not spectator, commentators are not high elo, as they're like completely shocked that Victor's pushing shrine there.
Enough of an advantage to allow you to just go force end the game. But it's playing the map, it's playing the objective, it's playing, typical strategic deadlock to where this should be a particular problem for them. So, as I say that, though, the soul advantage, I mean, I guess you shouldn't count Ido's 15,000 souls, but it is favoring the melee creeps up at the top.
Yeah, it's just like now any soul calculation, minus.
All right, I'm sad. I heated up some French fries from lunch yesterday, but I didn't heat them up long enough.
Melee creeps are getting stronger.
So they're like not as hot as I want them to be, but I already put ketchup on my plate. It's like I don't want to go heat up the fries again and my ketchup. But I might have to send it, you guys. What do we say? I don't know. Caught between a rock and a hard place.
Putting the Baroness on Billy. Seems like there's not much of a connection here. A sleep onto John. A rundown, though, onto Zeno. Does get the job done. So they will be rewarded for their efforts. Average extremely close to that next reanimation. And the couple jumps away. He's going to be out of there just fine. DMB picks up a walker on the other side.
Urn going to be controlled here by Floormen, where there's also some idiosyncrasies on games like this where, if you do get an urn, you get like a massive more percentage, like on a per person basis, because Ido doesn't get urn when he's DC'd from the game if melee creeps are actually able to control the urn. Like, there are some very interesting 5v6 interactions. Like, obviously being down a player like vastly outweighs it, but it is a slightly different form of
Does it give you more souls if you from the urn?
Well, on a per person basis, because like Ido would get no souls, so like normally the 20-minute urn would give like a greater proportion of the 20-minute urn to every individual melee creeps player, basically.
Well, they'll still get no souls this time because Floormen get absolutely everything out of the urn, so it would be beautiful to see melee creeps putting on a real fight into this one, but already in just a few minutes, the soul advantage is ballooning. John gonna get the chance to clear a wave and maybe put some damage down on Walker. Does get Slowing Hex slept, flanked from both sides. Is he gonna be able to play his way out of this one?
So Heather, if you're still here paying attention, they just used Slowing Hex on John playing Mirage, so he wouldn't be able to use his tornadoes and escape. But John is using Dispel Magic, so he instantly dispelled the Slowing Hex, so he could use Tornado and get out. And they actually turned that fight.
Says melee creeps. However, okay, here's the issue. You see the time bomb on the right lane. Yeah, AVG's going to push the Guardian and then immediately go to finish what he started on the shrines.
He's going to come to the fight instead, actually. Mirage, though, may have already done the damage. That Walker getting down incredibly low. Wants to finish this one off. Here comes D-Mob. Comes in, rips the ulti. Multiple players starting to get low with the 5 for melee creeps. No margin from error. Here comes Victor over the top.
Alright, now the average is here. We're going to see him start dropping like flies.
Abrams just has to pop that seismic impact and just run for it. But getting Mirage out is already not a bad result. Like, in the end, it's a 1-for-1 with the Walker. Looks like Abrams will eventually be run down, but could be a lot worse for the melee creeps. So as I say, that Saya also goes down, which likely means mid-boss next to fall.
Yeah, you immediately bring this in the mid-boss. Also, there's kind of another question here, is that if Ido got his internet back, do you even want Ido to reconnect at this point?
All right, come on now. Come on.
No. Legitimate question, though, because you're so far behind on farm-wise. Like, would you rather have a 15k Apollo, or would you rather, like, split all the souls to the remainder of the people in the game?
No, you'd rather have a 6-player, man. Like, he'll get crazy comeback souls. He got Italian Sun. He's got buttons. Pressing buttons is good.
Yeah, that wasn't a dig at Ido. That was, like, actual just, like, Mav, to be clear.
I was like, that's a crazy thing to say. I see your point. I see your point. Look at his counter spells, but it's not enough.
doing what do does, doing, you know. Not enough though.
Well, credit to Melee Creeps for able to take a few close fights down one, but there are like just certain macro disadvantages that start becoming rather poignant at this point.
Oh, great hook. Catches. Doesn't have slowing X. Interestingly, does grab another hook, but eventually Abrams is going to get out of there. Super tanky. Demov just waiting for anyone to try to commit in aggressively.
It's kind of interesting on the, you know, you take away Ido Souls, you could argue it's kind of even in hero power. Just, you know, permanently down one as Saya
Heather actually won 5v6. Heather, I think Melee Creeps needs some of that energy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, absolutely deleted by those call bells waiting for him.
It's looking pretty grim over here. I thought for sure we were going to lose, as you probably should have in a 5v6. Absolutely well done, Heather. Congratulations on the 5v6 win.
Gonna fall back, gonna look to play the map, get a lot of these sinners fresh off the respawn. A lot of farm here to be taken. And I mean, I feel like once you balloon this lead with like one big farming cycle, I think the game is more or less over.
Yeah, you can't really deal with being both perma down one person and dealing with the other team just being ahead on economy. And even as is, it's starting to
The Mina left after she died a few times right at start.
here by Melee Creeps, so
And no one gave up on our team. Nice.
Legitimately hard, just mostly because of like Mirage.
That game is actually, what you just played is literally the epitome of mental fortitude being like one of the biggest aspects of the game. You can literally win down a player if everybody locks in and works together. It's insane.
Is where not only the 5v6 is more brutal, but also the comp for the Melee Creeps really struggles when they're in that kind of a spot. Looks like that paradoxical swap just goes barely wide. They would have loved to catch Zeno out there.
So Melee Creeps, in a way, at this point, you're kind of waiting for, you know, a mistake, effectively. Like,
I ended with 3-2-18 because I went on super defense. Nice.
for floor men, you feel like it's kind of over, you go forward, you make a mistake.
Yeah, Heather, in the top right hand corner, usually it comes up with like a banner that's either red or green that says you can leave the game with no penalty or whatever. Was it a red one? Do you remember? Was it a red banner? Nice, so you do get credit for the win. Sick. Yeah, if it's a green banner, you don't get credit.
Comes in with the backstab, bullet dance here, connecting in. Death slam onto Fishcake, burns him down. Does trade the Lash's life, but it's just a rejuve. And AVG just snowballing forward here. Even has the refresher online and seals the deal on.
It'll tell you that the green banner will say this game will not be scored. And those ones you can just abandon the match because it's not going to be scored anyway. I actually had a green banner game that I stayed in because everybody left except for me and the Warden, and I think I was playing Holiday or something. But I was Holiday versus the Warden in a 1v1 because all 5 players on his team left and all 5 players on my team left, but it was a green border. So like everybody left because they could, but for some reason me and Warden were fighting in mid and I ended up killing him. And then it turned it into an ego match and we played it out 1v1. It was literally like a 29-minute game of me trying to 1v1 a Warden. And I won. But there's no record of it because it was a green banner. But it's like literally my proudest victory to date.
Everybody wants you to be that team, but you don't want to be that team. Yeah, like, that would be the most generational fumble. Wants you to throw and die sieging the base, which legitimately Melee Creeps has a very nice comp for like defending the patron. But if you go farm the map here and grab a full buy off, it should just be too much.
Yeah, I think if you're Floorman, like, as much as this is a relatively easy path to victory,
The match before this last one, I had a really good ult in mid boss. Nice. Let's go, Heather.
John going down, that takes away a lot of the bite of the defense as he just says, yo, end the game.
Oh my. Paradox getting absolutely murdered here. Hooked, cursed, killed. John already out of the fight.
Kind of a kill steal from League, I'm going to be honest.
How dare he, honestly, ZP. This is a crucial game in which to not kill steal. Rebuttal comes in, does its work. They're trying to let him kill Demon. I think they're trying to let him kill Demon. And he does get it down.
Scout still alive is just crazy.
No, it's over.
Oh, wait, did Ido reconnect? Oh my god. Or does it
Did Ido really just reconnect you guys? Is that what I'm seeing right now?
I hope that was just the DC not showing that.
I mean, that would have been a 40-minute pause, though, which I'm sorry we can't allow. Floormen, they do get the walkover win.
I rushed and dropped in and ulted. Nice. Did you guys get the rejuve crystals? Heather, you were right. Floorman did win, but Ido did disconnect, so Floorman won a 5v6.
They were more competitive today than we've seen them in quite some time. Definitely things to build on for them.
What an unfortunate way for melee creeps to go out of it. Alright, you guys. Here's the deal. It's been an extra long stream, but it's been extra fun. Really enjoyed the Pro VOD reviews and enjoyed the DLNS. Next stream, we'll probably do a couple of Pro VOD reviews. And then I will do any student coaching. So any of you that have VODs that want me to review, I'll be happy to take a look at those on the next stream. I plan on streaming tomorrow. Probably won't be a stream quite this long, but if DLNS is going on tomorrow, which I believe it is, we will do another watch party through the evening. So I'll try and start the stream. Oh, actually, you know what? We're not going to be able to do a watch party late into the evening because we've got dinner with some friends tomorrow night. So we may be able to watch some DLNS, but not all of it because I'll be leaving. So we'll probably have a fairly short stream tomorrow, actually. We might skip the Pro VOD reviews then, since I'm so busy tomorrow. Anyway, I'm going to be ending the stream right now, right here. Really appreciate you guys being here. Oh, actually, let me test something while you're here. Let me switch scenes and make sure you guys can hear me. Are you guys able to hear me while I'm in this screen? I want to make sure that while I'm chatting here that my audio is working correctly. I'm hoping... Okay, perfect. You guys can still hear me. Okay, so I have this scene set up specifically for like when I'm chatting or waiting between things or something. So I just wanted to make sure it's working so you guys can hear me. I am going to end the stream here. Thanks so much for being here. Really enjoyed the Pro VOD reviews that we did earlier today. And then the DLNS watch party was actually a lot of fun. I loved watching the pro games. I tried to keep it chill, not do too much coaching, let my voice kind of relax from all the talking I do during Pro VOD reviews. But hey, you guys, GG's. Hope you have really great games tonight. Hope you have great games the rest of the week. Hopefully you're getting a little bit of value out of these streams and what we're doing here as an Eternus Deadlock coach. And yeah, have a good night. See you all.